Can't tell if it's working. What? It created a new one. What? That's the one. What? I'm so confused. What? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Cool. Hello. This is live. I mean, early. I'm early to the live. I'm trying to. I was troubleshooting the damn thing, and I don't even know. I don't know. My first time doing it. Twitch, I've done dozens, if not hundreds, of streams, but on YouTube, not so much. So I'm trying to figure this shit out. Here, let me give lo-fi beats to betray your family to.
I've done for my children, and I'm proud of the way that they.
Hopefully this, I don't know how loud this will be. I gotta get a, this is just pre-stream. I'm just getting this set up for the main. This is just the setup. So, unedited movie man at his finest. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm gonna get a second device up and running to make sure I can monitor this properly. So just enjoy the beats, I suppose. If this is working, I hope it is. It working? I think it's working. Yeah, it should be working. Well, you know, if anybody is chatting, I'll be right with you. I created, this is so, it's weird. I guess because I haven't done it on YouTube yet, so that makes sense. But like, I made one for YouTube, and it's like upcoming, and I was trying to sync up OBS with YouTube, and instead I ended up creating a new one. So I don't know. It is what it is. Hell, I gotta get rid of the other one now, just so it doesn't mess anything up. Well, it's showing 3 now. Oh my god, with this nonsense. Okay. So let's delete the ones that are unnecessary. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. Well, that deletes. I'll try to monitor the currently live one.
Let me explain something.
Cool.
You can't
How
put a
does
value
this
on what we
sound?
do.
Would you like to hear my favorite passage from Shakespeare?
Okay, it sounds perfect. That's
Take that
awesome.
fucking money.
Oh, I'm blocking the title of this video. Hang on, I gotta show you. Okay, there we go. So I've got, I think I got a setup going right now. Sorry, I'm trying to monitor this and make sure everything sounds good, and making sure the stream for YouTube. And normally, I promise, I don't have this many tabs up, but I just figured it'd be easier just to pull up everything that we're gonna kind of go over. And I don't technically have a second monitor. I mean, I do. I normally stream with, like, when I'm gaming, so this is my primary, is my secondary. Hey yo, so hello Ace Cake, hello Emmy Barrett, hello everybody. Yeah, I don't know how this came up on my recommended lo-fi beats to betray your family to. They're great. This is the starting soon screen, I suppose. Hey, welcome in, Kepsilon. Yeah, hello everybody, welcome. I suppose I'll come back in. There we go. I didn't want to cover the, I just wanted to show the title, but bring myself back in. This is a super professional setup we have. Oh, great, the green screen's not doing its job. Awesome. Hopefully that's better. Jesus, alright. Look up Succession Eminem skit. Okay, well we gotta see that now. Hang on a second. I got a bad feeling I'm gonna eventually get copywritten for one reason or another. Okay. So, Succession, M&M's. Yeah, we're in the pre-show right now, so is this the one? Wait, tries to order Domino's. Everybody wants some of Logan's M&M's. Oh no.
Bother you?
What?
I noticed that you have some M&Ms, and I have very low blood sugar, and I'm feeling kind of faint. It's
I can't get it. It's towering over him. Get out of here.
not serious, but I could pass
Oh my
out and
God.
hit my head and die.
Fuck off, Greg.
Okay.
Ken,
Oh Jesus. I can't.
come here.
Okay.
Still want some of my M&Ms?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
put this on.
Okay.
Oh
You
no.
wear that hat, and you never forget that you'll never be anything more than Daddy's #1 candy baby. So fuck off for good. God damn it! I bought these M&Ms with my own fucking money. Candy's for daddies, not for little babies.
Candies for daddies. It's great. Honestly, great solid opening to everything so far. It's awesome. Hello everybody. I guess it is technically just about 8 o'clock. This is just gonna turn into like a reaction stream at this point. But yeah, I guess you could start the episode. I guess I could start the whole thing now. This is gonna be a little bit different than what I. God, the green screen is bugging me out so much. Oh, whatever. It is what it is. It's imperfectly imperfect. I don't know. This is unedited. This is what it looks like. Like whenever I'm in the recording room and I'm doing this, it's just I cut out all the hot mess and get right down to this. But hello, everybody. I thought it'd be fun, as I said before when I announced this little thingy, to do a live stream for the retrospective. I I could do like a video essay, right? But I just figured who hasn't at this point, and I don't have that kind of time. You guys want me to watch all these other shows, so I don't know. I kind of have this. It's gonna be really low key, like a casual thing. I have it opened up where there's conversations we can have via chat if anybody wants to watch live. But otherwise, I just have basically gonna be going over some of the video essays that I have watched and what insights the insights they made are ones that I've kind of been picking up on now. Most of my opinions on the show have remained the same, but there are some things that I've kind of come around to, and some things I've kind of had revelations about. And then I found some. I just made some little like tier rankings. I haven't actually done the tiers yet, but I have rankings for I'll just show you. I'm gonna get around to it. I thought the best way to do it, and I'm gonna have to take the long route on this one, but I have a tier ranking for every episode, which I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to reread some episode synopsis, even though I've watched all these and edited them. I There's no way in hell I'll be able to remember every single detail, and that's gonna be the hardest part. Is just doing a damn tier ranking. But I have ones for the episodes. I kind of want to start with the seasons actually, because then it's I want a gut reaction for the seasons, get to the episodes, and perhaps as I rank the episodes, then I would change my mind about how I feel about the seasons overall. And then I kind of have it ending with it's a character tier list in that I don't think this is every single solitary character from the show, but it's most of the primary and supporting, and just it doesn't have every single person who has like a line, but it's enough, right? So, but yeah, so Succession. I've come away from Succession. I don't know why I should lay it on at this point. Uh, did I click away from the whatchamacallit, the lo-fi beats? Whatever. Coming away from Succession, I got to admit, I I love the show more than I thought, and the more that I think about it, and I've started to watch some like reaction channels, and I've watched these video essays and all that. This is just really a great show. It's up there. I top 10 of all time for me for sure, possibly top 5, but also I have that kind of like my age bracket TV bias. It's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, I Love Lucy, and I gotta tell you what, the Dick Van Dyke Show was pretty swell. But like, it's just the shows that I've watched in my lifetime. All right, we got the rankings coming in already. 2, 4, 1, 3. That's the crazy part. What I love so much about this show is that everybody agrees that they love it, but nobody can fully agree. I mean, there's kind of like general consensus, right? But in terms of people's favorite characters, favorite seasons, how they feel about characters, the amount of normally I'll say something in a video, and sometimes I'll get a call out, and somebody's like, "How could you like this person?" or "How could you say these things about so and so?" With this one, literally, there'll be an episode where Roman's being Roman or something, and I'll express sympathy, and the comments will be either like, "Oh man, I felt so bad for him," or someone's like, "Oh yes, everybody feel bad for the little war criminal." Like, people are divided on this show, which is the mark of good writing and great characters, I think. Because then I've seen video essays that break it down and will literally just kind of, it shows you all the kids are just like nepo babies, and they have some skill set, sure, but none of them truly kind of, I mean, they got their own works and businesses going on, right? But nobody really has earned their way, right? They just kind of, it's hard to put into words, but nobody's kind of truly earned their way. And yet we still feel for them. We're still rooting for them. We're like, oh, I think so. I think that Kendall's the obvious choice. No, Shiv has the highest qualifications. It's even better on rewatch. I concur. 2, 4, 1, 3. But even at its worst, it's excellent. That's what I'm saying, right? It's in my top 3 personally, but I've been getting into more and more shows. Interview with the Vampire, Deal, Dead to Me, Succession is so for sure. Hey, so since you guys, you know what, you devotees of the cult of MovieManity are right in here, I'll tell you right now, I've announced that I'm gonna watch Interview with the Vampire. You get a Real Ones little inside track. I may have already watched and recorded the first episode. That might have already happened. Let me just say you're all right. So that's a thing that's coming. By the way, I would be pumping these things out, but I'm a one-man team, also working a full-time job and handling social engagements. Hello, welcome. The chat, it's small. Welcome, Anad. Welcome, Sebastian. Watch some cast interviews. The Hollywood Reporter one. I've seen some. There've been some cool like what do you call them, panels, right? There've been some cool panels in between seasons. I think there was a end of series panel that Seth Meyers hosted with most of the cast there. Of course, Jeremy Strong was a little bit occupied, Daddy's number 1 boy and all. My top 3 is Breaking Bad, Arcane, Succession. Yeah, I've just started Interview with the Vampire. My top shows. I have my Netflix top 5 at one point. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Not to my Dropbox. Now this is subject to change because I made my my Netflix top 5 like years ago, but at one point my top 5 Netflix shows were from 5 going up. It was like Midnight Mass, Queer Eye, Arcane, Mindhunter, and BoJack Horseman. That since probably shifted a little bit, and we're not even counting all the other shows that I love. Like, I mean, there's definitely, I mean, I'm sorry, the chat's coming in now. Oh boy. Might be a hot take for me, but 3, you put 3 up there, really? 3, 4, 2, 1. Interesting. That is someone that is a hot take. Here's the crazy part. When I started season 3, the hype, I was coming off the hype of season 2 ending, and it was the whole thing. My father's reign, I believe it has come to an end. And then that big crazy amazing shot of Logan with the slight smirk of admiration of his not a killer son, and then boom, and then I got to go right back into season 3, right? But everybody else that was watching it live had to wait, what was it, 2+ years? So for the season 3 to start, and then not only was it like Ken firing on all cylinders, and then the preview for the season, like the FBI raiding the building, everybody's like questioning everything. Logan's like, tell him to go away. Jerry's like, you can't tell the FBI to go away, Logan. Like, the hype for season 3 was very high for me. Did it end up being the best season? I don't know about that, but like I was right in that wave. Except 4 is on top. Stephen Colbert interviewed the cast just before season 3. It was great. You were for a hot minute, but my first live. Yeah, hey, welcome everybody. If this is your first live, yeah. I mean, granted, I'll still make sure this video goes up, and hopefully the chat play. Oh, I pray the chat playback feature is turned on in this. I think. Let me double check that before I. Oh, because I want there to be like. I want to make sure the chat is seeing if someone's watching the video afterwards. Oh, how shitty would that be if it wasn't? Well. Hopefully I'm not too late. Details up. Customization. Would it be just customization? Slow mode. Live reactions are on. Participants, anybody? Okay, cool. Live chat replay. Perfect. Live chat replay shows the original messages sent anytime someone. All right, cool. I was worried for a second. Been a viewer for a hot minute. I've only watched the series once, but off the top of my mind, season 3, my favorite finale. Ooh, for real though. Season 3 finale is, of course, now I'm on the spot. I'm like, hey, how did everything end again? Yeah, season 3 finale is, yeah, great. I mean, yeah. Or last season 2 finale just for the chicken. All right, look. So before we get into the episode tier, maybe we just do the tiers first. If I had to like gut reaction, oh no, hang on. If I had to tell you my gut reaction based on like how good the episodes were, oh damn, who's Daddy's number 1 boy? Oh no, what would I say? What would I say? Because like everybody always says 2, and I'm pretty sure the more that I think back on 2, those episodes were, as the kids would say, gas. But like, would I say Daddy's number 1 boy, and then season 4, and then what would I say? Boom, boom. Is that what I do? Is that where my head's at? 2, 4, 3, 1? Maybe. I'm on the. But again, this is just kind of like you only have 4 seasons to work with. It's like when Tarantino put the article out there that Tarantino put an article out years ago, and it was like, oh, it says Death Proof is Tarantino's least favorite film, and it's like, no, they asked him in an interview, like, out of all your films, like, which one is your least favorite? He still likes the movie. Like, he just, out of all of them, he's like, well, if I had to put one up at the bottom, season 2, I think most of the Succession seasons start off strong and end strong, so the battle is for which season has the best middle episodes. Agreed. 4 is number 1, just because of 3, 9, and 10. Oh, yeah, for real, though. Season 3 had Retired Janitors of Idaho, a hot script, and Too Much Birthday, exactly. Succession fan base is S tier. Oh, dude, the fan base for this show has been stellar stuff. Like, not a hint of toxicity anywhere. Even when people disagree, they do so in meme format. It's amazing. I love it. Yeah, every finale. I got the finales of this show, dude. The fact that season 1 ends with the car crash and the whole like just the scene between it, like I don't know what it was that had me like on the edge of my seat with like Logan just towering over Kendall and just being like, this could be what it always was meant to be, just a sad little mistake, you know. This could kill everything. Like, so good. You should do the episode tiers first, and then see. I was thinking that like gut reaction, I would do this, then I would hop into the episode descriptions instead. Like I would do the episodes, and as I go, then I can kind of like statistically judge to see which one I thought was better. Kind of stopped caring about Logan after the whole DLC. Oh, dick pic thing. Oh, I see. I was supposed to say DLC for the show. Logan has 3 #1 boys, Connor not included. Rooting for 4 is the top purely for the quality of episode 3 and those last 3. Dude, some of these, it's how dare you forget Living Plus. It's so hard to, oh my god. But at the same time, I think I will say in retrospection, I have 2 very minor complaints about the show, and they're complaints that I think like they add to the realness of the show and its humanity. The things that I think like the show has so many episodes that exist so well in a vacuum. They even said it in some of the after the episode like retrospectives. They're like, yeah, we have a whole board full of like product launch this or vacation corporate retreat this, and there's all these episodes that exist very well in a vacuum. And I feel like sometimes they would say, okay, what should we use? And then they look at another board of like narrative beats and like how can we combine these two. So sometimes they feel not out of place, but they just kind of are an episode. And then that kind of ties into my secondary minor complaint, which is that the show has so many characters, and they're so, even the smallest characters, the side characters, are so detailed and important, but sometimes people just disappear. It's crazy to me how characters that are so important in like season 1 or 2 or come in for an episode and you're like, oh, this guy could turn the tide, and then just boom, they're gone. Like, that's why when I do the character list, I had to look up character names because I low-key forgot who half the people were. It's like Game of Thrones. It's like then the season finale hits and you're in the damn church and you're looking at the people like, oh yeah, so and so, you were in season 1 episode 2. Jesus Christ, you came back. Like, Succession DLC when? Yeah. A Stewie expansion pack. Oh, if you want that, you gotta watch that what's that shitty Liam Neeson movie? The with the which one? But like the car, and it's and he can't stop, like he's being told what to do over the phone. There's a bomb. Stewie's in that. He has a little cameo and he's like in a Ferrari. Succession Twitter's obsessed with more suck content. Dudes are kind of insane. Oh, Twitter in general would be insane. I believe it. Gary disappearing indefinitely. Oh yeah, rip Naomi. Rip Naomi. I was like, they were toxic together when I think about it in retrospect, but I was really hoping, God, I was hoping for an arc where Ken and Naomi meet and they kind of like are maybe good influences and they get sober together, but no. Let's see. Very fair. What did happen? What did happen to Lawrence? Yeah, for real. No, so he got an invitation to this private dining experience on an island where a very famous chef was hosting this extravagant meal. I think Anya Taylor-Joy was there too, and it was a whole like every course means something, and then things get a little bit messy and all that. But like by the end of it, they had s'mores. So I mean, I think that Lawrence actually had a pretty good time at the end of his whole thing. Not menu. At least we got Marsha. Marsha got the, what was it, like season 3? I think she shows up like at least they acknowledge that she just disappeared because Logan's flights of fancy. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. Crazy ass movie. I think if I recall, yeah, Mark Mylod, exactly. Brought in some there's some actors in the menu that like, well, since I saw the menu first, I was watching Succession and I was like the whole like like the whole meme, like it's just like recognizing people. That's me with Greg now, by the way. The amount of things that Greg's actor is in that I either didn't realize, or the same thing with Logan Roy. And so now whenever I'm watching something like Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm seeing it tomorrow night, and nobody in my friend group, as soon as they show Tom is like an important figure in the TVA, and I'm like, oh my God, they got Tom in here. And everybody's like, nobody else reacted. They're just like, who's that? Like, I swear. My lad is doing the Harry Potter show. Oh, problematic. But I'll watch it though. Alessandro, the guy who asked Kendall in episode 1 if he wants to call your dad one episode, the actor even was billed in opening credits, then gone forever. Yeah, he's in the character list. I think he is, like one episode. Naomi was so good to Kendall and Too Much Birthday in the season 2 finale on the yacht. Probably wasn't always like that between them though. Yeah, I felt more, maybe she like felt like indebted at that point. Like what else can she do aside from just try to like, she clearly couldn't help him in the way that he needed help, so she was just trying to be a presence and like offer physical reassurances and such. Message retracted. Oh. Producers were satisfied with the series, could have done with another season. Yeah, and everybody of course is like one of these spin-offs. It's one of those things where it's like Breaking Bad, right? At the height of its, well, it's like Lost, it's like Breaking Bad. There's a bunch of shows out there where like height of their popularity and they're like, all right, we're going to end it after this season. And people are like, don't end it. But I'd rather that a show end it when they have a clear, thought out like course, like a roadmap, right? Than to have a show keep on pushing and pushing. Like as much as I love Supernatural, and I love that show for so many reasons, that show went on a little bit too long. Like, dude, oh my god. Technically, it's out tomorrow, but the first showings are tonight. But I already scheduled this, so I'm seeing it in IMAX tomorrow night. But technically, there's already showings that are like this playing right now, technically. But yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine. You met Brian Cox in real life? Oh shit! Managing a hotel, we didn't have a card on file for his room. He went a little Logan Roy on us, dude. Yeah, he is like true to character. That tweet where he's ripping into Ridley Scott and he's like, Napoleon's like a terrible movie. I would have, and oh my god, Joaquin, don't get me started. Not what I would have done. I would have done it better. I would have played the character better. I think they should have made a better movie. Like he ripped into Ridley Scott on a whim on Twitter just because like nobody asked him, nobody prompted it. Like Ridley Scott wasn't calling out Logan Roy's career. He just, or sorry, Brian Cox's career, but you know. Better Call Saul's peak? Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, top shows for me. I mean, Breaking Bad's up there. I got to revisit Breaking Bad because Better Call Saul, I might be in the potentially minority opinion that it's actually better than Breaking Bad. I think because Vince Gilligan was getting his sea legs more, and then we got more like symbolism and cinematography. The narratives had like these arcs that became like very poetic and cyclical and just artistically done, you know, episodes and scenes and characters and all that. And, you know, for a prequel's got to do it right. And a prequel can be very bad. But for you to be able to have a prequel that lasted, 5 seasons and be that good, I'm just saying, especially because it was a prequel and it was so good as a prequel. I'm just saying. Yeah, see? I think we're all on the same page. Like, no denying, Breaking Bad is iconic. It is iconic television. It is so important. It is definitely still up there, and it's still like art. And there's some perfect episodes in there from Ozymandias, however you want to say it, Ozymandias to I'm gonna forget him now, but they're what Felina's the season finale, I think. But there's some like it's one of those things where it's like Succession, Breaking Bad, BoJack Horseman, shows that have at least a few episodes, at least one or two, if not a few, of what you would call like perfect television, just a perfect episode, period, in my opinion. Pros got that L to the OG in them. Kind of funny we got it before the USA. Oh yeah, show is beautiful. Show is beautiful, man, dude. Like Nacho as oh my god, like Nacho Varga as a character. Oh, like just one Kim Wexler. Oh my god, don't get me started on how much I love Kim fucking Wexler. What an amazing character. Crawl space. Oh fucking the pan out the oh Jesus. Oh my god. So many great moments. Let me die, Walter. We should do a best Succession quotes category. Oh my god, yeah, there's so many good quotes. Anyway, we're just talking at this point, but Lalo, my baby girl. Fucking Lalo Salamanca, dude. I almost said Tony. Is it Tony Danza? No, Ted Danza. Whatever. I'm forgetting the actor's name, but my god, what a perfect portrayal. One of those up there, like perfect portrayal of a what'd you call him? A psychopath, sociopath. Anyway, let's try to get into it, shall we? I thought I saved one more link that was for Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna try to do this. We're gonna try to do this. So starting from, why are these out of order? What knuckle? When they made this, they wait. Is it out of order? Wait, 110, 101. Huh? Wait, I'm so confused. Is it 2? No, that's season 201, 110. Who put these? Okay, they're kind of semi out of order. Whatever. Anyway, Tony Dalton. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. All right. So, all right. Episode 1. We're gonna try to do an episode tier. This, I don't know how long this live stream will be. I don't have anything planned tonight aside from this. So, episode 1, the one that started it all. The Roy family prepare to celebrate the 80th birthday of Logan Roy, CEO of the family-owned media conglomerate Waystar Royco. Logan's second oldest son, Kendall, believes he'll be the company heir following his father's retirement, but Logan announces that he will not be stepping down as CEO. Suddenly they all became of the opinion it was all so fucking obvious. He presents his children with papers giving his third wife, Marcia, 2 votes on the trust to decide a successor upon death. So he gives Marcia control. During the family's traditional softball game, he fires longtime COO Frank Vernon. I forgot Frank used to be the COO, and agrees to give a new position to his estranged great-nephew Greg Hirsch, who was fired from his job. Kendall leaves the game to secure Waystar's acquisition of the media startup Volter. On the helicopter ride to New York City, Logan and his children Shiv and Connor argue over the terms of the agreement, but Logan suddenly collapses from a I'm going to say it wrong, hemorrhagic stroke and is rushed to the hospital. Kendall receives word of Logan's stroke from Lawrence Yee, Volter's CEO and Kendall's rival, immediately after securing the acquisition deal and rushes to the hospital. As a starter episode, this is going to be hard, I can already tell. There was a vote some time ago for Reddit for suck quotes for every letter. For suck quotes, I swear. I mean, so season 1, episode 1. I mean, because that one was called Celebration, right? I mean, it's was I hooked on episode 1? I remember that I watched the first one. I think people in the comments were talking to me about it, and they were like, "Oh, just you wait. Like it ran like someone described season 1 as a mere prologue for the show at large." I'm curious. I am a little bit curious. Like I want to go
when
back
Succession began
a bit. Playlists. Let me find this bad boy real quick. I want to see what the comments were like back then. Yeah. Let's do that one.
Did you even
Oh my
think for
God.
1 second?
Old me. Hi, old me. Almost a year ago. My friend who doesn't watch Pilot is so good on rewatch. You know, everything. It's with all the added context of the Roy family. It actually has been fun to like watch other reactors do it and then like rewatch through like the set of eyes that I now have and the appreciation that I now have. You do pick up on a lot more things. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think the first few episodes were the weakest in the whole series. Oh, it took me a few tries to get into the show. Same here in New York City. It took me like 4 tries to get into the series before I realized how good it was. I think, the fact that Roman kind of had a wife and kid on the pilot, for real, yeah, I forgot, like, Roman goes through like 2 girlfriends before we get through the series, because I was looking at some gals, I'm like, oh yeah, him and her dated. Low B, high C for episode 1. What are the comments? Give it a few episodes, you won't be able to stop watching. Modern day masterpiece about generational trauma, broken, self-centered people. Everybody has the same kind of opinion. I think everybody agrees it took a few episodes to get into. I think it's because when you don't have all the context to the characters and there's no like framework for the show, right? Because even the camera thing, I mean, like, yeah, I saw that. I saw them use a lot of that in the Office, but the first few episodes, I couldn't get over the whole zoom, 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 zoom. It took me a while to get used to it. And by the time that we hit like the rest of the show, like 2 through 4, it was just natural as like bread and butter, PB&J. It was just part of the DNA of the show at that point. Episode 1 establishes the characters amazingly well on rewatch once you know them. Connor giving Logan sourdough starter. Yeah. And he's like, great. I appreciate it. I just want to know what the fuck is it? The writers bungled the Roman character story in the beginning. All right, I can't spend forever on the first episode. If you keep on, I'll be here to watch. Everybody says keep going. I didn't love the show when I first started it, but I was super... God, these were only like 28 minutes. I was super intrigued. I was very much intrigued by this show. It pulled me in based on execution, I think, and the characters. First four are a bit slow. Okay, so if I had to say episode 1, season 1, I think. I mean, do I put myself in the? That's the question. Like, do I put myself in the headspace of someone who has already seen the show in its entirety, or? Yeah, let's do it. This is a retrospective. Yeah, obviously. So in retrospect, probably a B, right? I think a B for the first episode. Like, yeah, it's good. It's up there. You can get some establish. You start to establish characters, but there's so much so much depth and everything. We're only skimming the surface there. Yeah. Episode 2, the old shit show at the Fuck Factory. This one really started to get me in because then you start to see how everybody like, can I go dark mode? That's so much better. Light mode is for psychopaths, in my opinion. You start to really see how they work under pressure and when they're at odds or against each other. Basically, the Roy kids are in disagreement over who should take control of Waystar in the wake of Logan's incapacitation. Roman and Connor want to sign the papers out of respect for their father's wishes, whereas Kendall believes he should become CEO. Shocker. That's another really good line from season 4 after she's done talking with Kendall, and she's like, "Hey, Roman, guess who Kendall thinks it is. You're not gonna fucking believe it." Like, that's a great delivery there. And Shiv is opposed based on doubts about Marcia role in the company. Marcia sends Greg to retrieve Logan's items from his apartment, giving us the "I'm sorry." Oh yeah, and the one where it's I'm sorry if my gong summoned you, or my bell. That was the first time that I had to pause the show that I was laughing, like from laughter. That was great. Roman asks Greg to bring the trust change papers, but Shiv instructs the opposite. Greg ultimately decides not to bring the papers. Shiv's boyfriend, Tom Wamsgans, proposes to her at the hospital in her weakest hour, and she accepts. It is eventually agreed that Kendall should become acting CEO of Waystar, with Roman as COO. Waystar's general counsel, Jerry, informs Kendall that Logan is $3 billion in debt due to his expansion into parks. Logan wakes up in his hospital bed. I always forget about that. I would have been so curious to see what Logan's game, because Logan was a guy that just somehow he always found a way through. I wonder what his game plan would have been in the long run. Does he go over it, or does he just criticize Kendall's plan? Gotta leave room, and you can always reshuffle. Tom walking in on Shiv and Roman fighting was so good. Just the whole walk in immediately, just like, nope. I like the bit when he's like walking alongside Greg, and he's just like, God, you're so like, I'm getting a bit like just talking to you. I gotta look up, like. Kind of love seeing the kids so stressed. Yeah. Well, it's entertaining for us, right? It's the same reason we gravitate toward shows like The Bear, like kitchen-based dramas or documentaries. I have rewatched Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares in like a disgusting amount of times, and I'll keep rewatching those episodes. But like something about the stress of the kitchen, I don't know if it's just because that we're not in it or because this, I don't know, it's like something therapeutic, but a similar thing for this show where it's, you don't, you can feel bad for them, but at the same time, if they're all being like rich pricks to each other, it's, you get a sick sense of satisfaction watching them just kind of, watching the rich fight it out in this allegorical gladiator combat. Episode 2 was better. Oh, 100%. I think so. This episode and the finale have the siblings arguing on who's going to take over. High B, low A, if anything, a tier purely for Shiv and Roman's fight. Yeah. I have so much hope in Greg until I realized he was spineless all along. Bro got mugged by Shiv. Bro got shivved by Shiv. Oh yeah, Greg's last $20. He was all in, dude. And I forget. That's the thing, because I was watching through the first season. I didn't realize I was watching. I think the normies. I was watching them watch through it. Greg was basically homeless. He slept. I mean, I think he was, because he was staying in a youth hostel, and then he didn't have enough money he spent his last bit of money on a suit, and then $20 he gave to Shib. He slept in the little cathedral, for Christ's sake. I didn't realize he truly was homeless. Like, Greg is like rags to riches in a crazy way. The Kitchen Nightmares rewatch spiral goes crazy. May have been the funniest. He finally got his revenge on Shiv on America Decides. Very true. Prague was great. Closed loop system. Don't even get me started. Well, yeah, I know. So, like, technically I didn't cheat because nothing, whatever came out of my body went back in. Oh, Lord. I'm just more proud that I knew what snowballing was. Anyway, yeah, I would definitely say chat might be influencing me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but if I can find the damn episode. 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. I would say 1, 2 is an A. I think so. Oh, but do I start scooting things around? I might start scooting things around. This is the part where it's gonna be tricky, man. Tommy Wommy Wom Scam, Soul Tightrope Tommy. Yeah, God, it is such a quotable show. For a show to be so funny and have so many quotable lines, and at the same time have so many excellent like monologues and like character moments and all, it just this is great. Um, what next? So then we get to lifeboats. So now we see So now Kendall's in the hot seat with Roman, and Logan is alive, and but not exactly well. You know, and I feel like I'm gonna need a little bit of Daddy's go-go juice for this. Kendall learns that one of the creditors to Waystar's family holding company is entitled to demand full repayment on Logan's $3 billion debt. That phone call was great, by the way. Rewatching it, the power move on the phone call of like whoever talks first loses, and of course Kendall eventually capitulates. After a failed attempt to negotiate with the bank, Kendall enlists the aid of Stewie, his friend from college who is now a private equity investor. Stewie agrees to inject $4 billion into Waystar in return for stock and his seat on the company's board. Dude, Stewie secured his meal ticket like way, way early on. However, Greg later spots Stewie meeting with Sandy Furness, Logan's enemy, who wants to take control of Waystar. Kendall's also trying to repair his marriage. Oh, I remember that we thought that was going to be a thing with his estranged wife Rava, but after a night together, she confirms she already has hired a divorce lawyer. The fact that I just realized that, by the way, the fact that she still goes with him when he's like, oh, I think, what if I am like the man though? And they still get in bed together, and then she's like, oh yeah, by the way, I already hired a divorce lawyer. Shiv asks Nate if discount BJ Novak, a fellow political fixer and former boyfriend, to run a background check on Marcia. Kendall visits a recovering Logan to inform him that Waystar's stock has fallen below 130, but that his efforts have starved off a greater financial decline. Logan nonetheless disapproves. Call him Nogan. Tom always been my favorite. I've grown to appreciate. I didn't like Tom through most of the show, but by the end of it and watching some video essays, I've kind of come around a bit to his character. Well, he's some people's favorites, understandably so. He is by no means. He's not my favorite, but I have like a begrudging respect for Wamsgans. He played a long game for real. Episode 3 wasn't great. I don't know. I liked episode 3. I think. Don't need DNF here for this show. Probably leave C out as well. I might, because of the number of episodes, I might have to incorporate a C. Got to spread them out. The lowest will be going as a C. I think any F2 episode is automatically just at least a B. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's fair. I don't think we really need, like, in my opinion, I never really experienced a bad episode of the show. Like, real talk. D tier. I really, it's just S through C. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so episode 3. I like, it's our first chance to see what the sibling, like what Ken and Roy are, Roman, God, Jesus, what Ken and Roman are like in when they have power. Isn't that the same episode where Roman rubs one out over the New York skyline? Is all that awesome shot of him doing that while the emails are just pouring into his inbox? Isn't that the same episode? I think I only think episode 2 was the one that made me fall in love with the show, because in the hospital we get to know the characters. Nate was so hateable in the first season. It's amazing. I was almost happy to see him in the last season. Yeah, he was kind of the voice of reason by the end. I hate Tom and Greg at the end of season 1. By the end of the series, they were my favorites. I started off, I couldn't stand Greg in the first, but by the end of the first season, I came around, and then like I liked him, but I don't know. He's still a big old wet noodle for me. But I overall I've come to like Greg. Like, why is Roman my favorite? He's so nasty. That's the other thing, is that, dude, most people, like, when I broke down with Roman in the Church and State episode, most people like agreed, but there were a few people that were like, we're gonna cry about Roman. Like, there are a lot of people that just flat out, understandably so, he's not a good person technically, but so many people, definitely quite a few people are not fond of Roman Roy. They're just like, ugh, no, greasy little slime ball dickhead. Like, no need for it. The cut from Roman jorking into the coffee machine busting. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. All right, I gotta put season 1, episode 3. Where to go? Where to go? Hang on. Why are these so hard to find? Brother. Bro, there we go. I was about to say because there's a white background. I'm gonna temporarily. It's probably gonna change. I like it. I think it's really good. Is it? Yeah, I think it's really good. I think because then even you bring in new characters and still there's the balance, and then now we're seeing how business is trucking along, right? They're gonna move around. They're gonna move around. I could easily see it going down. Well, because I would put it above. All right, you know what? Here, tell you what. If we had to do this, all right. If I had to do it like this, if I had to, because I would put it above the premiere, but not maybe not as good as shit show, right? Like, but I think it's still good. Again, we're gonna be switching it around. Sad Sack Wasp Trap. First, these are the directors, right? So Adam McKay did the first one. Mark Mylod came in. Then Adam Arkin comes in. The Royals prepare for the company's annual foundation gala. Frank is rehired to mentor Roman in his position as COO. Ego cut. Upon starting his new role as the head of the Waystar Parks and Cruises division, oh yeah, gee, the whole Thomas given all the secret documents confirming a massive cover-up of crimes committed on the company's cruises, including sexual assault, potential murder. Panicked, he confides this info to Greg at the charity gala. Connor notices changes in the transcript of Kendall's speech, leading him to mistakenly believe that Kendall plans to announce Logan's retirement. He tells I remember, hang on. Yeah, he tells Logan, who opts to make a speech in Kendall's place, announcing that he's returning to his role as CEO. Tom plans to go public about the cruises scandal, but Jerry advises against it during the gala. Tom angrily accuses Greg of snitching to Jerry about the scandal, which Greg denies. However, Jerry later thanks Greg in private, confirming that he did disclose the information to her. You know what? Without even looking at chat, gut reaction, Sad Sack Wasp Trap is really good. Let's go to chat real quick. Just follow your heart, man. What happened to episode 4? We're getting there. We're on episode 4. Great one for Connor. Yeah. See, going over all this because I distinctly recall the whole bit where like I have no prior knowledge to Logan and his character. And I compared him to what was it, Viserys Targaryen, like just like making his way into that throne room in that one episode where he's like, I'm not dead yet. And the whole, will he, like, what happens? Is he gonna get to the stage? And he goes up there and just like mic drops being like, no, I will return as CEO, and like clutches the speech. We see more into Connor's character. And then the whole the first domino gets set up on Parks and Cruises scandal, and the whole first Greg playing the whole, Greg playing Tom there with talking to Jerry. I would think 104 Sad Sack Wasp Trap. I think it's an easy A for sure. I thought it was really good. A lot of people still think the first few episodes are like kind of. I think the show like slowly ramps up. I don't know. It's like Breaking Bad or BoJack, right? You have these important character and narrative building episodes in the beginning, but I always tell people like BoJack's worst episodes are its first 6, in my opinion. Once you get past that, it is nothing but go from there. It's phenomenal. I love the stuff. And then Breaking Bad. Not that the first season is bad. It's just like most people, I guess, they just want kind of like snappy television. So you got to just tell people, no, we're going to build up some characters and then really start to incorporate elements of drama and, brutality and such. The butter's too cold. Yeah, you're all fired. Oh, I love you guys. This is going so great. Comes back in later. I was confused about the retirement announcement. Was Logan, right? It was miscommunication, I think. Kendall seemed genuine that it was a prompt. Oh, right, that whole thing to tell a joke. Yeah. Because there's a surprising moment afterwards where Logan was like, "What did you think you were doing?" And Kendall wears his emotions on his sleeve. It's very hard for him to lie to somebody, or at the very least, like you can tell if he's being like overconfident. I'm manipulating you, and I'm doing it so subtly right now. But he was like, "No, Dad, that wasn't what you think it is." And then even the moment, then Logan stumbles, and he goes to even after his father yells at him, he tries to catch and help his father. I think, if I recall, it was meant to just be a joke in the moment, but in Logan's mind, it'd be a joke made in poor taste. This is the underline cross out thing all over again. I will die on that hill. I'm sure there is a tweet. I could pull it up right now. I'm sure there's a tweet about I'm not gonna get into that. I'm gonna wait till I get to that episode because every time I talk about the cross out, underline, I get so my blood starts boiling. I get so emotional about that. I went to market. Child violence. Here we go. Marcia crossed out. Would you get out of town? Wait, no, yes, exactly. No, thank you. Yeah, crossed out. That's what I'm saying. Swear to God. Who goes? You're already gonna get me started. Who goes through on a document and underlines and pens? Don't. I'm not gonna. Don't get me started. Get the veins in my forehead about to burst. I went to market. Marcia invites Logan's estranged brother. Oh yeah, Ewing's first episode with a 12-hour road trip, and Greg travels to Canada to pick Ewing up. I forgot that Ewing lives in Canada. Makes sense. Logan wants to aggressively acquire local news stations for Waystar against the advice of his children and counsel. Kendall plots to hold a vote of no confidence against his father amidst his erratic behavior. Tom sends Greg to shred company documents pertaining to the cruise scandal, but Greg secretly makes copies. During dinner, an argument erupts between Logan and Ewing over the company and family value. Oh yeah, this is like one of the. That was so crazy because like the kids, nobody really truly stands up to Logan in that way until Ewing comes into the picture. I don't think. There's some minor disagreements and arguments, right? But I don't think it's until I went to market where like his brother is like, this empire of shit that you've built. Like warning Greg not to trust the Roys. As he leaves, Kendall suggests the possibility of a company takeover to Ewing, who is on Waystar's board, but Ewing refuses to conspire against his own brother. The dinner falls apart after Logan strikes Kendall's son Iverson during a game. Logan's behavior convinces Jerry to support Kendall in his vote of no confidence. I'm about to look at chat in just a second. My gut reaction, 104. I went to market. No, 105. My bad. Where'd it go? Why do I keep losing these things? 105. There we go. Might I put it in S? It's not the S-iest of S's, but might I put it in S? I think it's one of the what? No, you know what? A. Oh, but then in terms of like where do I no? Because I think the next one's S. But in terms of but in terms of ranking these, I forget. Is it the highest on the left first? If so, I think. Oh God, what do I? Maybe that. I think 2, 5, 4, and then I think that's it. Okay, what are the comments I'm missing so far? James Cromwell was great as you. Oh, for sure. Let's not forget Babe Pig in the City. My man's been around for a minute. He helps give so much texture to Logan every time he appears. 100% agreed. Oh, seriously, wait. Thank who for saying what? Nope, underlined. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You bastards. I swear to God, I will argue. I don't care. You can show me a tweet. Show me a government document signed by all the state representatives. I don't care. Come on. Greg is chopping it up. Oh, that's right. He's chopping it up. And he kept the documents. Wise man. Logan was from Canada too. Wasn't Logan from Scotland? Or is that just his like familial roots? I thought Logan was from Scotland. Episode 5 is a tier minimum. First family dinner. Exactly. Oh, family dinners, right? Another good one. Greg, happy Thanksgiving. You and not for the Indians. You can't make it. Yeah, in the DC episode. You sent the same email to him for 37 times saying with the subject line, you can't make a Tomlet without breaking some Gregs. Amazing stuff, for sure. Ewan and Logan's fights are legendary. Oh, yeah. Yeah, fuck your grandpa. You're on speakerphone. Well, I shouldn't be, Greg. Oh my God, Logan hits his grandson with a can of food. Wasn't it cranberry too? Thank you for saying that was crossed out. I meant it. I don't care what Jesse Armstrong. That's what I'm just saying. We'll get there. I will go into it. I will get into it. I promise. I swear. Okay. So I'm confident in putting it in an A ranking right now. Like right below Shit Show at the Fuck Factory. I would put I Went to Market. Yeah, let's do that. But now, come on, baby. Come on. Oh, dude. I got to admit, looking back on it, I was on pins and needles I was counting the votes in the room, like Kendall, Roman, Frank, and Jerry work together to amass a majority vote in favor of removing Logan from his position as CEO. Roman is able to sway Lawrence to their side. Logan travels to D.C. for a meeting with the president, but the meeting is canceled last minute and concerns regarding a terror threat. Greg is advised by Ewing to stay out of the no-confidence vote, but Greg later discloses his knowledge of the vote to Tom. On the day of the vote, Kendall flies to Long Island to visit an alien board member at her home to convince her to vote with him, but is unable to take a helicopter back to Manhattan due to a lockdown over the terror threat. He is thereby delayed in his arrival to the vote while stuck in traffic, and Frank begins the vote without him. However, I'm in the middle of turning a fucking tanker! A furious Logan refuses to leave the room during the vote and instead berates several board members. You better be smelling your fucking armpit. To side with him, and fires everyone who voted against him, including Kendall and Frank. I think we all know. Come on, where is it? S tier for sure. S tier episode for sure. Whose side are you on? Dude, the whole time. Because, like, before this, I think it's the first time in the show where, by the time we get to season 4, like, Tom's whole speech is pretty much, like, is proof and point of that, which is, I've never seen Logan get fucked once, and so until we get to that point, this honestly felt like it could have very easily been a victory. And I think in a lot of ways, if the chips had fallen in a different way, if Kendall had been in the room, it very well might have been. But it's a moment where we don't know enough about the characters. We don't have enough context for anybody, for track records, we can clearly see who's really successful, right? But like, we don't have enough context to be able to think, oh, well, it's probably not going to be this or that. But I was like, oh my God, get out of the car, run in the meeting, the votes are coming in, the Roman's wavering, and you're like, dude, what are you doing right now? And then Frank, get out of the room. Logan, I'm not going anywhere. We're doing the vote. We're doing it live. Like, it was the first time that we had collectively experienced, like, one of those boardroom, corporate meeting, just one of those, like, succession moments, right, where things are coming to an head, and the cards are gonna fall one way or another. We just don't know what direction yet. Amazing line for sure. Scotland, Canada, USA. I see. Yeah, I thought Logan was from Scotland. Let's go around the table and say what we're thankful for. Someone else says it was crossed out. Look at that. Some people. Triple S tier, no discussion needed. Yeah, exactly. I can't reveal my sources, but it's Greg. Yeah. S tier for sure. Oh, dude, stress. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. I was like, I literally holding up my fingers. It was tied up. I was rocking back and forth. Like, I've been failing to look at the comments for all these, by the way, but it's definitely one of the top. Oh my God, what's going on? Welcome to another. Oh no, don't listen. I can't hear myself talk right now. Whose side are you on? Fully emotionally committed to the show. Chills. Oh yeah, chills. The first true, like, Kendall rise and fall loss. Like, oh my God, pit in my stomach. I was just like, no. I felt so. And him walking out. It's the same thing. I like the symbolism of how life goes on in the cinematography and direction, because at the end of episode 1, like, all this stuff's going on. Logan just had a hemorrhage. They're going to the hospital. They're like, what's going to happen? And you cut to the kid who got the watch, and you zoom out in the city, and it's just like a cacophony of the world's life stories. Like, in the grand scheme of things, so much is happening. And the same thing at the end of this one. At the end of the episode, Kendall just kind of, like, he's lost, literally and figuratively, like metaphorically. He just wanders out into an intersection and looks around. His world was just shattered, but everybody else around him moving and going, the world continuing, as if nothing else, as if his situation is so insignificant compared to, like, even as big as that is, just life is still carrying on. Like, I love that symbolism there. Dollar store BJ Novak, yeah. Mentioned the menu in this one. In a deleted scene, Tom mentions that Shiv elbowed him in her sleep. I think it's funny the episode leaves it a mystery. Oh yeah, I forgot. They never really truly. Tom just has a black eye, and I'm like, huh? Like, Logan, how is that burger? LOL. Kendall may look like he has it all, but inside he is just a scared little boy who never learned how to ask for people's food or their burgers. And the thing that scares him the most is that if people find out, This comment didn't make a whole lot of sense. If people found out, his wife would go to jail. Why would it? I agree with all that up until then. Why would his wife would go to jail? Huh? You're gonna wait a long time for Logan to stop being an asshole. Kendall had the numbers and should have listened to Frank about the lady in Long Island. I don't get why her daughter even said that, but it came off wrong, I guess. People are terrified of Logan, and this episode showed it. It's not just some guy yammering and annoying people. He is a titan, and he is clearly not going down without a fight. His people are loyal to him, people hate him, but they fear him more, and Kendall is not a solid bet for anyone's future right now. But yeah, definitely S tier without question, for sure. The stress of those last 15 minutes or so. Whose side are you on? Is locked in. Logan. Someone sent a telegram to Leona. Tell her she's no longer required. I'm my best to her cancer. Yeah, I forgot. All these great lines. These great lines that happen just like, oh, they're borderline throwaway. But in retrospect, you're like, oh my God, these are just mile a minute. I could be wrong, but I think episode 6 was the only episode in the entire series that ended with an actual song, not a Succession instrumental. Will I be a Union man or a thug for JH Blair? Oh, yeah, that's right. God, don't get me started on the music in this show. Austerlitz. Ooh, God, now we're getting good ones again. Kendall has cut off communications with his family and is suing Logan for firing him from Waystar. Tabloids falsely suggest that Kendall, a recovering addict, has relapsed. Gee, I wonder who leaked those stories. Logan attempts to repair his public image by holding a weekend family therapy. This way to the therapy. I remember that. At Austerlitz, Connor's ranch in New Mexico, which Kendall chooses not to attend. After a fruitless initial session, Shiv leaves to meet with Senator Gil Evis, who's in an interview with a vampire right now, a Democratic presidential candidate and Logan's public rival. After Nate persuades her to join him in working on Gil's campaign, afterwards she and Nate have a sexual encounter in her car. Kendall eventually does arrive in New Mexico, but chooses to join some locals on a cocaine and methamphetamine binge. Roman brings him back to the ranch, where an argument erupts between Logan and the rest of the family. Logan insults Tom and berates Shiv for meeting with Gil, causing her to leave crying. He also admits to planting the tabloid allegations about Kendall's drug use prior to his actual relapse. The argument nearly turns violent when Kendall dismisses Logan's stories of the abuse he suffered as a child at the hands of his uncle. The next morning, Logan is seen privately swimming with visible scars on his back, attesting to his abuse. I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but in retrospect, I would very much consider Austerlitz potentially S tier, honestly. I think because so much is like very subtly revealed over the course of the episode. And now we get to see everybody like in the aftermath, I think. Family meeting. Everything I do for my children. Connor having to tell the therapist he did not diddle Roman. It's another good one. Yeah, I think S tier for sure. I think simple as that. Because in watching some of these video essays, they go into it about how, well, for one, I remember I was on pins and needles. I thought Logan was going to take a swing at Kendall in the kitchen. But exactly how Logan, you really begin to see how completely ineffective the therapy is for Logan, just because of Logan's defense mechanisms and how he functions just with his family, but also day to day. And what was it they compared it? I forget which video essay it was. It might be one of the ones I have pulled up here, but the parallel between the therapist who is like trying to dive in to the water, right? Like it's like dive in and then like literally like hits a wall, hits the floor, gets messed up. So he's not able to fully dive into the situation. But then it was something about like what was it, like nobody sees Logan swim, or Logan says no, I don't swim, and then whenever or I can't, something like that. But then at the end of the episode, when everybody's gone, he is swimming, and he's just comfortable as he does it, as he floats through unscathed, as opposed to the therapist who, like hurt himself doing so. And then you also see the scars, and you can infer more from like his past and his uncle and all that. But there was like a metaphor drawn there with just how comfortable Logan can be in certain situations, or just how the episode entirely shows you how he uses like anything from obfuscation to gaslighting to, like list them off, right? But I feel I need to check my emails. I think we need to reconsider season 1 in the rankings. I think you're right. I feel like I have to check my emails. That's not a feeling, Dad. Well, now you're denying Dad's feelings. Yeah. What do you think about the scratches on Logan's back on the end? I think probably scars from childhood beatings. 100%. I think that's his. It's got to be his uncle. As and the only tie we have to that, for one, it's Kendall. Kendall tries to dismiss that in the kitchen, and that is an emotional trigger for Logan, who gets up in his face about it as like he's. There's that, and then in Church and State, again, it's only like a little. It's only like little scraps of information and insight. But Ewing refers to their uncle as a character, and then says that Logan believes that he was the one that brought back the polio that took their sister, and he's like, what our uncle and aunt, or at least the uncle, certainly did nothing to disabuse him of that notion. So they basically were like, yeah, you came back and you killed your sister, and so I'm sure there were beatings and there was abuse, and then even like. Well, when Logan is back in Scotland for Dundee, right? He has those the musings in the car, where he's like, it all seems so simple, but it wasn't. Part of him, like parts of it, I think he's fond of, but like a lot of it, he's also not. It's just very complicated feelings on the matter. I'm interested in becoming a meth head. Yeah, I can make this shit up if you like. The Marsha Willa convo was amazing. I knew a woman who was your way. She died. Guy howls Roman. Wow, funny and cool. Yeah, yeah. Little moment with Roman Kendall. Yeah, exactly. And that was one of the first moments that truly like gave me an inside track into Roman's mind and endeared me to him. While so many people are quick to write off the sarcastic, asshole comedic relief as somebody who's like not a serious person. It shows you like he wouldn't have shown up. I mean, you can tell. I mean, there's care there. I mean, like, is there maybe like an obligation? Perhaps you can make that argument and say, oh, he felt obligated to show up. But if I recall, when I watched the episode, he heard it was going on. He heard where Kendall was, and he was like, well, no, I'm gonna go get him out of there because that's not good for him. Like, whenever the siblings are in sibling mode, it's so bittersweet because they truly they get along and they joke and they care for each other. The one time Kendall has fun in a car. Oh no. Gonna do a tier list for the characters too. Yeah, we're doing one for the characters. We're gonna be getting to that point. Logan telling Shiv she was marrying a man way beneath her. Yeah, yeah. How ironic, right? God, they really had a buried lead with Tom. I think Austerlitz is up there though for sure. Prague. S.J. Clarkson comes in. Roman is put in charge of planning Tom's bachelor party, though he initially wants to host it in Prague. Stewie in the first of many episodes, where it's just a complete bait and switch, by the way. Stewie invites him to a secret underground party held inside an abandoned New York railway station where powerful business and media figures mingle. Logan tasks Greg with ensuring Kendall's safety amid his renewed drug abuse. Tom is initially drawn to the party's unhinged sexual atmosphere, but he becomes doubtful about his relationship with Shiv, unaware of her ongoing affair with Nate. He is eventually goaded by Roman into having sex with a woman at the party, which is Roman's upcoming girlfriend, if I recall. Shiv meets Logan for dinner, where he implies that he knows of her affair. Shiv, perceiving this as a veiled threat, refuses to stop working for Gil. It's crazy, by the way, like, Shiv had a solid political career going for her, and just the tragedy of or I think there was a video, I never watched it, but I saw a title for it one day that said like the dissolution of Siobhan Roy, where it's like how she just just self-destructs her career trying to get in Daddy's favor and try to find her spot at the company because she was building like a whole career for herself. Marsha later calls Shiv to say that Logan will not be attending Shiv and Tom's wedding. Oh yeah, the play. At the party, Kendall meets with Stewie and Sandy, who want to buy out his share in Waystar for $500 million. A vengeful Kendall instead proposes a hostile takeover that will grant them a controlling interest in the company and name him CEO. Crazy ending that episode, right? I think, gut reaction, Prague I feel like Prague is still an A. Is it a stronger? Is it a weaker? Is it Prague compared to Sad Sack Wasp Trap? Damn. I'll leave it alone for now. Roman was one of the most loving, caring characters in the show, and I'll die on this hill. He definitely, there's an essay that I've pulled up a reference that says he's the most emotional character on the show, both for like good and bad reasons. Hey Kendall, Ted, Bill Gates. Tell Bill Gates my computer's fucked up from all the fucking updates. The little sibling bonding moments are my favorite bits. They never last, but it's so nice to see the sun break from the clouds. He was, and Marsha low key. Even Logan was worried about him in this guy. The Fly Guys. Oh, and the shot at the end, the silhouette shot of all the guys waiting for their rides, and Kendall's off to the side as he so often is. Like, I love that shot too. Tab's intro episode. The Roman dog. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. The whole bit where it's the Succession has this brutal. I think it's heralded a lot for never ever ever, aside from the opening credit sequence, which is just like family videos basically, no flashbacks, and like, you know, very rarely is it exposition like directly as such. Like literally it's exposition in the way that it's, oh, do you remember when? Oh, we all remember it differently. Well, actually I think it was like this. Well, no, it was kind of like that. Like, yeah, because it's introduced and the siblings downplay it as, oh, it was a game, and you know, you weren't locked in there, you wanted to be in there, and you know, chocolate cake and all this. But then by the end of it, Connor's like, no, but it was, you know, dad sent, or what was it he said, dad figured you send away the weakest, and then it can encourage a competition among the strongest, something to that effect. So it shows you the dynamics, like the family dynamics that like were set up by Logan in that household, and just how he would always pit the kids against each other, which Shiv goes further to confirm when they're doing the when she's doing her dad's like memorial speech in Church and State. Prague is a personal S tier. Okay with B tier for Prague. Really? See, look at that. S tier, B tier. Roman's dog cage memory. Cinematography in Prague is so great. Never identified with Connor more than in this episode. They all become the old guy at the at the sewer party eventually. Your friends keep telling people he's in love with them, and it's making people uncomfortable because you're just getting drunk, being like, "I love you." I'm gonna leave it at A for now. I'll say A. Then we get to prenuptial. The Roys gather at an English castle in preparation for Shiv and Tom's wedding. Shiv believes Logan will not be present, but Logan chooses to attend to avoid bad publicity. Just for, again, so much about the optics in this show. He's like, well, you know, I don't want to tell her. I don't want to tell her I want to go. Like, I need to go. I'll just go then. Kendall, Roman, and Shiv reunite with their mother, Caroline. Yeah, that's the first Caroline episode. Logan's second wife. Tom is surprised to find that Tabitha, the woman who performed fellatio on him at his bachelor party, is now dating Roman. Nate meets Tom and tells him of his history with Shiv. Tom confronts Shiv about her infidelity, but she denies it and instead asks to know the details of the cruises scandal, hoping to use it as political ammunition for Gil. Yeah, that's right. She was just trying to get him to like, fess up and incriminate himself. Greg later. Plus, at that point, I really wasn't like, was I trusting Shiv? I don't know. When she asked for that, for the ammunition, I was just like, Shiv, like, get your own. Like, what is this? Greg later spots Shiv and Nate together, but when he attempts to relay his suspicions to Tom the following morning, Tom attacks him. Yeah. It's like, shut up. Shiv tells Jerry that she will let the cruises scandal remain secret as long as ATN, Waystar's right-leaning news network, stops slandering Gil over his wife's suicide. I forgot Gil's wife committed suicide. Gil and Logan agree to a truce on these terms. That's right. There's the whole like walk in the there. He's talking about how America is like a fat, bloated thing compared to what it used to be. Kendall is told by Stewie and Sandy that their takeover of Waystar has been moved up to the day of Shiv's wedding, as they would have more leverage over Logan while he's out of the country. Why do I feel like prenuptial? Am I crazy to say it's like a high B? Like all those things happening, they're important, and I remember there were some moments that are like fairly impactful, but why do I feel like the vibe is like a high B? Am I crazy? Oh, I was like, immediately the first comment I see is Prague S tier. Well, not Prague S tier. Never mind. Sorry, I misread it. I'll have the episode as pure setup, but it's all still yeah. It's a setup episode for sure. B tier. Prenuptial is great, but it's so overshadowed by the finale. Oh yeah, 100%. Which, by the way, I can already tell you, I think pretty much every finale is gonna be S tier. It's just a matter of which one's better. Prenuptial is great, but yeah. So I would keep it at high B. It's in B tier, but it's like the highest of the B tiers so far. Now we have, oh god, we have the finale. this might be. Is this the highest? Which I'm curious. Which of out of all the episodes in my Succession playlist is the like the highest viewed one? Not that I have like a massive amount of viewers, but I mean anybody can see it publicly. But where's the playlist? Can I see the whole playlist? Okay. It might be well, it might be the episode 1 because everybody always watches episode 1 to decide if they love or hate you. In this case, people watched me, and lots of people are like, this bastard pauses way too much, and they just click away. But like after episode 1, 2 is still pretty good. 2.5, 2.9. Whose side are you on? 2.9. Nobody. 3.8. Nobody's ever missing. Okay, has the record right there. 3.8. 3.7. Safe room is pretty close. 3.8. 4.8. This is not for tears. That seems to be a fan favorite for show. 4.8 for this not for tears. I think we have a winner. 4.8. Even the finale, 2.9, 2.9. Yeah. 100%. Damn, really? Yeah. Highest view. Is that higher than the first one? The highest viewed episode of Succession, my reaction series, was in This Is Not for Tears. Okay. Just checking. But give me the finale here. What are the comments like? I forgot about this one. I drank and I dressed up for that one. Finale, baby. That'd be 4-3. Connor's wedding's my bet. You would think it'd be Connor's wedding. Connor's wedding's up there, but This Is Not for Tears, evidently, is everybody's like actual like everybody. I think the majority. From what I can tell from the comments, a majority of people as a whole like season 2 the most. But I think in terms of finales, people really like season 2's finale. People would go as far as to call like one of the best season finales for a show. Period. Guess it didn't kill anyone, but then maybe only lost a couple of thumbs. This guy. Yes, we have Nobody's Ever Missing. Kendall serves Logan his planned takeover bid. A furious Logan kicks him out but begins scrambling to get ahead of the situation. Now, that bathroom scene, by the way. I was so stressed. The printer? Oh my god. Yeah, we went to the wrong printer. I'm like, what do you mean the wrong printer? During the wedding, the siblings are infuriated to learn from Logan about Kendall's takeover plans. Shiv admits her infidelity to Tom and suggests that she is better suited for a non-monogamous relationship. Tom forgives her and later ejects Nate from the way. Put it back in the bottle, Nate. Put my wine back in the bottle. Outside the castle, Kendall does drugs with Andrew Dottie Dodds, a young waiter whom Logan had fired from the staff. Yeah, based on a tantrum, by the way. And the two drive off in search of cocaine. They swerve to avoid a deer and the car lands in the water, unable to save Dottie. Kendall flees the scene, returns to the wedding in shock. The police investigate the following morning, and Logan tells Kendall that he will make the case go away if Kendall calls off the takeover and attends rehab. Kendall obliges and breaks down crying in his father's arms. No question about it. The 110 is definitely S tier. And I think it might be cream of the crop so far. It might be cream of the crop. That's a really good, the family photo at the beginning where it's like, what was it? The argument about having Willa in the photo, and Connor is like, yeah, if you don't put Willa in the photo, I'm going to punch you in the nose, and I'm gonna like it. Does the whole thing like fights for her. Yeah. Oh my god, that finale was just like an emotionally draining gut punch by the end of it. Love it for the Caroline scenes. Also, Tom Greg ending. Finale, baby. Yeah, finale. Da. Season 2 is just banner after banner. This guy, you Machiavellian fuck. This Is Not for Tears is an all-timer. Tom standing up to Shiv, a discussion about who to throw overboard, Kendall's last truly emotional connecting chat with his dad, and the twist, the chef's kiss. Yeah, God. And it sets the stage for what is ultimately Ken's constant character arcs, by the way. And his, oh my god, I forgot, because we always talk about water, and I love so much in this series water in relation to Kendall's mental state. In particular, somebody drew a parallel between Kendall's mental state of like water being him surrounded by like they drew it to his father and his father's influence, and the farther he is away from the water, he's maybe he's like in the bathtub and he's just there's no water, or like season 2 only the head's poking above water, maybe he's fully submerged in it. And again, season 1 car wreck, he was doing so well, and then boom, he ends up like crashing and fully being submerged, and not even of his own accord, in water once again. The Connor president arc. But yeah, it's the first time we see Kendall's like, like rise, steam, and then self-destruction, and bottom of the barrel, then rise. Oh, is he gonna do it? And then no, he's right back down there. Just the whole ups and downs. Like, Kendall's such a tragic character to follow, and I thought, I remember as season 2 started, I was like, oh, cool, I can't wait for the arcs to start happening for Kendall, and he's gonna have a rise up story. Little did I know, but Tom gets screwed. Made me dislike Shiv so much. And Safe Room is the perfect regular episode. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that soon. Did anybody else think that Greg kind of low-key had a superpower for info gathering? I think he just like he is like he just observed. I think it's because he wasn't important enough. He was able to kind of slink by, and it's almost because he was so obvious about what he was doing that he just kind of seems like not much of a threat and very unassuming. I don't know. He just is like, I see what that guy's doing, and now I'm going to do it as well. Hello, fellow businessmen. Here's what I'm doing. Isn't that so? And then he would come back and be like, I have this info. Aren't I clever? Or I don't know. It's just the way that he did it. He learned how to do it, but the way that he did it was just very much not how everybody else was doing it. It was conniving, but not like he doesn't appear outwardly malicious, I guess. By the end, he learned to use it to translate the Swedes. Exactly. Dude, that was one of the smartest things Greg ever did. That's a new word for me. What is that? Onanism? The spilling of good seed? I love it, seeing a new word. Yeah, the water metaphor. Season 2 opening with Kenny Boy and his head barely above water. Connor's burner. Too much bread is my favorite. Okay, so that ended, and I was like, my God, you guys were so right about the show. Here we go. I hope Kendall gets the help that he needs. I was just like, I was so upset to see our boy, like he had it in hand, and he wrecked it for himself, because after being, taken down, because like Logan berated him emotionally in front of everybody else and like denounced him and all this type of stuff, and the only way that he can seek solace is with substance abuse, and then that's where the spiral came into play. And that whole scene where it's just like how Logan like just gracefully manipulates him. Crazy stuff. Okay, then we have season 2. So far, season 1, I mean, season 1 mostly A and S rank overall, but again, that could change. Sorry if this is going kind of slow. I guess we gotta give every episode its time in the spotlight, right? And as we get closer to 4, there'll be more and more recency bias. But the Summer Palace, 48 hours after Shiv and Tom's wedding, Kendall's pulled out of a rehab facility. I felt so bad for him, in Iceland, to give a public statement regarding his decision to back off from his role in the hostile takeover. Logan's financial advisor, Laird, suggests that he sell the company and name his successor. Crazy. Isn't that crazy? I almost forgot. Isn't that crazy how the strongest bit of financial advice that he gets it's what he ends up like all of a sudden, Mr. Roy, by season 4, you're of the opinion that it was all so fucking obvious, aren't you? My oh my. The fact that I forgot it was suggested so early on, and by the end of it he's like, I think it's a good time to sell the company. Like, despite going to rehab, Kendall continues to indulge his cocaine addiction and receives his deliveries from Greg. The Roys assemble for lunch at the family's summer home in the Hamptons. Logan is unable to extract an honest opinion from his children about whether he should sell the company. He has each of his children individually meet him in his office and offers Shiv the role of CEO during their meeting. That's right. Oh my God. And so the carrot and stick, he just shifts his attention and is just like, is this real? It's like, all for you, Pinky. This is real. This is reality now. Shiv is eager for the opportunity, but does not disclose it to Tom, only telling him that he has been promoted to ATN's chair of global. Man, crazy how then she gets him on that path, right? Because from ATN, yeah, he goes from there. ATN's chair of global broadcast news. That night, Logan flies Kendall to a meeting with Stewie and Sandy, who refuse to come to a compromise. The Summer Palace. And then there's also the whole bit with like the dead animal in the house, and then throwing out all that good seafood because of the stink, and then he blames the. Did the fans believe it was the contractor that he hired that was the one who planted the animal, or was that because he was like, no sir, not right, and like he ends up just not paying him and being like, oh, who's your lawyer, Mr. Magoo? Good luck suing me. I think the Summer Palace would be. But there's that good Pinky scene. Oh my, with Shiv. We're 2-1. God. I'm gonna put it in B, but I'm gonna put it the highest of the B's. Can I please? Because there's that really good scene between Logan and Shiv, and I don't know. What do people think? It's really funny how aware all the characters are about the others. Everyone knows Greg is an annoying leech. Roman tells Logan that Ken is going to implode in 3-1. Yeah, for real. Question: how many episodes have you actually rewatched? That's the thing. I didn't. Well, here's the thing. As I being a reactor and editing my own content, as I watched the show, I didn't just watch it all once. Like I watched the show, and then as you edit each episode and then upload it and then rewatch some, I've seen all the episodes in their entirety at least twice. At least twice. Some as many as 3 or more times. But it's a matter of like age now, right? Because now I've been watching some video essays that luckily that have been refreshing my memory and highlighting older episodes and moments that happened. And then what was the other part of that? Oh yeah, and watching some reactors react to the show and as they started up. So I'm like admittedly, my memory is not going to be as strong with some of the earlier seasons. I have recency bias, but I've watched them enough and I remember enough from them. But again, it's why this could change, and like there's so many variables, especially if I rewatch the entire show. I don't believe it was malicious, just Logan being an a-hole. Yeah, all right. Probably B tier. Oh yeah, see? The raccoons were in a bag, so I'm pretty sure it was the contractor. Interesting. See, we already have some discourse. Shiv and Logan, the best scene of that episode. Yes, for sure, for sure. Do I have a favorite video essayist for Succession? This would be a good time to kind of pull away and look at some of the ones that I have watched so far. There have been some good ones. What have I watched? This one was the first one that I watched. I liked it a lot. It's called The Succession Character You Never See, and it talks about how the show's direction, especially when it comes to intimate scenes, and how flawed and like it looks messy, but it's done so very purposefully in that way. Perfectly flawed, the character we never see, and it talks about some scenes with the camera. The camera almost is like it's like reacting to people as they like come in, or like focusing on certain reactions, and then it's which ties into some other video essays to talk about how Succession's almost not about what people say, but about how people say it and how they react to it. It's all about those reactions. We talk about those little emotional moments where you see a hint of doubt in somebody's eye, or a flick, or a glance, or like a smirk, or something like that. Observational cinematography is another section of that. Being part of certain like dinner table scenes, the value of subjectivity, because he brings Mindhunter into play. Mindhunter being one of my favorite shows of all time as well, but how that's more as well directed as that is, it's directed in a much more traditional manner as opposed to Succession. Breaking form, the value of subjectivity. So that was a good one. Of course, I had to go into Roman Roy, Succession's most sensitive character. I'm sorry if I'm blocking these YouTubers, by the way. I'll pull it up so you can see. Ethan Butler did one here about Roman Roy being the most sensitive character. I like this one. It's just a basic video going into Roman's character. I'm almost afraid to watch video essays. For one, this is my video essay, but I want to give credit to these people, but I also don't want to like trigger copyright or like somehow get this video like live taken down for showing too much of the show. Another one I watched was why Succession's final episode is so perfect, because a lot of I think when the episode came out, there was a surprising amount of controversy in it, and this kind of just goes into just how everything comes to a full head, and just how well it's done, and kind of addresses a lot of points from like different parts of the seasons leading up to the finale. But it's another good one about why the final episode works so well. And it is, as the writers and directors and everybody says, it's the encapsulation of like the final episode in a tragedy, like a full, just like the fall of the House of Roy, essentially. Like, another good one that I referenced a little bit earlier was by Nerd Writer here. Succession, Say What You Mean. A lot of these, what's cool about these is that there's some good like long ones too, like ones that are an hour plus. But some of these are like short. They're much more digestible, basically. But they focus on a concept or a character and expound upon that. But I love this one a lot because it talks about the language of Succession, and how in the show character. That's what I was talking about. How in the show sometimes it isn't even about what people are saying, because so often people just say stuff, and it can be weird sentences, it can be weird phrasing, it can be stuff that's even like throwaway, or just in Logan's case it can be stuff you say to kind of bait out a certain response. But it talks about the language of Succession, and how, again, it's more about like how the characters talk, what they're truly saying underneath, and how the show's characters speak through their reactions, essentially. So it's another good one about the language of that. This one I had to watch it because I always want, even if I don't agree, I want to hear the other choice. But Succession's best character, it's a video essay about Tom Wamsgans, and how out of all of them, this was this one's favorite. The intro of Tom, the Prague episode, Safe Room, a lot of people's favorites. What It Takes was a big one, and then so on and so forth. But this one was only made after season 3. And then, as you can see over here, plenty of people think that, why Tom made the right choice, how perfect sensitive performance and all of this. For a lot of people, Tom is people's favorites for sure. Another good one was just a general review by a Karsten Runquist, I believe. But it's just a review that goes over I think the show in its entirety. Yes. Intro, and he also did a video, like multiple videos, like series retrospections, which I don't think I watched the full no, did I watch the full retrospection? I might have. Anyway, but finale thoughts, side characters, talks about Jerry, Greg, Tom, all the main characters, general thoughts on it. It's another good one. Thomas Fight Love Succession. Love that one too. Just an observations essay on Shiv was one of my favorite character breakdowns. I might touch on that. I've only watched one of his after, because I saw Arthur. I saw you come in earlier at one point, and you mentioned that that was a channel that I hadn't watched yet. And I watched the one on Logan, and like how Logan manipulates people, and he's great. Honestly, this Irish fella had some it was 19 minutes that perfectly broke down Logan's tactics and how he operated in the show. I feel like and sure were never used. Never used yes once in the entire show. And it's like, oh, sure. Yeah, Logan just being like, what else is there? Succession's main character in painful detail. It's another good one, another little quick click, but this one talks about Kendall Roy, basically, and how in this person, in City's opinion, Kendall Roy is the main character of the show, which I feel like that's kind of how it is. Like, you could argue that Logan's the main character as well, but I mean, we literally start the show, well, technically we start the show with Logan pissing in a hallway, right? But I feel like in terms of giving us a character to follow and root for, it's so often Kendall, right? For all his blemishes, as it were. What Succession is really about. This one is also another really good one by One Take. It's an hour and a half, but going into the full series, we have an intro for the show. We talk about basically wealth, power, and politics. He breaks all that down. Goes into how you still can't buy happiness. It was warm in the light. Just really, really good one. The poison drips through. That was the worst part. The fact that he highlights how the poison of Logan Roy drips through to his kids, and especially Kendall, being some of these kids that were trying to do their own thing, while still being loved and respected by their father, and especially Kendall, who's trying to break away. And in his mind, he wanted to so much. It's the whole thing with the water. He wanted to separate, break away, rise above, come out of the water, and be his own person, but it just couldn't seem to get away. And by the time that he starts, like, then Logan's gone, sure, and then he's on the up and up. But again, the whole point of the video essay at that point is the poison drips through, and you start to see his father coming out of him, and it's just like, oh God, come on! Like, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, the number one boy. Succession reframes. Sometimes more is more. One of my favorite essays about the writing of Succession. It talks about language and subtext. Learn a lot from it. Yeah, by all means. I don't know if it'll let you post links in the chat, but send links my way. I'd love to see them. And then this is the one that I just watched after the recommendation by Arthur with Jepson Observation. Funny that I watched his last one first, but how Logan Roy manipulated everyone in Succession. Talks about his powers of manipulation, coercion, social pressure, competing rivals, pitting people against each other. And creating a false reality overall. But it's I'm gonna watch the rest of his for sure. These are really good essays. But anyway, back to it. Walter. We're in season 2. Gil tells Shiv he'd name her chief of staff if he won the presidential election, which is crazy, by the way. She turns that down eventually. Connor and Willow return to New York, where Connor prepares to announce his own bid for president, which also, I believe, came from the whole thing where it's, what episode was it? Was it at the wedding? Where Willow was like, yeah, well, Connor doesn't really do much. And he's like, I'm starting a podcast. What are you talking about? And then like 5 minutes later, he's like, Willow, I'm finally going to do something. I'm going to be president. Like, you could almost say Willa sparked that in him because she was like, oh, he doesn't do anything. And he's like, maybe I should do something. Conhead Army. Let's see. Logan suggests to Shiv that it would take 3 years for her to fully integrate into her CEO role. Although, to be fair, he's not entirely wrong, because although she has built up experience in the political realm, she's kind of banking on, like, just the fact that she wants it and a little bit of nepotism there. So, as much as I don't always agree with Logan and think that he often is just kind of using people, which he's still using Shiv, of course, for her skill sets and et cetera, but he's not entirely wrong. Like, she wants to just hop in as CEO with, like, no experience aside from, oh, as kids, we played outside daddy's office. Like, it's a lot. Tom tasks Greg with rooting out inefficiencies in ATN's operations, despite Greg's reluctance to work for the network. Logan has Kendall and Roman review Walter's performance. Again, this whole thing here talks about competing rivals, and that video essay that was mentioned earlier talks about that's how Logan operates. Logan knows what he wants to do. He doesn't want Walter. He wants to get rid of it, like gut it and move on. But in order for it to seem like it's not really his direct idea and not a direct, like, decision of malice against Kendall, he makes it seem as if, oh, Kendall and Roman, I want you both to go in here and report back. It just so happens that what Roman brings back, like, happens just to fit into the narrative that Logan kind of already had in mind. And then that's when then ultimate power play forces Kendall to go gut his baby, which, again, in that video essay, someone pointed out, Kendall acquiring Walter for Waystar is, like, the biggest and really, like, the only thing he's done, like, for the company. And in terms of his, like, career, like, that's the thing he's done, is he bought Walter. And that's after cramming, like, overpaying, by the way, cramming him so much down his throat. But Roman reports to Logan that its business is failing and its employees went to unionize. Logan sides with Roman and tasks Kendall with closing down Walter. Which, by the way, that scene where he's like, the guy spits in Kendall's face. He's like, "That's all you got." Why are you doing this? Because my dad told me to. Because your dad told you to? Like, great scenes again. Shiv tells Tom that Logan offered her the role of CEO, which puts Tom's ambitions to inherit the company in jeopardy. Shiv assures him that his inheritance is safe. Shiv later quits Gil's campaign. Kendall terminates Walter's staff, flatly telling Lawrence that he is doing so on his father's orders. Walter. Ooh, honestly, Where'd it go? This is 202. I would say, ooh, mid B? Nah, mid B. Maybe not as good as. Ooh, is it? Where is it? But prenuptial though. I think the Summer Palace is still better. Walter's so good though. I think Walter's got some really good moments. Some moments that had me reacting up a storm. But prenuptial is more of a setup. Episode 2. Might we be putting this above prenuptial? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. Kendall could never escape himself. Oh, for real, for real. Oh, by the way, I never asked. By the stream sounds fine, right? Like in terms of my audio and all that, is it not too loud, not too quiet? I can make any changes you guys want me to make. Please let me know. While Logan was alive, Ken wanted nothing more than to be free from his dad's shadow. However, afterwards, he always would say, "What would Dad do?" Connor wiped the floor with Gil rhetorically in the end of season 1. That inspired him to campaign. Yeah. Gil just wanted to get away. Oh, it's right, because they went into a debate and like they thought he wiped the floor and he was like, "Man, I should do this." That's right. Gil was lucky that wasn't televised. Conheads would have loved that debate. I swear to God. Lawrence should have voted with Kendall. He's silly for asking why. Yeah, the fact where it's like he's surprised that Kendall's doing what his dad tells him to do right now. Also, Kendall lied. Not Kendall. Lawrence lied about his numbers. Like he fibbed, which everybody apparently is a big thing for tech companies to do. Like in general, I'm sure, but in this show, for real. Is this the episode that ended with the hug from Shiv where he says it ain't gonna be me? No, that's later on. A tier? I mean, I potentially I could be swayed for A tier, but I think that it's Volter compared to like Prague and I Went to Market, Shit Show, Sad Sack at the like, and then even the Summer Palace. Like, is Volter better than the Summer Palace? I don't know. It's almost like we go back and forth between like the best episodes are like, it's like the really good episodes are either corporate or family, and the best episodes slam the two together. I think. I might change. We'll see. Let's keep going. Hunting. Oh, God. A little bit of more on the floor. Logan plans to acquire rival media giant I Want Pierce against the counsel of his peers and family and rehires Frank. Again? Jesus, how many times does it rehire Frank? Due to his friendship with the head of its board. Oh, yeah, that's why. The family departs in a hunting retreat in Hungary. On the way, Logan is furious to learn that someone disclosed info on him to author Michelle Pancil, who is writing an unauthorized biography on him. While hunting, Greg confides to Tom that he met with Pancil. Oh, that's right. Greg is the one that... Oh, at the beginning of the episode, right, where it's like... where she's like, it's on the record. She's like, well, it is on the record. You just said it. And begs him to keep it a secret. Connor announces his presidential bid on a platform against taxation. And is that the episode where he's like... And whose hand is in... And who is that? Uncle Sam. And whose hand is in my pants? No. Who is that? Whose hand is that? How does he say it again? Who is that? Uncle Sam. Where's his hand? In my pants. Shiv has a one-night stand while Tom is away. During Din Din, Logan finds out that PGM is already aware of his plans and subjects Greg, Tom, and Carl to a vicious hazing ritual called Bore on the Floor until the source comes forth. Kendall finds out that it was Roman who privately reached out to Pierce's. The next morning, Logan learns that Mo, a recently deceased board member, talked to Pancil, absolving Greg of suspicion. Frank informs Logan... That's right, I forgot about that. Frank informs Logan that PGM's CEO is interested in a meeting. Logan tells Shiv it is time to bring her into the company. Ooh, man, oh man. That's the one where everybody in the comments was like, Logan Roy firing on all cylinders. Again, I'm sorry that I keep forgetting to read these comments. Hunting. Logan's reaction to Mo riding out on cruises had me dying. That's right. Oh yeah, where it's is that what I think it is? Like it talks about it at breakfast? No, it's something else I'm thinking of. No, it is breakfast because he's like, who did it, Mo? And it's like, well, Like he starts to get angered, and then like Mo's dead, and he's like, "Oh well, what a shame." Logan impression has me rolling. Low. Tom and Greg's relationship really comes into full bloom. Roman genuinely likes the Pierce theme because Logan is for it. I think Logan is pretty much the most loyal to his family unit and the company. While he fears his dad, he does genuinely love him, and I think the most out of all of his siblings. Yeah, he does. Even in death, like he won. Like Kendall thinks news in general is prehistoric, and he is still sad about the Volter situation. Shiv gets a lot of hate through the entire fandom, so I don't like to pile on the comments, but I really do like her character. She's one of the most polarizing female characters we've seen in recent years, and Sarah Snook plays her brilliantly. Her feelings for Tom are complex because I think she would rather believe that Tom is using her because it makes more sense and she doesn't want to get hurt. For her, it's almost like she would rather him be using her in the way she's using him. She thinks the relationship is transactional. Shiv plays her role well and does what other characters try to do, except she's more successful at it so far. Tom's relationship with Greg mirrors his relationship with Shiv. The dynamic is funnier, I guess, but Tom is very dependent on Greg because he gets so much shit from the family. So Greg is like his punching bag and someone who he keeps around to feel superior to. The season really takes off from here with the Pierce storyline. I think someone said it was a little bit too cringy, if anything. There's some reactors that enjoy and laugh at things, and that turned my stomach in this episode. This one where I fully became anti-Logan. He might have built an empire from nothing, but he dehumanizes his employees and his kids. Shiv doesn't make the correct assessment of the situation. Waystar Royco is like Fox Studios and Disney. With theme parks cruises, ATN is Waystar's moneymaker, while PGM, while being a big name in news market, is nothing compared to Waystar as a whole. Let's see. She has this assessment wrong because of not having experienced business. Others are doubtful. Shiv is bringing to the relationship what she's seen Logan do. I've always been of the belief that Shiv loves Tom more than he loves her. He's head of ATN now and gets the money too, and has always thought that Shiv will get him CEO, while Shiv gets only an open relationship out of this. Many men would be okay with getting money and being in an open relationship too, etc., etc. It does matter to Logan that he worked his way up from virtual poverty, while his kids and everyone else around him are born rich. That's why he sees himself as a good dad, because he thinks billions of dollars as a substitute for parental love. It's also why, as eldest boy, I love it. It's also why, as Kendall pointed out, he is jealous and hateful of what he gave his kids, and why they were never going to be as good as him in his mind. I forgot, my guy told me my eyes were really stunning. Thank you. It's so funny how you call Raw. Yeah, for so many, I was so confused as to what Roman's name was for the first 2 seasons, especially because like Logan kept calling him Romulus. You doing hyperdecant? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. Hunting. Oh hell. Damn, man. I might have to go to the comments for this one. Volter's Peak. Just want to say D or C doesn't mean bad. Yeah, exactly. That's very true. But you can't help but have the negative connotation, right? Season 2 from episode 4 through 10, just banner after banner. Hunting, I was hooked forever. Tom protecting Greg. Yeah, I was very surprised that Tom protected Greg. Someone said Hunting is S tier. B or C. I think it's a B episode. Born on the Floor scene brings it up to an A. You know who drinks milk? Kittens and perverts. This episode is where I knew this one was one of the, I mean, you really see how much control Logan really has. Love that defensive Shiv. Yeah. The scene where Tom is telling Logan about Pierce, one of the most underrated scenes, absolute cinema. In my opinion, Born on the Floor required more suspension of disbelief for a show that is otherwise pretty rooted in reality. Man, what happened? So much stuff happens too. Hunting trip, Pierce and PGM comes into play. The whole Born on the Floor hazing thing, trying to figure out who wrote it. The ultimate reveal that that's the crazy thing. The ultimate reveal that even though Roman did make a call. And then Roman called Pierce But then Candle's able to like kind of throw him under the bus for that. We learned that Greg did talk to Pencil, not Pencil, but we learned instead that really truly it was Mo before he died, like gave up the dirty gravy. I think, damn, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Let's, but and then would you put it above? You know what? Okay. I would consider. I don't know. My gut's telling me. What if I put? Damn. What if I put the Summer Palace at low A? I keep Walter at high B, and prenuptial, and then maybe we move hunting to like mid B territory. Maybe. Can you please? There we go. Maybe. So tricky, man. Man, this is the first time I've ever done a tier list for something. This stuff is like you got you. I'm a chronic overthinker. This stuff has me stressing. I think it's a C episode that gets brought to B by Bore on the Floor. Episode where Jerry became my favorite. Everyone always says Logan spared Jerry from Bore on the Floor, but it was the opposite. Jerry would never walk to the other side of that room, and Logan knows that, not because she wouldn't grovel, but because she can't afford to. She's a woman. Her career would be over. Logan also bullies Tom in the episode by saying something along the lines of, when are you giving me a grandson? Are you shooting blanks? Which is crazy knowing about Kendall's problems with that. I think Bore on the Floor would definitely happen. Yeah, for sure. But he still made her get up, and then you see her reach out to Roman and starting to plot her little rise to the top. Yeah. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm gonna hate it, but I might have to like settle more. I don't know if I'll have to break out a D tier. Ooh, maybe we do break out a D tier. What if I said like D tier, and then I were to say, oh, that opens up the floor so much more. What if we still? All right. What if we say the Summer Palace, Walter, and then we put like. Oh my god, I was gonna say hunting and lifeboats at sea. I don't know if hunting needs to go that far down though. That's the thing. Summer Palace, Walter, prenuptial. What if we kept hunting in low B and prenuptial? Will we put prenuptial above hunting? Maybe not. What if I put it? Okay, man, it might be hot takes. Prenuptials, top of the sea, right above lifeboats, and B. See, I think you guys are right. We finally have to break out a D tier, and then B. Summer Palace is still like up there with Walter and hunting trailing shortly behind. Billions are on the line, plus the blackmail Logan just revealed to all of them. Bore on the Floor confirmed. Succession is so interesting because it's one of the very few modern examples of a show actually being subtle and examining gender role. Yes. You see, you don't have to have someone be like you don't have to have like The Boys makes fun of it. Like the TV show The Boys makes fun of like what Marvel does. Like as much as I loved Marvel having the scene in Endgame where it's all the women characters together, and of course you're cheering for it. You realize it was a manufactured moment, right? Like, I think like I was talking about this in my review for what did I just review recently? For Maxine, because I wanted to love Maxine and I was disappointed. I love women in horror. Give me a very well written, badass, strong, powerful, like a female hero, heroine, final girl or whatever. But I like to see them be able to do it through like good writing and their actions and decisions and just naturally. But yeah, I don't like it when it's shoehorned, when the message when the message you're trying to get across, or in this case like gender roles and especially like in like America, corporate landscape, and society, like by all means these are very important things for us to be relevant of and to talk about, but you can be very obvious about it. But I agree with the comment where it's like, no, this show does a very good job of show not tell, and it's the subtleties in its writing or how people treat each other, react, and sometimes it's like very obvious, sure, but like other times not so much. Hunting, no, I'm sorry, it might change. Maybe add A plus. I think I think that's the thing is I think these being the these being the gradient that it is, you think B, C, and D are negative, but like, you know what? Yeah, what if we change it to, all right, hang on. Number, hang on. Number one boy, uh, S, S tier, still S tier, uh, A plus, uh, um, good stuff, and where else am I gonna put it? Perfect. There we go. Number one boy, still S tier episodes, A plus stuff, good stuff, and then yeah, there you go. Perfect. There we go. C C is Conhead tier. Con good stuff. It's tempting. Conhead tier. Rename D to still good. Yeah. The woman scene in Endgame is just the woman scene in Infinity War done worse. Yeah. It's like in the boy the boys just make fun of it. They're like, wow, girls do get it done. So baffling why the same writers decided to add the same shot but worse. They wrote both movies at the same time. That's for real. Easter was organic in Infinity War. Yeah. All right, moving on. If anybody was stuck around for all this, by the way, thank you. Like crazy, but thank you. Like we're already, bro, I'm already almost 2 hours in and we're not even done with the episode tier. Well, this is the hardest part, I think. I think going over each episode, recap, and then ranking them is the hardest part. It'll all be downhill from here. Now we have, I think we already know, but now we have Safe Room. I'm not gonna lie, this is a hot take. When I first watched Safe Room, I really enjoyed it, but I didn't love it as much as everybody. Like everybody hyped the hell out of Safe Room, and they're like, "Oh my god, one of the best episodes of the series." And I really enjoyed it, but I didn't love it. But I think as time has gone on, I've probably grown up to appreciate it more, and especially the water, the actual Safe Room scene and the writing. Logan and Kendall meet with Rhea Jarrell, CEO of PGM, who relays the Pierce family's disinterest in selling their company. Tom investigates ATN anchor Mark Ravenhead, an alleged Nazi sympathizer, but their meeting is cut short by the sound of a gunshot, which ended up being an employee taking themselves out, which I think we found later was the employee that Tom was using as a human footstool. Boy, oh boy. The building's occupant. So the way everything ties in this episode is brilliant, by the way. I think it's part of it is I didn't realize how much tied together until people told me in the comments and like later on. The building's occupants are ushered into a panic room where Kendall and Logan sway Rhea with a $24 billion offer for PGM, which she agrees to pass on to the Pierces. Ah, I remember that, yeah. The source of the gunshot is found to have been an ATN employee who committed suicide in his office. Greg reveals to, and the fact that, by the way, that you can get a gun like through security into like ATN says a lot about the, just Greg reveals to Tom that he kept copies of the cruise's documents and blackmails him into giving him a promotion, and he gets congratulated for doing so. That's the other part. I think it's why Greg goes so far. Is every time that he plays the game that everybody else is playing, when he does it, he is congratulated, he is encouraged, and he is rewarded. So why wouldn't he become the thing that like Ewing warned him of becoming? Connor and Willa attend real name Mo Lester McClintock's funeral, where we find out that Connor was interested in politics at a very young age. I found that comment is everywhere online, by the way. Pencil is present and impresses Connor on his association with Lester, a known sexual predator, but Willa helps rewrite Connor's eulogy to avoid him being entrapped by Pencil. Yeah, Willa did come in clutch, didn't she? Roman, following Jerry's advice on how to earn his father's respect, enrolls in Waystar's management training team, which would have been good for him, I think. He later finds himself sexually aroused when Jerry scolds him over the phone. Kendall tearfully confides to Shiv his belief that his loyalty to Logan is all he is worth. Isn't it in the safe room where, that's the one where Kendall's like, it ain't gonna be me? I got very close to crying, like, big time in that one. I fell asleep at 10 p.m. after a long day of being an extra and eating garbage. Woke up at 2 a.m. It's almost 5 now. Still can't sleep. Thanks for the stream. Oh, being an extra? That's sick, man. I'd love to be involved in that. It's 5 a.m. right now. Where are you right now, man? I'm over in the U.S. of. It's always curious to see how many people are like. Drop in the comments where you're from, by the way, without doxing yourself, of course. But like, I'm in Tennessee in the United States, and I mean, like, take it for what you will. I wish it was New York or Chicago or something like that. But I'm in the U.S. But some of my viewership is not, and it's really cool to see that. Germany. Oh, sprechen Sie Deutsch? That's all I know. This episode has everything. It really does. It's got a little everything for everyone. Really makes you feel like Spider-Man. You're gonna re-upload this, right? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna be. I don't know how this all work. I hope I don't lose all this, but I believe that I can just like have this as a accessible video, and I can re-upload it as well on my channel. Every character had their moment. There was good balance in this episode for sure. Did I know that Conroy was interested in politics at a very young age? I did not. That's an interesting factoid right there. Love the safe room, the tension from Kendall. I love the whole like the the real safe room and the fake safe room. What are they? A small attack child. Like a small person could fit in that hole. Yeah, a small person and attack child. The blackmail exchange between Tom and Greg is just the best. I'll never tell. Yeah. Spain? Oh man, we got Spain, Germany, Dallas, Texas, Western New York. I'm in the Succession state. The Netherlands? Oh, dude, Portugal. Oh, dude, this is rad. Hell yeah, man. The big adventure of being German is that you catch all the Nazi references in Succession. Oh no. Oh, 9. There you go. San Antonio. Boy, oh boy. It's crazy that I feel like more people are watching this out of my country at like crazy times. It's like, oh, it's 4 a.m. and I saw this come up, rather than people in the country being. Well, I mean, there's some people in the country, obviously, but oh, Canada. Ah, shit, we got the Trailer Park Boys here. Hell yeah. Just crazy. Someone's like, yeah, it's 5 a.m. It's 4 a.m. here, but I'm watching. Like, you know what? Good morning. Or in the case of Seria, Guten Tag. Well, no, I do know Guten Tag, meine Fraulein. I don't know. I played Wolfenstein, picked up a little bit, but that's probably not the best the best learning example. Safe room, I got to admit, safe room. Yeah, in retrospect, safe room, #1 boy territory. But I think I put it #3 for me. Oh wait, do I? I think all the finales are probably going to be the best ones. Is Safe Room better than Which Side Are You On? I'm going to say, my personal opinion, no. It's very good. Oh, but I love the last shot, too, because he was feeling suicidal, and then the whole looking out over the city, and then Logan thinks the best way he can help with that is to install the oh my god, literally like the glass cage. The symbolism in the shot there was beautiful and just all came full circle. But the last shot of episode 6 is also really good, and I was on more pins and needles for episode 6. I think I mean I would put them like pretty much tied, maybe, honestly, but Safe Room is up there for sure. Chile, we have Insomnia. Who do you think you're talking to? Do you see this? You know, like turn off the light real quick. Like, can you? No, the light made it better. The light made it better. You think I don't? My sleeping habits are, for someone who has a 9 to 5 and does all this, like, I'm lucky if I'm in bed before midnight every night, even if I have to be up at like 4 or 5 the next day. I have a hard time falling asleep. I have a hard time waking up. Staying asleep, I can do. That's the curse of it. I can stay asleep. Like, if you wake me up out of, like, first of all, you gotta bring a hurricane in to wake me up. And then once you do, staying awake is the issue. I can just go right back to sleep. But trying to get to sleep, oh my god. And there's so much to do. The mind races. There's so much to do and think about. Are you kidding me? We are the European Vikings raiding the American stream like season 4 or something like that. Yeah. Talk about underutilized characters. I would have loved to have seen more of that Oscar fellow. What can I say? I really liked Succession. I really enjoyed your reaction. I appreciate it. Again, I cannot appreciate more like that's why I'm glad I'm doing this like on a live stream as well and having the conversation here. Like it's one thing to record and post, and then I've never like my videos never been super big on YouTube. I've only just now, after 13 years, started. We've hit 3,000 subscribers. I've been like amassing a small but somewhat like loyal and very outspoken. Like I love the following. What I'm saying, there's a community slowly building here, but I can't begin to express the appreciation I have, like that we're having these talks and that I'm able to have these experiences, talk about them, share them with everybody. And yeah, I grew up watching like reaction content and content creators and streamers and all this type of stuff, and I this is my world, is media and cinema, movies, TV, games, all that quite literally saved my life. So to be able to put this out there and find people out, because sometimes in your personal life you don't always have people that'll like you'll be able to connect with on that level, and I have some in my real life, but to be able to put out there what you love, like I just make the content that I would watch, that I love to make, and then people find that, and then here we are. And it's just like how serendipitous. This is sick. I love it. It's great. I'm eternally grateful and shall forever be. Safe Room has the best Connor subplot and is probably the funniest Tom episode. It's up there. I would say it's the funniest Connor episode, but his eulogy moved me to tears. When a man dies, it is sad. No wonder they didn't want Connor doing a eulogy. It would have ruined the whole business making mood. Tom, we're friends. You're one of my best friends. We're getting pelted with water bottles. Yeah, Tom, no. You don't know what you're doing. Now she is sad. Then he cheated on my mother and sent her to the asylum and remarried to Caroline. Now she's sad. Tom's conversation with Ravenhead was hysterical and so disturbing. Yeah, for sure. Number one boy tier. I'm gonna leave right under which side are you on. That means it is not like any less good. It's still up there. Turnhaven. The Roys. Another really good dinner table scene. The Roys spend a weekend with the Pierces at their family estate. Conversations between the families become increasingly tense and culminate when matriarch Nan Pierce asks Logan during dinner who will replace him as CEO. I literally one of the moments in the show that like I caught my breath, like when Shiv's like, "Oh, come on, Dad, just tell him it's gonna be me." I was just like, I forgot to breathe for a minute. I was just so like, oh. Kendall indulges in drugs and sex with Nan's cousin Naomi, a fellow recovering addict. She admits she despises the Roys and Waystar for running tabloids on her during her troubled past, and that she came to ensure that the acquisition fails. However, Kendall convinces her that the money from the deal could free her from the entanglements of a family business. The following morning, Nan, on Naomi's advice, agrees to sell PGM to the Roys on the condition that Shiv be named Logan's successor on the day of the merger. Logan refuses and calls off the deal. However, he receives a call soon after saying the Pierces have changed their mind. That's right, and he's like, "You're fucking right, they did." Like, can't turn down the money. Can't turn down the money. Again, and I love the examples of how like there's hypocrites on both the left and right sides of the aisle, because everything from the dinner bit where it's like who really makes the dinner in the kitchen, and then as they bring it out, they hand it over to Nan, who's like, "Oh, we made this lovely feast for you." Or at one point, she's like, knowing she can't take her up on the offer, she's like, "Oh, won't you please have a drink with us?" It's like, "Oh, no, I can't." "Oh, well, you never do anything nice for yourself. What a shame. What a pity." All performative, but like, you get what I'm saying. And then even right there, she's like, "Oh, well, we'll accept the bid, but make Shiv the CEO." And when he's like, "Absolutely not," she's like, "Well, we do still $24 billion. I think we could really still use the money." And he's just like, "You're damn right." Click. Like, yeah, it's great. Calls out the hypocrisy of Nan Pierce. And we see it again when she pops up for her cameo at the last season. Let's see. Turnhaven. I think Turnhaven is introducing that dynamic, having the characters. Also, how like ungrateful Logan and unknowing Logan, since Kendall's in Papa's pocket for all of season 2, like I think the deal wouldn't have gone through if it wasn't for Kendall, because they even confirm it, like they even reiterate it right there. Like Kendall had that conversation with Naomi, and Naomi heavily influenced Nan's like final decision on the whole matter. Turnhaven, I think is ooh. I think potentially it might overshadow 1-2 at S tier. I think it's up there. I think it's in the same ballpark as all of these, and but better than shit show for sure, but still overshadowed by like the number one boy tier. But I would comfortably put that in S tier. I think yeah. Let's go with S tier. Tom's go. I always think how pissed I'd be to be Carl or Frank or Jerry, who just work their butts off and have to give way to 3, sometimes 4 entitled erratic kids to make important business calls. Oh, 100%. Carl and Jerry go absolutely feral once Logan's out of the picture. Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave that at S tier. Argestes. The Royals attend Argestes, an international business conference where they plan to finalize their agreement with the Pierces. However, they learn that New York Magazine has received a tip on the cruise line scandal and plans to publish an expose within the next 36 to 48 hours. Despite the Roy's attempt to block the story's publication, it goes online the following morning while Logan and Kendall, oh, the dinner table scene, I remember that, meet with Nan and Rhea. Shiv meets privately with Rhea, who admits that she wants the Waystar PAGM acquisition to succeed regardless of the scandal. Roman attempts to secure an investment from Azerbaijani aristocrat Edward Asgarov. I completely forgot about him, by the way. Like, he's in the character ranking, and I was like, who's this guy again? Who agrees to provide his family's money if Waystar runs propaganda on behalf of his home country. Kendall, Roman, and Shiv take the stage for a scheduled panel discussion. Oh, yeah, the panel, where Shiv shocks the audience when she makes comments seemingly suggesting that Logan should step down from the company. An argument ensues after the event, during which Logan strikes Roman. Nan decides to call off the acquisition and fires Rhea for oh man, that really was a good I forgot how good that episode was. Oh my god. Dude, when we see Logan, like I don't know if you call that Logan getting truly fucked, but Logan is just like, he's just like, we're not done here, and like running after a car. Like, I don't think we ever see Logan as desperate or like just like full dinosaur mode as we do in that moment. Perhaps Argestes. Oh man, I forget about. I think that's why I'm glad that I'm rereading the articles. As I reread, it instantly triggers the memories of each of these episodes and how I felt about them, and helps me recontextualize the episode for the sake of the tier list. Oh, hell though. Do I dare? Argestes. I'm thinking, man, we're gonna run out of room. I'm thinking it's right up there with Turnhaven, man. It is right up there in S tier with Turnhaven. It's like neck and neck. I think. Ooh. Or is it above? Because that ending too, like really, like so much happens. It's so dramatic. Is Argestes above Turnhaven? Is Argestes like top of the S tier rank? This is the episode where Logan backhands Roman and then gaslights him yeah, exactly. It's like, that's not something, because that's not something I did. Did I even make contact? I mean, I just, it's like, love the panel. Yeah, the panel, the whole bit where she's like, oh, I'll get the dinosaurs out of there. Yeah. Episode was peak succession, stress, comedy, drama. Oh my god, I forgot. Thank you for the reminder. We here for you. Dude, yeah, 100% that. Everything combined, I think Argestes is like top of the S tier for me right there. We here for you. No, we hear you. We here for you. We here for you. Logan hitting Roman when he's mad at Shiv was so violent, heartbreaking. One scene and you get so much character insight on both of them. Yeah, exactly. Which also shows, like, hints at a like that's not the first time that it's happened, and then just the abusive past. And then again, Kendall, even Ken being in Papa's pocket for all of season 2, he still immediately snaps into sibling mode where it's like, hey, you do not do, like the same way that he did when he struck Iverson. Like, yeah, again, it's like when it comes to the emotional moments, the siblings like try to stick up for each other, right? Because you have Roman hearing about Kendall getting high and like with the other druggies, and then he goes to get him, and you have like Kendall coming to Roman's aid when he gets struck right here. You have Shiv giving what's almost a foreign concept to these kids a hug, giving a hug to Kendall when he says it ain't gonna be me. And then just other moments where it's like you have the season 3 finale when it's the comforting Kendall when he confesses to killing, like being responsible for the waiter's death, and then they all are like making like Roman cracks wise, and Shiv offers like they offer like sympathy for him in that moment, and just a moment of like sibling bonds, or I guess just comfort. And then obviously the funeral, when like in the granted Kendall scolds Roman later after the funeral, but in the moment of the funeral, where Roman's like, "Can you come here, please?" and starts breaking down, they immediately come. Did I hear something? Weird. Intruder. They immediately come to his aid right there. So, what else was there? I'm a big fan of all your money. Yeah, keep it an S tier for sure. What else is there? Return. Oh, that was another like emotional one. Sandy and Stewie launch a public smear campaign against Waystar in the wake of the cruises scandal. Logan, Kendall, and Roman travel to London to secure shareholder support from Caroline. Logan invites Rhea along to aid in strategy, and the two spend the night together. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Still in plot. Like, I wonder if they like. It's never. It's like Logan and his like flights of fancy. They're never really fully confirmed, but it's always very heavily suggested. Shiv arrives in London and meets with Rhea, who proposes that Shiv becomes CEO of PGM. Dude, another offer. Like, first, like secretary. What was it? Secretary of State earlier. Now it's CEO of PGM. Shiv is not opposed to the idea, but remains suspicious of Rhea's motives. Shiv and Roman meet Caroline, who agrees to vote her shares with the family for a payout of $20 million, and her children visiting her every Christmas. Mostly about the money. Sandy and Stewie run tabloids suggesting that Dottie's death was a suicide triggered by Logan's bullying. Logan has Kendall come along to visit Dottie's family to sort out the situation. Kendall is thoroughly shaken and revisits and that was punishment, by the way, and revisits the house that night to secretly deliver cash to the family. He attempts to confide his guilt to Carolyn, but she's like, let's talk about it in the morning, leaves, but she neglects to make herself available. Tom faces an internal investigation into the cruises incident. He forces Greg to burn the latter copies of the documents, though Greg covertly recovers some of them. Logan accuses Shiv of disloyalty for considering PGM proposition. Shiv begins to suspect that Rhea may be plotting to take over the company. That's right, because at the end, she's like, we may have a problem here. I think Return is... I'd be tempted to call it like a low A, maybe. It's either a low A or it's like good stuff, I think. I think it would be good stuff, but there's moments such as the returning to the house and Kendall's headspace and getting more insight into like mom and the emotional like unavailability, the offer made to Shiv, and just the whole like corporate like back and forth and everything. Back to sleep now. Oh yeah, but guys, please sleep if you can. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, everybody. If you want to get some shut eye. Hope you have a successionful night. Heard that this guy they're gonna reference season 4 with the weird election thing in November. Oh, is that right? Oh no. That's fun. Damn, we live in hell. I'm gonna leave too. Everybody have a good day, night, whatever. Yeah, everybody take care. Good but setup episode. Yeah, I could see it as a setup episode mostly. Carolyn's such a bad mom. At least she knows it too, but still, running away from a heart to heart with your son is wild. Yeah, I'd agree. crazy. Yeah, I would keep that at I keep that at low A plus. You know what? Like, yeah, let's do low A plus. I feel like other episodes are gonna eventually. Two has a lot of bangers. I feel like by the time that we get to three, we might have some more stuff for just good stuff. We have Dundee. Rhea organizes a celebration for Logan's 50th anniversary at Waystar in his hometown of Dundee, Scotland. Shiv, now intensely suspicious of Rhea, schemes with her siblings to sabotage Rhea's chances of being named Logan's successor, which they do very well. Though they play along in hazing Rhea, none of the other Roy children are genuinely opposed to having her take over as CEO. Ewing arrives in Dundee and warns Greg that he will relinquish his $250 million inheritance unless the latter stops working for Logan. Which in the long run, I think, do you guys think, like, what do you guys think about that decision? Because technically, with Greg being kept in Tom's pocket, you know, morally, he might not be the best person in the world, but I think technically, like, Greg's taken care of for, you know, foreseeable future, maybe. But then again, yeah, $250 million is, yeah, it's a lot. So Jerry and other company advisors inform Shiv that a whistleblower plans to go public with details of the cruise's incident and is refusing to take a payout. Realizing that Rhea will bear the burden of the scandal as CEO, Shiv gives Logan her approval to name Rhea as his successor, which he does during a speech prior to his plaque unveiling ceremony, which is wild, by the way. Marcia, feeling betrayed, leaves the event. Ewing confronts his brother at the ceremony in a great ending scene and warns him that he will face a reckoning. I think Dundee, again, a lot happens. I love the setting of the whole like anniversary and this it's like Ozymandias, right? Like I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look at my works in despair. All that lies before. All that is here. Like all that remains before. I always forget how the ending goes, but like look at my works basically. And it's like yeah, you have this whole. I mean, what Ewing phrases it by the end. He's just like, yo, you know, this Rose wasn't your fault, but this empire of shit, this is all on you. But then again, Ewing and Logan scenes are always like a masterclass of two actors in a scene together. Oh, and of course L to the OG. How could I forget L to the OG? He is the OG. One last thing. Carolyn does not fuck with Ken at all. In general, it's crazy. Yeah, for real. Greg absolutely chose wrong. That is fair. Like $250 million. To be fair, James Cromwell is pretty sturdy. 84 and still going strong. My boy Squiggle cooked this one up for me. Dude, I almost want to add Squiggle into the character the character tier list low key, but I think Dundee is I think it's really really good. Oh man. Do I dare? Do I dare put it in S tier? I think it's better than I think that's an appropriate spot. I think. But like Argestes and Turnhaven are so strong, but is Dundee better than it's all part of the same arc, really. These are all kind of on the same level, right? But just like if I gun to my head, Argestes, Turnhaven, L to the OG, I think. I think it's got just a lot to get. Like for one, L to the OG is great. I love the ending scene with Ewan when it comes to the whole like your empire of shit and the controversy, and then Marcia getting like that's the first time we've seen Marcia turn her back on Logan, I think, and him like announcing Rhea as the successor is crazy. And the kids banding together because they're like, you know, whenever we see the siblings get together for like a common shared interest and goal, that's always like something I like to see as well. Dundee ending his peak. Yeah, I put it up there. Squiggle belongs in the none of the screen time, all the plot relevance square. Yeah, yeah. My boy Squiggle. I feel confident putting it kind of smack dab in the middle of S tier if I like gut reaction, I think. Again, I perhaps I rewatch this entire thing and I feel differently, but who knows. DC. The only video that I ever had get taken down after I put it up, but it was just because I just had to re-edit some stuff. But The company whistleblower gives a televised interview implicating Jerry, Tom, and Kendall in the cover up of the crimes committed aboard the company cruise lines. Gil compels the Roys to testify before the Senate. Tom is the first, oh my god, all the testimonies. Tom is the first to be called to the stand alongside Jerry and performs disastrously. Shiv attempts to leverage her past connection to Gil and learns that he has a new witness. Shiv, oh, in that scene though. Shiv meets with the woman Kira and talks her out of testifying by warning her that her allegations will follow her for the rest of her life. Logan sends Roman along with Carl and Laird to secure funding from Edward's family so Waystar can go private. Oh, I remember that. Edward introduces them to his father in Turkey, but the pitch meeting is cut short when an anti-corruption militia holds the building's occupants hostage. Logan and Kendall testify. Logan attempts to deflect blame onto Kendall for overseeing the cover-up during his tenure as acting CEO, but Kendall delivers a sharp rebuke to Gil. After the hearing, Rhea tells Logan she no longer wants to be CEO. Logan tells Shiv that a blood sacrifice will have to be made to appease the company's shareholders. I think it's one of those rare exceptions where it's DC is both a fantastic setup episode, but also still just a fantastic episode. I just, as everybody's having to like go in and out of the testify, she said it became softballs. I got creamed out there. Like, you destroyed. Gut reaction. Ooh. Oh, come on, man. Part of me wants to put where did it even go? There we go. Part of me wants to put like DC right here. Like again, I'm favoring S tier so much, but like, do I put DC in S tier? Everybody's saying S tier, easy S tier. Yeah. DC is one with Tomlet, yeah. No, yeah, when Gil's got Tom on the stand and he references the email with the subject heading, yeah, it's on the stand. All cheering, Jer. I'd give Tom B+ for bad plus terrible. Yeah. Love how they watch it on TV like it's The Bachelor. S tier, you know it to be true. Yeah, S tier. Hard to deny S tier. I'll grant you that. I guess it just came down to like where I would put it on S tier. I think as we get more and more in S tier, is Pro an A+? Do we move? We'll see how it goes. I forget how amazing so much of season 2 is, like how S tier it all is. Anyway, but we already know this one. By the way, I'm just gonna do this ahead of time. I'm about to. Well, you know what? We'll read through it. This is not for tears, which if I recall when we just reviewed it on my playlist, this is the most watched reaction video I did for Succession, like period. Logan is advised by Waystar shareholders to take the blame for the cruise's incident. The Roys spend a holiday on their yacht in the Mediterranean where they debate over who should be the company's public scapegoat. Roman, Carl, and Laird return from Turkey, apparently having closed the financing deal with Edward's family. Though Roman admits to Logan that it is likely illegitimate. I remember that. Yeah, Roman's like, honestly, Dad, it seems like BS to me. Logan and Kendall, and that's when like Laird like goes away too. I think that's when Laird exits the picture altogether, because he wanted that, like he wanted the bonus from the sale, right? Because he would get a percentage. Logan and Kendall unsuccessfully attempt to convince Stewie to back Waystar's privatization. Tom admits to Shiv that he is unhappy with their relationship. Shaken, Shiv pleads with Logan not to have Tom take the fall for the scandal. Logan ultimately chooses Kendall. During a private conversation, Kendall asks Logan if he ever saw him fit to run the company, but Logan tells his son that he doesn't see him as a killer. You're not a killer, son. The next morning, Kendall and Greg are flown back to New York for a press conference, where the former is set to accept responsibility for the company's handling of the crimes. However, Kendall suddenly deviates from his prepared remarks and instead blames Logan, announcing that his father was well aware of the misconduct and personally oversaw the ensuing legal settlements. Greg is present at the conference with the probative documents. Logan, who was watching with a telecast of Kendall's statement, smiles enigmatically. I think it is safe to say, obviously, like, here's the thing, though. I would go as far as to say that at this point in the series, I think we can say This Is Not for Tears is the best one. Period. I think as good as the season 1 finale is, that one is just we have the foundation was built. Well, the foundation is kind of there in the season 1 finale, but season 2 finale rolls around, like there's no denying it. Like it's all the pieces are in play, and then you just like knowing, having more context, having more character development to work with. Like it was a trip. Let's see. I may be biased because since Tom is my favorite character and his performance was incredible. Oh, I agree. The performance is always great from Tom. You have to put in an S. Tomlet, if it has to be said. So if it has to be said, so it be, so it is. Sorry, what was that? I'm sorry. I only wish to answer in the affirmative. Greg has that meltdown in the conference room. Oh yeah, where it's like, I'm gonna go to jail because of this fucking guy, man. Like I remember that too. I already forgot. I put it in S tier, right? DC? Yeah, I did. Good. Actually, that line from Greg is in the opening scene of 210, not to be that guy. Oh, I see. Greg's foot fungus steals the whole episode. Benign fungus, yeah. Did anyone else peep Shiv holding in her laugh when Tom talks about their wedding night? Shiv always laughs as a coping mechanism. I see. Yeah. I feel more than safe in saying that This Is Not for Tears is like, at this point in the series, like top spot, just all the dinner table lunch conversations, a vacation that is in no means a vacation. Like you have these exuberant surroundings, you're on a luxury yacht. Roman, having been scarred, tries to connect emotionally with his siblings, and they just laugh it all off. But you see again like a more emotional side from Roman, who then again does not BS his dad and tells him like, no, what we try to go do, it's not going to work. Then just Logan being fully willing to have his son go to jail for literally suffer for the crimes of the father. Gaslighting on the balcony. I never really did nothing. Just a shy boy who couldn't even take his pants off in front of like, no way. And that final twist, that arc that I was so desperately hoping for in season 1, and then through all of season 2, hoping that Kendall would come back around. Yeah, there's so much. And all the dialogue, obviously, and then just Logan being a master manipulator and letting everybody just kind of attack each other on his behalf. And even when he's like, maybe I should go down, everybody's like, no, please let me. No, let me. Like, prime stuff. Talking about our feelings, the big shit. Yeah. How am I the mature one here? Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you. All of them want that family and that love, and they just don't. They never truly get it. And when they do get it, it's in the unhealthiest ways possible. So all of them have their own share of like unhealthy coping mechanisms and such. So it's just, I mean, again, it's all these video essays that break down the characters and their psychology, and it's it's something that didn't immediately become apparent to me until many episodes later, until the whole show ended. And now everyone's of the opinion it was all so fucking obvious, huh? We're all right. Then you guys had to wait, what is that? 2021, 2 years. Yeah, over 2 years, actually. Over 2 years to the next episode. Then we have season 3, the shortest season of Succession. Wonder why. God, I've been talking a lot. Secession. Picking up immediately after Kendall's press conference, Logan decides to split his inner circle into 2 teams. He, Tom, Carl, Frank, and Hugo station themselves in Sarajevo to avoid being extradited to the U.S., while Roman, Jerry, and Shiv are sent back to New York. Logan informs his team, it's all damage control basically. Logan informs his team that he intends to temporarily step back as CEO. The family and company management debate who should take his place as a figurehead, or debate who should take his place. Like calls Kendall where it's like, all right, you made your move, you did your thing. Kendall, meanwhile, sets up a temporary base of operations at Rava's apartment, of all places, using Rava, and hires 2 PR consultants to help steward his public image. And he should have listened to them, I swear. Don't get me started about the Lisa Taylor or Lisa Ann when they get the lawyer involved. Oh my God, I wanted to punch him in the face. He unsuccessfully attempts to sway more of Waystar's senior cadre to his side. Shiv attempts to acquire representation for Waystar from Lisa Arthur, a high-profile New York attorney and personal friend, but realizes Kendall has already hired her. In light of Shiv's perceived failure, Jerry is named interim CEO. Secession, out of the gates with a bang. It's all like a damage control episode. I wouldn't call it S tier, but I think that Secession. Oh yeah, and the bathtub water metaphor at the beginning. Greg being along for the ride, like, I think in terms of a season opener, between that and the Summer Palace, maybe right under the Summer Palace. I think it's still hard to beat, especially the whole Shiv and Logan scene in that one and the conversations that are had. But I would definitely put it A+ for sure as like a season starter. Sorry, I'm falling behind. 2 whole years, a brutal wait. Yeah, so I heard. By the way, absolutely loving the fact that we've memorized the entire dialogue by heart, dude. That's the beautiful thing about editing, right? Like, not only have I watched the entire series, like somebody asked me earlier, I think it was oh hell, it was either Arthur or Sarah, I think, but somebody asked me earlier, like, since I'm doing this ranking system, have I rewatched the show? And while I am watching, like, reaction videos, a few of them I've started, and I've watched like video essays that highlight key moments in the series. Lest we not forget, I don't have a team. It's me. It's just me. So I'm like, I record, I react, I analyze, I edit, I upload. But in doing so, I mean, I'm watching the episode, and then I'm editing it. Sometimes in the early days requiring multiple pass-throughs. So between all that and then rewatching it on YouTube sometimes to make sure the upload went successfully and that I didn't make any boo-boos, I've heard reading these summarizations just triggers all the dialogue in my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, I do recall that episode. I do recall someone saying so and so. And then of course there's all the memes and our various generations just like taking the jokes and the writing, which it's easy to quote a show or a movie that has writing that is as good as this is. Like, when the writing is peak and just top tier, it becomes memorable, iconic, and hilarious, etc., etc. Chooses lose, baby. Yeah, and I was like, no, let's not do that. One of the shows that just burrows its dialogue into your psyche. It's one of those shows that just like I appreciate it so much, and I just like, it's up there. I just love, I love how much care and effort and artistry and skill and talent and intelligence went into writing and creating and directing and filming this show. And any show that, like, you can watch it on a surface level and it's already really good, but the more you dig, the more connections there are, the more like consistency with character arcs and motivations, callbacks, characters, references. It's like peak Game of Thrones back in the day, or other shows that I could probably reference that'd be better reference points. But that's what I'm saying is that, like, I appreciate anything that I can keep digging into, and I'm still discovering things. I'm still learning stuff. There's so much. It's just it's not just a dish. It's a layered dish, or there's just so many, it's like an ogre. It's like an onion. There's so many layers to this shit. Oh, I love you too. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't even know from which episode this is, but Logan says to Carl, the only reason your hands are clean is because your local whorehouse also does manicures. That's, I'm pretty sure that's, hunting, right? Because he threatens Carl in hunting by being like, does your wife know? Like, I know that you're cheating on your wife at the broth, at the local whorehouse. Why don't we get on speakerphone right now and tell her? Like, I think it was, hunting. Yeah. Got here late, just saw people on the chat were saying their countries. Brazil. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. So it's so cool to see so many people that are here from like all walks of life. Succession really, it's not me. Succession brings us all together. I think we can all relate to our love for this show. It's great. But yeah, if anybody's just coming in, welcome on in. We're doing a tier ranking list. We started with the seasons, and currently I'm at with Daddy's number one boy, we're at 2, 4, 3, 1. But we're in the episodes right now. We've had to relabel some stuff, and it's getting pretty tricky. But Succession happening IRL. Oh, don't get me started on any of that. I did share a story on my Insta where this is Conroy, and it's like he wanted to drop out, but oh my god, don't get me started. Oh, what did I just do? We did Secession. Did I already move it on the list? I think yeah, I put it A plus right below the season 2 premiere. Okay, cool. Moving on. Mass and Time of War. This is a really really good like sibling Roy family episode. Shiv, Roman, and Connor covertly meet with Kendall, who refuses to compromise and attempts to persuade his siblings to join him. However, the discussion falls apart when Kendall declares that he will be CEO under their new arrangement. Seeing no personal benefit from siding with Kendall, the three siblings ultimately decide to remain aligned with Logan. Kendall additionally meets with Stewie and Sandy Furness and the car outside, Sandy's daughter, to propose a partnership ahead of the company's shareholder meeting, but they remain skeptical. Greg obtains legal representation from Ewing's attorney. Logan has Marcia flown into Sarajevo, right? Sarajevo, after his legal team advises that the two publicly appear reconciled. Marcia, disgruntled over Logan's infidelity. See, it says right here infidelity. So is it confirmed that Logan, like, I know it's heavily implied, but did Logan sleep with Rhea? Like, did Logan and Rhea actually, like, I know it's heavily implied. I just, you never know. I don't know. I guess so, because if it's like a dark bedroom, right? I don't know. Logan demands several assurances from the company to ensure her cooperation. Of bribes, basically. Logan returns to New York and names Shiv president of domestic operations at Waystar, assuring her she is under Jerry's protection. Yeah, some stuff happens. There's some drama here and there. We cut away to, anytime Ewing's involved is great. We cut away to Greg and Ewing with the attorney bid. Logan gets Marcia back into play, but the crux of the episode is mostly all revolving around Shiv, Roman, Connor, and Kendall in their conversations. Mass and Time of War. And again, you get more insight into the family. You get to see them kind of like just play off each other as well as they do. Mass and Time of War. I want to say it's still, I want to say A plus, but I want to put it, oh damn. Oh, Walter and Hunting exist though. Do I put it maybe below Hunting? Below Hunting, better than Return, but Hunting and Walter. I think. Let's see. Kendall's. We're at the end of the long American century. We're a declining empire inside a declining empire speech. Oh yeah. They baned as a unsubscribe, Shiv. Relevant don't. These are relevant. Yeah. Oh right. The power play by Logan sending the donuts simply to let them know I see you. Just that he knows that they're there. And the sway, how that everybody was considering it, and then they were all swayed by the end of it. You know what? Mass and Time of War, I think you might have earned yourself a spot above Hunting. I forgot about the donuts. Ooh, but still maybe below Walter. We'll see. We'll see where we go. Correction, Logan insulting Carl, but there's actually 3-1. Oh, I see. Okay, so it comes up in 3-1, but then he brings it back up again during Hunting. Oh, no, the opposite way around. He brings it up first in Hunting, and then that particular bit comes from 3-1. And the Trojan horse, yeah. My personal S tier episode, almost like a bottle episode. I mean, it's up there. Man, the more I think about it, the more it's like slowly pushing its way up. Is it better than Walter to me? I'm gonna leave it where it is. Go with my gut, leave it where it is. But it is A plus. It's very, very, very good. The disruption Both Kendall and Logan take steps to boost their respective public profiles. Logan refuses to cooperate with the Department of Justice's impending investigation and attempts to pressure White House aide Michelle Ann Vanderhoeven into granting him favors from the president. Tom offers to take the fall by allowing himself to be incarcerated. Kendall sabotages Shiv's speech at a company town hall intended by ally employee grievances by having his assistants blast Nirvana's "Rape Me" from a speaker. That's what the song was too. I never knew that actually. That oof. An irate Shiv retaliates by publishing an open letter questioning Kendall's mental state, invoking his addiction issues and poor relationship with his children. Kendall prepares to make an appearance on a late night comedy show that has been disparaging him, but backs out at the last minute after Shiv's letter goes online, deeply shaken by its contents. And by the end, the FBI raid. I did love the ending scene. The FBI raid Waystar Royco's offices, forcing Logan to cooperate. Where it's like, can you tell him to come back later? And she's like, these are the ones you can't tell to come back. Man, this is getting tough. The disruption. Well, this is 3-3, right? Ooh. This would almost, you know what? This makes me think, what if I put return? Oh my God. Oh, this is when things start getting tricky. This is, you know what, actually, no, you know what? It's good stuff. What if I said good stuff? Not to put it so low on the list, but it's top of the good stuff. Is it A+ of an episode? You could make the argument. What do people say? Kendall pushing everyone away as always. Shiv and Kendall mirror the finale when they argue in that episode. Yes. The music from this episode was the FBI. When the FBI raids his #1 boy tier. We are in peak success. See, people actually disagree on that a lot. A lot of people would say that season 3 is like kind of like middling in a way. I'll put it a good good stuff. I think I'm gonna say it's top tier of like good stuff still. I like how the only one, and where else am I gonna put it, is the pilot episode. We'll see. Lion in the Meadow. Oh yeah, Adrian Brody shows up. On Logan's orders, Shiv gets ATN to cover the White House more critically, in hopes of pressuring the president into curtailing the DOJ investigation. However, she finds that she is receiving little respect or support either from the company or from Logan. Tom begins to unravel over his growing fear of going to prison, which also makes for some hilarity ensues, basically. Greg informs him he has signed a joint defense agreement with Waystar. After meeting with Logan, shareholder Josh Aronson requests a meeting with Logan and Kendall, worried that their conflict will endanger his investment, and leads them on a walk around his private island to hear each other's sides arguments. However, Kendall and Logan fail to present a united front, and Logan suffers from exhaustion on the walk back to Josh's mansion, refusing to help until he nearly collapses. Kendall is later informed that Josh has lost confidence in Waystar's current leadership and witnesses him meeting with Stewie. Lion in the Meadow is good and has good moments, but I don't recall it being like an amazing episode, quite frankly. Lion in the Meadow. Again, it's an episode that has good moments, though. Do I put it, and where else am I going to put it? Like top tier of that? Would I put it that low? I feel bad about putting it that low. I could be. Do I put it in good stuff? Season 3 shows the ultimate futility of rooting for Kendall. Yeah, for real. I think season 3 is Kendall showing his true colors. Yeah, true. Whenever he's like in a pot, like that's like a blue flamer, like whenever he's doing so well and he feels like he's winning and all that jazz. Good episode, but maybe my least favorite of the of the season. I love the episode. I think it's one of the lowest rated, but I love Josh flipping the script, the power dynamic, and his testing Ken and Logan. It's very true. And I would only put it so low because, I mean, it's, low is still good, but you know what? Actually, lifeboats. I could see myself lying in the meadow, right under prenuptial. Maybe we put lifeboats here because at this point we have like what I liked about like 1-3 is done so much better as the show progresses. So I think like it's still like where else am I gonna put it, right? It's still like, oh, what happens when Ken and Roman are put in charge? But it's also early days. It's better than the pilot, but I think that line in the meadow would kind of creep up there. Hmm. I might still move stuff around. We'll see how it goes. I love this episode. I think it's one of the lowest rated. Too much birthday is gonna blow the rest of these out of the water. Maybe. I'm not sure. Not sure if you knew this, but the writers' room they had a note up saying that even when Kendall wins, he loses. Aw, rough. I see people complain that season 3 is disappointing because they expected it to be Logan versus Kendall in an all-out war. I would agree if what we got wasn't as good, but it was. Yeah, it's still good what we get, but I agree. Like they really hyped it up as like this is like father versus son, and it kind of pitter patters out, kind of like Kendall. Oh, retired janitors of Idaho though. At the Waystar Royco annual shareholder meeting, both Kendall and Logan's factions attempt to broker a settlement with Stewie and Sandy, largely negotiating on behalf of her ailing father. Realizing that going to a vote would almost certainly deprive the Roys of their major stake in the company, Logan, who is suffering from a urinary tract infection, initially refuses Sandy's terms, but becomes increasingly incoherent, forcing the other children and senior management to negotiate on his behalf. The piss mad bear. The vote is stalled while Shiv and Sandy manage to reach a deal offering either side an additional board seat. The two sides agree on the terms without waiting for an incapacitated Logan to approve. Ewing decides to donate his entire estate to Greenpeace, leaving Greg with no inheritance. The president calls the Roys to announce that he will not be seeking a second term amid the blowback from ATN's attacks, jeopardizing Waystar's political survival. Just for the piss mad bear, Retired Janitors of Idaho was one of my personal favorites. I think I don't know what it was about it was great. Just and then Tom putting in the work in the bathroom. Uh, uh, hmm. I think I would put it. Damn. Maybe S tier, better than Dundee, less so than Turnhaven. I feel like Prague is gonna be slowly kicked down to top of the A plus tier, I think. And again, this is all pretty much one giant S tier, right? But like, wait, no. Did I really? Do I like Sad Sack Wasp Trap more than Prague? Maybe not. I think Prague. I think I like Prague maybe more than Sad. No, because he brought the whole coming up on stage and Logan bit. Okay, Prague, top of S tier, A plus tier, followed by okay. And Retired Janitors of Idaho, Turnhaven, and Argesti still have it beat. And I think it just barely scrapes but Dundee has so many moments though. Oh, how could this happen to me? All right. What are people saying? By season 4, you realize the show is showing the cyclical nature of the mental prison Logan has trapped the kids in. Agreed. They are doomed to repeat the trauma forever until they get out of the company. The cat? I'm forgetting the cat. What about the cat again? Oh, the cat. Yeah, it's right. Where he says there's a cat under the chair. He wants you to get it out of here. This episode is a perfect example. People complain we didn't get an actual shareholder meeting in the episode, but it was still so good at what they showed instead, so I'm not mad at that. It was just chaos and scrambling. It was so entertaining. Agreed. I'm the only one who gets to be hard. Oh yeah, Logan. That's right. When he's all crazy, and it's like, are they being horrible? I'm the only one who gets to be horrible. One of the few genuinely nice sentiments from Logan, and he had to be piss mad to say it. Hold the scepter ass moment. Colin running at full speed. What is that? Is an exactly. That is an imaginary cat. Now could you please fuck off? Yeah. That definitely solidified. There's so it's crazy how like a show can become a favorite just because of like either a moment. No, sorry, an episode can become a favorite based on either a moment or a series of just so many really good moments or lines. And like, yeah, and it's just all that you give us a great premise, like just the shareholder meeting is just the foundation, and then you put the of the house, then you build the house on top of that. And Kendall shows up at the podium. Oh yeah. Wait, is that the one where he awkwardly he's like sneaks in from the shadows and they cut his mic? Did they cut his mic? Don't they? Oh, dude, you know what? Actually, yeah. Hang on, that is the same one, right? If that's the case, yeah, that get as good as L to the OG is. That might put it right like higher in S tier. The Kendall stalking, yeah, yep, Kendall stalking Frank at the podium. Yeah, 100% it's up there. All right, moving on. What it takes. Kendall's testimony to the DOJ regarding the cruises scandal goes poorly. And Lisa warrants the documents he has retrieved are insufficient legal ammunition against Waystar. An unsatisfied Kendall dispenses with Lisa's services and hires new attorneys. So at this point, it wasn't already clear at this point in the season, and you're like, Kendall, I don't think he has much going for him, really. Meanwhile, the rest of the Roys travel to Richmond, Virginia to attend the Future Freedom Summit, a conservative political fundraiser to pick a new presidential candidate in the upcoming election. While there, Roman learns that his mother is getting married in Tuscany to British CEO Peter Munyon. Kendall arrives in Virginia and privately meets with Tom in an attempt to sway him to his side. But Tom refuses, believing Kendall once again... Oh, that's the diner scene, right? Believing Kendall once again lose to his father. Among the presidential candidates, Roman takes a liking to Jared Mencken, a controversial figure with fascist leanings, who he believes will significantly boost ATN's ratings. Logan decides to back Mencken despite Shiv's protest. As much as I love Roman, by the way, it's one of the biggest L's, I think, personally, is that I get why he did it, like, for the ATN ratings, but, like, you back a fascist, and I'm just, and then, like, he just, just rides Mencken's dick the rest of the series. It's crazy. My gut reaction tells me to put What It Takes at that diner scene. I love the bit between the whole bit between Kendall and Tom is like so important. I think we could move Return down to good stuff. I think we could put What It Takes probably right below Hunting, I think. That's kind of where I want to put it. It's up there in A+. Maybe? Because it's the whole, it's the summit, and it's like the whole politics and seeing how, for the sake of this world, how that whole system works. But for me, that Kendall and Tom scene really like bring it home for me. Love Kendall using cruise victims' names for good PR. Yeah, when he gets up on stage and he's like, Kira Madsen. Yeah, Kira Mason. Huey Campbell. Poor Frank having to filibuster the whole thing. Much ado about something. At least he's a toxic person. The debut of Mencken. Yeah, good. You say good stuff. I mean, I wouldn't. I could see it in good stuff. I love the show dwells on how Roman is deflecting his insecurities by picking the big, strong crypto-fascist. Might be one of my least favorites. Just wasn't as fun. Very setup heavy. I'm a climate denier. Such a crazy line show. Yeah. Not to mention, whenever Mencken's like having the debates, he's always like, I think actually what am I? Like, it's Mencken just irritates me. You know what? I can be swayed. You know what? I can be swayed. But that ending scene, you know what? I was going to put it between... I'll put it in good... Between 109 and 304. There's moments in that ending scene I love so much. Puts it just above Line in the Meadow for me. But probably not as good as Prenuptials. And I could probably return to A+, I think. Yeah, and upon further, like, retrospection, I think. Let's see. Might be one of the least favorite. I'm a climate denier. Right after saying it, the line he gives Carrie, fucky eyes. Shiv cleaning to vestiges of humanity. Lord. All right. What else? Now Too Much Birthday. It is another fan favorite. I could easily see how this would make it into some people's S tiers. The company receives word that the DOJ investigation is weakening and will likely end in a settlement. Yeah. Again, when you realize that they're not going to really pay, like it'll be a historic fee, but again, they get away with literal murder. Tom is deeply relieved to be avoiding prison. Yeah, there is. Oh my god. Yeah, there is the scene where he flips over Greg's desk and he's like, "Yeah." Logan, who's been working to acquire streaming giant Gojo, learns that its CEO and the introduction of Lucas Matson declined to meet him personally. Shiv and Roman attend Kendall's lavish 40th birthday party to negotiate with Madsen, who is in attendance. Roman delivers, his and Logan's gifts to Kendall, and offer to buy out his shares in Waystar for $2 billion. Yeah, happy birthday now, fuck off. Shiv is angered when she learns that she has been excluded as a beneficiary. Roman meets with Matson alone and proposes that Waystar buy Gojo without Matson ever having to report directly to Logan. Matson expresses guarded interest. Kendall, feeling hurt by the buyout offer and embarrassed with the hollow excess of the party, has an emotional breakdown while searching for his children's gift and has Naomi take him home. The more I think about it, there's so many layers to this episode, too. It is a very deep episode. One could easily see, I could easily see it making its way to the bottom of the #1 boy list. It's really, really good. Is it better than Argesti's Turnhaven and Retired Janitors of Idaho? Like, in terms of what I personally like, sheesh. Something tells me it's like right on the same level as those. Part of me even wants to say that was Argesti's better than Turnhaven? But Turnhaven has the dinner table scene too, doesn't it? Part of me wonders if I would even go as far as to put both Argesti's and Turnhaven in #1 boy territory and have Too Much Birthday be top of the S tier list with the rest of these really, really like bangers. I'm curious. Episode is so unhinged. Yeah, for real. One of the best in the season, probably my S tier episode this season alongside the finale. It's like Prague, but better. I mean, yeah. I love that whenever Roman is pitching and making business deals, he does it in a bathroom. Yeah, pissing on a phone. Hot take, honesty is such a lonely word. A hot take, honesty is such a lonely word. Kendall, you need anything? What can I get? You need anything? What can I get you? Yeah, I think I feel safe putting it in that way. Shire. The Roys travel to Tuscany for Caroline's wedding. Kendall demands a sit down with Logan over dinner, where he requests the dinner table sit down though, where he requests taking the $2 billion buyout to permanently uncouple himself from his evil father, but Logan then refuses. And yeah, in that bit, Logan is hurt by what Ken says, which is why he starts firing back the way that he does. Because like I think they both understand enough about each other to call each other out like fairly, given like the situation. But still, Carolyn admits to Shiv she never wanted children and encourages Shiv not to bear one of her own. Out of spite, Shiv asks to have a child with Tom, but tells him before sex that she does not love him, later passing it off as foreplay. I'm too good for you. You don't deserve me. Gojo's stock price soars after Madsen sends a tweet suggesting he has received major financing. I thought it was sports betting. Roman goes to meet him and discovers that Madsen is interested in a merger of equals with Waystar rather than an acquisition. Funny how that it gradually shifts from like acquisition to merger of equals to reverse acquisition. Logan accepts the renewed terms, but Waystar's meeting with Gojo's bankers is derailed when Roman mistakenly sends a photo of his penis to Logan instead of Jerry. Kendall drunkenly floats face down in his pool and slowly lets his head sink into the water. And what is still debated as either, gross negligence or an outright suicide attempt. I forgot how good the penultimate episode is, though. Man, a lot does go down in Shire. Now, is it as good as all the bells say? Don't know about that, but ooh, Shantashire, man. How about this? I think I know how this might go. I would maybe put Shantashire at still S tier. It's funny how as the show goes, I'm just kind of like, I mean, I'm popping some stuff lower in the list, but like some stuff is just gradually being kind of pushed down. My gut tells me Shantashire is like still S tier, but I think we all know what's going to be number one boy for sure. Kendall. Fun fact: the director on the episode also directed Living Plus in season 4. Oh, he does it with Madsen, the dude in Argestes, and with Mencken. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, Dickgate is here. Yeah, yeah. The episode where Shiv's mom tells her she shouldn't have kids. Yeah, exactly. That's the episode. I think that Shantashire has some like there's some great characters. I mean, there's so many great character scenes. You have the Logan and Ken like just private little dinner but not really dinner. You have Shiv and her mom, and yeah, her mom telling her don't have kids, and then Shiv like really kind of letting Tom how she knows in the moment as they're about to as she like now wants to have kids out of spite. The ending with like Ken is letting himself kind of fade back into the water, like letting himself like he's floating up, but like he's floating just barely above the pool of his father's influence as he lets his head sink down into it and basically lets his father's influence like kill him. And, or like I mean like again, you can debate whether it's suicide or gross negligence, just but I mean yeah, that's how it goes down. Peter Onion, such a sleaze bag. The seat sniffer, yeah. I love the actor though, he's great. But then we come to another. We got look. All the finales are all banners. I'd say. All the bells say. Right before Christmas, Kendall is saved from drowning in his pool. Gojo's market capitalization overtakes Waystar's. Logan and Roman go to meet Madsen, who proposes that Gojo acquire Waystar with him as CEO, while Logan exits with the settlement. Roman is sent back to attend Carolyn's wedding, where he and Shiv discover that Logan has decided to sell the company without their input, jeopardizing the children's chances of succeeding him. They tell Kendall, who breaks down and tearfully admits his involvement in Dottie's death, only to be met with support from them to his surprise. The three call a clause in Logan and Carolyn's divorce settlement, granting the children veto power over any change in company control. And decide, as siblings coming together, it's always so great, at least for the sake of this show, and decide to face their father together. Upon being confronted by his children, Logan informs them that he and Carolyn have renegotiated their divorce settlement, effectively depriving the children of company control. Tom is revealed to have tipped off Logan about the Roy siblings' revolt. I think... The question is... It's number one boy territory for sure. To me, is it better or worse than the season 2 finale? I think as good as the season 2 finale is, I remember being more emotionally invested and affected by 3-9, I think. Honestly, like it's a phenomenal piece of television. All the finales are great. Like really, when we're saying there's a ranking in number one boy territory, I'm saying these are all the best of the series has to offer, like, period. But in terms of the finale, as good as 2-10 is, 3- like, it's such a hard call. It's such a hard call. Mother of the Year. I'll be broken when you die. By the way, the titles from the season finale are all lines from John Berryman's poem, Dream Song 29. Oh, yeah. I remember hearing something like that at one point, but I forgot the exact nature of it. I want to say it would be there, I think. I think it would be there. I think the events of 3-9, I think it's more of a roller coaster. It's more impactful, and that just that, like, well, it's important that scene between Kendall and Logan at the end of 2-10 when it's like, you know, you're not a killer, son, and the kiss of death he gives his father as he goes to, like, rat on him. 3-9, the siblings coming together, Ken, like, breaking down and, like, getting past the ego. And also, like, earlier in the episode when Connor finally has his say, when he's just like, no, I get, you know, what I want, what do I get from you chumps but chump change? Like, you know, all you guys are so important. Like when Kendall calls himself the eldest son and Connor's like, I'm the eldest son. Like, I never say it, but I'm the eldest son. So you babies always want daddy's attention. But yeah, I think 3-9, 210 has a lot of important dialogue and moments, but 3-9 I think just has more of everything. All that 210 does well, 3-9 also does well, but has just even more of it, I think. By the way, the finale has to be S tier for me. It has the words potent gloop in it. Oh lord. Oh yeah, because like trying to get the seed stronger. I think better than 2. The Kendall scene admitting to killing the kid, the betrayal scene, Logan screaming at the kids while still seated, him mock. Oh yeah, when he just infantile in his mocking, where it's like, I'm just like, Jesus, I want to just like punch Papa Dragon in the throat. I have you beat. It's like, what do you have? I don't know, Dad. Love, love, love. It's like you come to me with guns in your hands as they turn to sausages. Lord. But why? Because it works. Because it fucking works. Jesus. The poem is about a guy being riddled with guilt about killing someone, except he never did. My interpretation, when relating it to Succession, would be Logan's feeling about his sister Rose. Oh, that tracks. So we had that killer finale. And then we have the last season, season 4. We've got the Munsters. 6 months after the events in Tuscany. That's right, 6 months. I didn't realize that much time went by. I just thought it was like a few months. Half a year goes by, and 48 hours before the Gojo acquisition, Logan celebrates his birthday once again in New York, while Kendall, Shiv, and Roman are in LA to propose a new media startup to investors. The siblings learn Logan is attempting to purchase PGM again and decide to launch a rival bid. They meet with Nan and Naomi at the Pierce's California estate. Nan is indecisive about the competing offers from Waystar and the siblings, which in turn sparks a bidding war between the factions. The siblings ultimately sway Nan with a $10 billion offer, which Logan is forced to concede. Shiv returns to New York and finds Tom at the apartment they no longer share due to a trial separation. While Tom wants to discuss the breakdown of their marriage, Shiv tells him she wants to divorce him as painlessly as possible. I do love the episode. I love the dinner table scene, or the diner scene with Logan and Colin when Logan starts like Logan knows, and video essayists say as much, but Logan pretty much can kind of feel the end. He sees the writing on the walls, and for him to be waxing philosophical about like what is life, what are people but measurements, how do I measure myself as the giant that I am and compared to other people, like the markets, what comes afterwards. I still stand by it. I'm very surprised to see how closely I align with Logan's views about what comes after, when he's like, I don't know what happens afterwards, but I have my suspicions. I got my suspicions about what's next. And the whole birthday being just like lonely, missing the kids, trying to get like, and then trying to negotiate like a text from the kids for the birthday. The Munsters, I think I could be tempted to maybe we put it right above Dundee, but below Retired Janitors of Idaho, perhaps, like in my opinion. And then I would consider, as good as Sad Sec Wasp Trap is, I would be willing to consider, again, do the same thing I had to do with Prague. I put Prague and Sad Sec still in like top A+ tier for sure. Let's see. Also applies to Ken. That's wild. Oh no, because you need a supermajority. It's wild, actually. Mind blown. Also applies to Kendall, who half killed someone. Interesting, Vanessa. I'd say it goes for Kendall too. I don't think he deserves as much blame as he and his dad puts on him. It was an accident caused by Ken's addiction, but an accident nonetheless. Yeah, but like, I don't know if the kid would have gone where the kid went if Kendall didn't prompt him to. And Kendall not only is not an experienced driver, under the influence, and when you drive, like, even if an accident happens, like when you drive, you're responsible for those that are in the car with you, right? Like he didn't kill the kid, and he did try to go back in the water and save him, but I mean, in his state, there was no way he'd be able to pull off some like, and at night, no less, pull off some like SEAL Team 6 kind of shit. Like no way. But getting into that situation was, I mean, that was it was he was very much the catalyst, like one of the big, he set that final domino into play for Dottie dying, I think. Greg's finger. Debut of the Disgusting Brothers. Oh lord, A plus at least. Yeah, for sure. The scene with Colin is really crazy. You're my pal. You're my best friend. The roast of the capacious handbag. Yeah, yeah. Who wants to smell Greg's finger? You go ahead, so roast me, roast me. Come on. Yeah, at first I thought it was about Kendall too, but then after watching the funeral, my mind went to Logan, but absolutely can be both. Nobody's ever missing. Could be no real person involved. Good catch as well. No real person involved is a frequently recurring motif, just in principle throughout the entire show. Guess the scent went a buck. More lore about Greg's gay dad. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. So much that we don't get to find out that we would love to, and we all the Succession fans are just like just like gobbling up whatever little tidbits are left as crumbs on the table. Oh yeah, what does she even have in there? Flat shoes for the subway. The 100 and Substack meets Masterclass meets The Economist meets The New Yorker. Yeah, trying to pitch the 100. I love all the quotes are coming in. Hyperlocal, Sub-Saharan North, Sub-Saharan South. We wanted you guys to give iconic, but instead you guys are leaning ironic. You'd watch that, right, Jess? Oh my god, leading the one woman of like color in the room. Oh lord, yeah. Sorry, what did I just throw up here again? That was the Munsters. Oh yeah, so much. You know what? Yeah, I'm glad. I would definitely. What did I put it again? Yeah, I did put it pretty high, didn't I? All right, yeah, that makes sense. I put it above Dundee. Still below those other three, though. All right, that seems fair enough to me. Rehearsal. Logan, who gets to keep control of ATN per the terms of the Gojo sale, visits the newsroom to announce his plans to radically revamp its vision. It's like, yeah, just get on top of the, give me a podium, a stage, and reams of paper. That speech, though, and the music, the like, oh my god, unnerving. Stewie and Sandy, like a dinosaur's like last cry before the asteroid hits, quite literally. Stewie and Sandy tell the siblings they want to veto the Gojo acquisition at Waystar's upcoming board meeting to negotiate a price increase. All but Shiv dismiss their proposal and go to spend time with Connor. But Mattson private. Oh, and it also has the karaoke room scene. That's right. But Mattson privately calls Kendall to say he will call off the acquisition if pushed on price. Kendall suddenly becomes interested in Stewie and Sandy's offer. Logan meets with his children at a karaoke bar, in by lighting no less, to convince them to allow the Gojo sale to go through, but Kendall and Shiv refuse to make peace with their father. Roman, growing weary of his siblings' desire to spite Logan, visits him at home, where Logan asks him help in negotiating with Mattson and offers him a position as head of ATN. Interesting. Rehearsal is still really good. And the entirety of the karaoke scene. The amount of times, by the way, I literally used that line with some. I had some coworkers recently who I found out like their political, like they revealed some political opinions, and then they didn't really have, in my opinion, much to like back them up in terms of logic and reasoning. It was just mostly like it was kind of regurgitated rhetoric that I'd heard online before. So when they divulged that information, like especially in text, it was very just like it's like this group chat, and it was just kind of like it was cringy to me. And I literally used the clip or the clip from the karaoke room where he's just like, "I love you, but you are not serious people," and I've been using that a lot lately. It is so fitting. Just like, I love you, but you like just tell someone like you're not a serious person. Like, man, that cuts. Like, I love you to death, but you are not a serious person. Rehearsal. Gearing up for Connor's wedding, that whole bit with Willa, and he's like tracking the phone. They go to a dive bar, and they're awkwardly trying to order like drinks. Nothing fancy, just German imported beer for me, please. Just out of touch Connor. I don't know, man. I mean, it's up there, I think. Oh man, we're gonna have to make some calls now. Jeez. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I feel like we'll have to boot I Went to Market down to A plus, and we'll have to move rehearsal to. Is rehearsal above Dundee? I mean, above hardly. I almost say they equate, but that's a tough one. Would I put it right below 401? Like still S tier? Again, this is where it's like the recency bias. Like season 4, people say it's banner after banner, and I would kind of have to agree with a lot of that. Well, the comments right now. You'd watch that, right, Jess? It sounds like homework. The show. Kendall's at his funniest when he's just spouting buzzwords like they're Bible verses. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, all like the finance bro talk. Music would go hard in the club. Speaking of music, I wouldn't be totally out of pocket to have. Hang on, tell me if this is too loud. Let me see where the. I don't know if anybody heard this coming in. I could have this in the back. I should be having this in the background, low key.
Everything I've done for my children.
All right, let me know if this is. I love this so much. Lo-fi beats to betray your family too. Let me know if it's too loud or not. How does this sound, by the way? That's fine. Put it on a loop. Oh yeah, it's good. That's a good point. Man, for someone who's on YouTube so much, I never loop videos. How do I? Have I forgotten how to loop a video? Oh my god. Oh no. It's been so long. It's How do you do it again? Ah, that's right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Uh-oh. Consummate professional over here. All right, now we got. I should have been. When I re-upload this into sections, I'll have this as the vibes, I think. But big appreciation. This is all Ned Sanders. Lo-fi succession beats to betray your family too. He made a part 2? Oh wait. Oh damn. I didn't know he made a part 2. Anyway, where were we? Rehearsal. Yes. Did I already throw it up here? I did. Between Dundee and 401. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Gotta move on. Of course, now we have a big boy one. The episode has... This music has all the seeds for the kids' alliance falling apart at the end of the season. They're going behind each other's backs the whole... Yeah, exactly. Everybody, like, digs their own graves in this show so much. You're not serious people is simply an iconic line. What makes me, like, what I have a begrudging, like, I admit this much to my chagrin, but in retrospect, like, after seeing all these video essays, watching these retrospectives, thinking about the show, in retrospect, as much as I don't like Logan as a person, as a character, he's like S tier, God tier character, and so many of his like assertions and what's what I'm looking for here, but by saying something like that, he's not entirely wrong. They are a bunch of goobers. Like, they all have their own skill sets, and they're all like very emotional people that want to be taken seriously, but like in a kind of in a big picture sort of way, like they are kind of very low-key unserious people. Like, basically what I'm saying is, oftentimes Logan might be right about something, and I'm just like, ah, damn, no, he got a point though. Like, it upsets me to say so, but I have to agree. Tom Wamsgans, it's like Israel Palestine, except harder and much more important. It's the last time the kids talked to Logan. Very true. Okay. But now we've got Connor's wedding. On the day of Connor and Will's wedding in New York, Logan departs for Sweden with Tom and the rest of his senior cadre, except for Jerry and Hugo. That one's a little loud. It's all good stuff, though. Logan departs for sweet. He decides to fire Jerry for her perceived mishandling of the fallout from the cruises scandal and tasks a reluctant Roman with delivering her news at the wedding. However, the siblings soon receive word from Tom that Logan collapsed on board the plane and is unresponsive. It gradually becomes clear that Logan will not survive. His plane is turned around and he is pronounced dead upon landing. The devastated siblings are forced to coordinate a response alongside the rest of Waystar's executives. Connor and Willa go through with their wedding in a small ceremony, while Kendall, Shiv, and Roman travel to Teterboro Airport to receive their father's body and issue a statement. Honestly, Connor's wedding, the direction, the writing, how they made the episode, it's the emotional, just the 4 seasons worth of build, well, 3 seasons worth of build up at this point. Whoops! Oh, I knew I was gonna do it. I fucking knew I was gonna do it too. I knew it was gonna happen. Oh my god, I knew it was gonna happen. Misinput. I knew it was gonna happen. Well, oh, did it say? Oh, it saved my choices. Oh my god, how did it save it? Oh my god, beautiful, beautiful moment. I am shocked it saved my decisions. Oh my god, this is. Woo! Wow. All right, cool. Connor's wedding. Number 1 boy tier, no question. Is it better than the finales of 9 and 10? Maybe. I don't know. I was emotionally invested. But I think I would put 309 above 43 only because the journey I went on through the season 3 finale was turbulent. It had ups, it had downs. It literally took me on a journey, right? Where I was there was the whole thing. By the time you get to the final moments, it's literally oh man, he's the shock of the confession, the pleasant surprise of the siblings banding together, a united front, going to go, conquer Daddy Dearest together, and then all that to accumulate in the gradual defeat and the emotional betrayal. 3 is a masterclass in film, don't get me wrong. Connor's wedding is masterful in terms of direction, writing, from a technical aspect, how it was made, the performances. I mean, my god, it's hard to compete with that, but it's just this kind of descent into sadness and desperation and watching all the stages of grief play out. Basically, 4-3 is kind of 1-2 on steroids. It's the same thing, but done so much better, I think. One of the greatest rug pulls in TV history. I would agree. I had a feeling that I had a strong feeling that Logan was not going to survive the show. I was pretty sure, I think something's going to happen to him. But for it to happen 3 episodes in to the final season, and then for the season to not lose steam, only gain steam from there after losing the titan of the show, is so impressive. This episode made every reactor I watched cry. Oh yeah. Funny enough, I think I cried the hardest when Roman cries at the funeral. But yeah, I would agree that I was right. I was more I felt the emotions, and then what the kids were going through evoked memories for me in my past, and that made me cry for sure. It was a very emotionally turbulent time for me. So yeah, it hits on something very real about losing someone in the 21st century. Agreed. I love how they handled it. They didn't make it some big dramatic thing. it was like, it was dramatic, yeah, but it wasn't like, oh, his last words, Kendall, you're my number one boy. I love you all. I'm sorry I was such a fucking prick. And then dies. Like, no, he just keels over on the plane. Maybe it could have been after hearing his son call him the C word, and then like, and then you get a call. That's how, when I found out my best friend died, it was a phone call. Every like death in my like family or that I've heard about, yeah, every death that's affected me has been I've either found out through phone call or through like Facebook or like I mean, I don't know about email, but like that's how it works in this age. It's like people don't die dramatically in your arms, or you know, you're rarely in the room there with them unless they're in a hospital bed and you pull the plug or something. But most people just get the call either while it's happening or after. So agreed. Love that they did it off camera too. Felt way too close to reality. Everyone trying to process what's going on while not having enough information over the phone, having to grieve in waves. Agreed. Pre-grieve in waves, let's not forget. The ending song of that episode is so damn good too. You learned it on piano? That's impressive. Great writing and performances. I hope it was the C word. I hope I hope that did it to him, honestly. Yeah, like for real. Which, by the way, is the only... I have a feeling this video won't be able to be heavily monetized because there's been so much of like, you know, shit and fuck and all that, which I'll accept. But as a YouTube creator, I watch enough YouTubers to know that if you say the C word on your video, like, I have no problem saying it in real life at all. But if you say it in a video or a stream or whatever, it's almost guaranteed to, like, demonetized. Like, no shot. Did Roman's voicemail kill Logan? I mean, it could have. Think about it. Season 1, episode 1. Like, you might say the stress of the kids banding against him. He had a hemorrhage on the helicopter. Like, these emotional moments do, like, kind of overwhelm him, right? Like, high-stress moments. So, for all we know, that could, I mean, all that combined with the high altitude and his pre-existing conditions, health-wise, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, yeah, you never know. Anyway. Connor's Wedding is a masterpiece in television and creation, though. So I would definitely put it as, like, I'm pretty sure it's my second favorite episode of the entire series, I think. Honeymoon States. Shiv is revealed to be pregnant. Logan's family and close associates gather at his apartment for his wake. Hugo approaches Kendall and informs him of a potential insider trading scandal involving his daughter. Frank finds an undated document in Logan's safe naming Kendall as his successor upon his death. Kendall's taken aback by the news while the others debate the document's legitimacy. Since the company's succession plan formally dictated that leadership is passed on to the COO, a title Roman currently holds, Kendall and Roman decide to run the company as co-CEOs. The brothers promise to involve Shiv in all operational decisions, but she feels dejected regardless. Given Kendall's past controversies, Hugo and Carolina propose a PR campaign questioning Logan's judgment leading up to his death, which Roman shuts down. Kendall, however, privately leverages Hugo to go through with the strategy. You know what? It's really, really, really good. Is it S tier? Is Honeymoon States S tier? It is really good. I don't know if it's just because I play a lot of Tetris, but part of me wants to put it here. Part of me thinks 4-4 might still be S tier. Is it above Shit Show? Is it above Shit Show? Or is it maybe.
A rich kid kills a boy.
What's the C word? China? Yeah, it's China. It's Shantyshire, actually. What's crazy to me is that as insanely phenomenal the acting was in this episode, none of the actors submitted it for the Emmys. The season's just insane. Yeah, for real. If it was, that's very poetic as well. Jerry's Lady Macbeth getting her little screwdriver in. Yes, the farewell he deserved. Hot take, I hope the voicemail did kill him, honestly. I'd rather the thing that killed him be the consequence of him being horrible to his kid rather than his health randomly catching up to him. Yeah, I can agree with that. Love how the scene starts off as Roman Shiv versus Kendall and ends off as Roman Kendall versus Shiv. Yeah. Tom says he was fishing his phone out of the toilet, so I like to think, yeah, exactly. Like it's like caught him off guard, dropped it in the toilet, and then he was trying to get it out of there, and then all the kerfuffle and like him on his knees and the like the extra physical motion just did him in. I think once I go through all this, I'm gonna go over it one more time to be sure, but I think still at like the tail end of S tier, maybe right above, or would it be the tail end of S tier? It has more better moments than 1-2 though, I think. Kill list. With Kendall and Roman now running the company, the Roys fly to Norway for Gojo's annual retreat, where they are hoping to finalize the sale to Mattson with a floor of 144 per share. Mattson, however, wishes to absorb ATN into the acquisition as well, which the brothers oppose. Mattson also privately confides to Shiv that he is trying to avoid a potential harassment scandal involving his head of PR, with whom he was romantically linked. Kendall and Roman, which that doesn't really go anywhere, does it? Kendall and Roman eventually decide to torpedo the sale by indirectly convincing Mattson to call it off himself. However, Roman lashes out at Mattson during their next meeting for not giving them time to grieve their father, and openly calls off the deal. Mattson then bypasses the brothers and makes an offer directly to Waystar's senior management for $192 per share, which they pass on to the board, though all the senior management except Jerry, Carolina, and Tom are to be fired. Oh god, excuse me. To be fired. Man, Kill List was a really good one. Oh boy, Kill List. Damn. Man, how much of 4 ends up in S tier? Or do I just, like, is it A plus or is it S tier worthy? You know what? That actually makes me think about it some more. So, I think, what if we put, I'm going to hate to do it, because I was really hoping more early season stuff would still be in S tier and, like, higher. Well, I guess, yeah, because you still have which side are you on. There is still number 1 boy territory. What if we put Shit Show in A+, and...
Everything I've done for my children. And
it is really good. I love the whole, like, they're on the corporate retreat, and they're trying to figure things out. And then there's more Mattson and Mattson's cast of funny characters. There's some funny moments. Isn't that also where there's that, like, scene where, like, he calls them a tribute band, too, at, like, middle of lunch? And the whole just saying the biggest number to win the thing. Roman having his, like, one of his first emotional outbursts after pre-grieving. Dundee's up there, DC. Maybe we put it above Honeymoon States, maybe? Maybe still S tier, Kill List, maybe? I think, maybe. What are the comments saying? Side note about the music in this season. We start getting stabs of this dramatic ass motif that plays in these crucial moments. In 4-4, it's when Kendall starts acting like his dad post-coronation. You mean the bit where it's like his dad on the ream of papers, where it's the whole like that whole thing? Because I remember that, it gave me chills. It's a descending 3-note thingy. Yeah, I think that's what we're all talking about. Hang on, I'm pretty sure I could find what you're talking about real quick.
When Succession,
I can't play too much directly, but Succession, Logan Roy newsroom speech.
It's great work and equal to. Now, this is not the end. I'm going to build something faster, lighter.
Oh, right here.
And I'm going to do it, Mina, wilder. And I'm going to do it.
I think that's what we're talking about. The whole like that little stain right there. Yeah, because I think that's the first time in the season it comes up, right? The same one in the funeral episode when he talks to Hugo as well. Yes. Comedically, my favorite episode in the season. So many funny lines. Freaking Hugo. I heard you got the bronze medal in the Olympics. That was almost amazing. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good going, especially because on Kendall's last scene, they cut off the music. Like, he's not even worthy of it anymore. Oh, my God, you're right. Oh, my God. Damn. I don't know if anyone here plays Sound Map, but I'm collecting the Succession soundtracks on there for sure. Is France gonna make it? Don't count out the old baguette. The baguette is mightier than the bagel. Of all the beautiful settings of the series, this episode is the most visually stunning. Oh, especially when they're up there on like the literal cliff. Like, yeah, it's definitely up there. You're all pirates. I could see people getting sturdy into this. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. No, I noticed the musical little chord progression too. Liked it. Chord progression. I'm not a movie man, not music man. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's all right. Let's keep moving. Living Plus. The Roys return to Los Angeles for Waystar's Investor Day, where they plan to launch Living Plus, a luxury assisted living community that Logan has proposed prior to his death. Mattson dislikes the idea and unsuccessfully tries to convince Shiv to call it off, telling her about his hostile negotiation with Kendall and Roman in Norway. Shiv confronts her brothers, who admit they dislike the Gojo deal. Roman impulsively fires the head of Waystar's film studio in light of their latest film's troubled production, and later fires Jerry as well when she reprimands him for it. Shiv and Tom begin to reconnect romantically. Kendall prepares an outlandish presentation for the Living Plus product launch, hoping to attract enough investment interest to render the Gojo acquisition untenable. Yeah, he's trying too much, trying too hard. I remember that. Despite Shiv and Roman's concerns and Mattson's attempts to sabotage him, he delivers his speech successfully, giving Waystar stock a major boost. There's good moments in the episode. I liked Living Plus. I don't know if I loved Living Plus. For some reason, but I mean, the ending scene is also like poet. I mean, anytime like, you know, Ken's in or around water, we always are like visually on the edge of our seats. But what if we push return to good stuff? Do I dare put Lion in the Meadow under where else am I going to put it? Living Plus. Good, but oh man, I mean, there's a lot of like good plot elements and good good, interesting, intriguing things happening, good scenes, a lot of like cringe and funny, fun stuff. Would it be the worst thing in the world to put Living Plus under good stuff? Like, is that too low down the list? Like, still good, like good stuff, but like, if I have to start comparing it to like Prague or Secession or Volter, like, what do the comments say? Oh yeah, we're still live. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're getting toward the tail end of the episode ranking list, but it's real success trademark hours. Tap hard if you were scheming and plotting. Yeah, weakest episode of the season to me, but I did love Carlson and Kendall straight for a moment. Yeah, that was good in the hallway. Always thought it was the weakest, but Living Plus grew on me heavily. I mean, aspects of it definitely have grown on me. Living Plus is fire. Kendall pulls out the wins when no one else expects it. I mean, I don't know if he really home runs it by the end of it, but where normally we would get like cringe Kendall, he does give us a decent like project pitch that does give them a stock boost, like a stock jump. And Roman acting insane, pre-grooved my ass. Love Living Plus and Tailgate Party because of my favorite couple. Kendall managing to maneuver the Mattson tweet and give a good representation of a lame product was pretty impressive. It's true. He did navigate that pretty well in the moment. I love when Kendall about Roman firing Jerry's just like, nah, bro, why not? Both so manic. If you're going to put it lower, like, yeah, you know what? I can be swayed. I'm going to refrain myself from going on a rant about Roman firing Jerry, but I screamed at the TV for quite a long time. And then Kendall, with this whole you go girl, fire Jerry, fire God, fire me, yeah. And how did the guy asking about the tweet to Kendall expect him to know about it? Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, well, you know how it is. It's you know, if you're a reporter, you want to try to, you know, the Roys already don't have the best reputation. So if you're a reporter trying to catch somebody off guard, you'd be like, "Have you heard about this?" And then, you know, just twist the story a certain way. Clickbaity title. Yeah, you know what? I could be swayed. And it's not so much me just doing what the chat said, what chat's saying, but like it's pointing out more details about the episode. Again, why I'm doing this live, so that anything that I'm misremembering, I could have somebody else fill me in on. But hunting, you know what? Maybe we put hunting. But no, but hunting is so much. How about I compromise? How about I put this at like the tail end of A+. Let's keep going. Tailgate party. The night before the presidential election, the Roys host their traditional party for political insiders at Shiv and Tom's apartment. Kendall and Roman hope to build an antitrust case against the Gojo acquisition, but Shiv, who wants to preserve the deal, invites Mattson to the party in hopes of thwarting her brothers. However, the siblings later learn that Mattson has grossly inflated Gojo's subscriber numbers in India, which could create a fatal scandal for the company. Roman unsuccessfully attempts to convince Connor to drop out of the presidential race after his polling numbers draw support away from Mencken. Jerry refuses Roman's request to return to Waystar, having negotiated a hefty severance agreement. Tom is incensed by rumors of his firing circulating at the party, leading to a vicious argument with Shiv about their marriage. Kendall proposes to Frank that Waystar buy Gojo with him as sole CEO. Yeah, I mean, for that argument alone out there, when finally Tom and Shiv just go at it, and the lead up to it, and of course still the antics at the party, and was it your numbers are kind of gay? Like, bro, what? Yeah, I just, you know, took a look at the numbers, and they just came out kind of gay. So that's kind of homophobic, bro. Like, the fail bros filling it up. The version of Succession theme when Roman is on the cart goes so hard. Oh, yeah. Oh, that shot, by the way, I forgot to point it out in my review for Maxine, but literally Maxine in a golf cart takes the same turn with the director, like down that strip, like the exact same strip that the exact same turn, the path that Roman takes in that golf cart is the same one that Maxine takes in the movie, and I recognized like the literal same like Hollywood set. I'm just like, oh, like I recognized it. But anyway, it's also the episode where you realize they did a great job writing Mattson to be the successor to Logan as antagonist. Agreed. He looms over Kendall's Prezi.
Would you like to hear my favorite passage from Shakespeare?
Two Indias. Poor Ebba. Yeah, poor Ebba, for real. Dude, talk about characters that are like could be insanely interesting but are overshadowed. It's almost why I wish Succession had like one more season, or at least that like things moved like a little like I appreciate that things move quick and there's so much to get to, and it's all like every bite you take is a great bite, but I almost want to like savor these bites more. And I will admit that season 2 ultimately takes its time a bit more with its arc than season 4 ends up doing. I feel anyway. Greg hitting the dab pen on the couch, chilling with Madsen's crew. Yeah. My numbers are gay. Favorite line, I'm not Gil, you're not Logan. That's a good... Yeah, exactly. Dude, Nate being the voice of reason in that episode is wild. But yeah, he's like, no, this is not our world. I'm not that guy, you're not that guy, and that's okay. Like, you're not your dad. It's fine, you're not your dad. Yeah, confirms like Greg's lost all his morals. The Tom Shiv argument was so cathartic. They're both mostly right and laid out all my own feelings I had on. Yeah, I'm sure for people watching them for like 4 seasons now, or over 3 seasons, I should say, for it to culminate in this like just like on the rooftop argument where the whole series, I can never fully side with one person or the other. I would like my opinions would shift so frequently, and for it to be at a point where they just say the quiet parts out loud, and it's like, they're both kind of right, but ultimately, maybe I do side with Tom only because Shiv is not broken, but she definitely needs some. She's heavily scarred from her childhood and her upbringing, and so there are things, aspects of her past that are holding her back from like truly committing and for being loyal and honest and straightforward and truly accepting love from another human being. Like all those things. Like Tailgate Party is up there. I think I would put Tailgate Party maybe above Kill List, but still below like DC and Dundee. Do I dare? I think. The argument, I swear I can recite verbatim. It's so good. You were gonna see me sent to prison, Shiv. It's like you're too transparent to be found in a book. Like, swear. Peak uncomfy Succession vibes when the entire party is watching Kendall and Mattson have an autism-coded argument. Yeah. I love his little hop off the thing in his Eurotrash jacket. I love how we got a hint of their feelings on the beach in season 2, but the argument was the most satisfying way everything could have come out. And so well performed. And what I noticed, and then I like they pointed out in the after the episode little recap, was like just it's actually outside on that balcony, and just like, you know, as the shouts just echoes, you know, and they see me sent to prison, just like through the city of New York as they have this all-out argument, airing their dirty laundry. And of course people on the inside, like you see some occasional glances on the sides of the screen so people can hear them doing this. Like it's not a secret argument they're having behind a glass sliding door. Okay. Last three, everybody. Wait, did I put it on the list? Yeah, last three. America Decides. On election night, the siblings are torn over the candidates. Roman supports Mencken as he will advance Waystar's agenda, including blocking the Gojo deal, while Kendall is uncomfortable with Mencken due to blowback from his extreme politics affecting his daughter Sophie. Shiv, meanwhile, remains aligned with Mattson. Shiv finally tells Tom she is pregnant with his child, but Tom reacts skeptically. Plus, he's also like coked out. A vote center in Milwaukee is firebombed, pretty sure by Menckenites, or Mencken supporters, destroying thousands of ballots that would have likely gone to Democratic candidate Daniel Jimenez. Roman uses the situation to pressure Tom into having ATN prematurely call Wisconsin for Mencken, while Connor concedes to Mencken as well. R.I.P. Conheads unite. Kendall ponders backing Jimenez for his family's sake, but learns from Greg that Shiv is working with Mattson. Hurt by his sister's betrayal, he throws in his support for Mencken. After Mencken wins Arizona, ATN calls the election in his favor. That is a really, 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 really good episode, man. I wouldn't be surprised if these last three genuinely are all like #1 boy territory. God, it's such a stressful, dramatic episode. Playing in real time. They consulted actual people like in politics and in news media to see like how something like they wanted to make sure that it all like proceeded exactly how it's supposed to go, like in real time.
I think a lot of the time.
But is it better than Austerlitz, Chesties, Turnhaven?
I wonder if
Is it something as simple as like tail end of #1 boy? Like it's up there, like America Decides is up there, but it's hard to beat the season 2 power hours, along with the moments of like season 1. Ah, damn. What do people think in the comments? For all his faults and grossness, he is professionally. I think Tom was a great communicator of his feelings. Shiv just never wanted to engage with it when Tom offered to talk about them. Also true. Tom was very much like very straightforward about it. He only ever started getting conniving when when he realized that Shiv either had ulterior motives, didn't have his back, or may not have truly been in love with him at the end of the day. This episode almost feels like it came out of nowhere, but it's an incredibly intense hour of television. The touchscreen is malfunctioning. We've gone through 3 tablets. Coked out Tama's recipe for hilarious disaster. And I love the symbolism of Darwin, the nerdy politics guy who bristles at calling Wisconsin for Mencken, being blinded by the bodega wasabi. Yeah. Oh, Lord. This episode was almost too real. Gotta be number one boy. S tier for me. Yeah, I think right in between there. But like, oh, but then I think about it, like, oh, is it better than Shantyshire or like the birthday? Let's leave it at the tail of number one boy for now. It's not that listed, it's a hint of lemon. As he's just like, it's not even that lemon. Little is that? What is it, LaCroix or lemon? Lemon LaCroix? Like, I swear. Last two. Oh boy. No pressure. I think these are both in number one boy territory for sure. Church and State. The Roys arrive at Logan's funeral amidst... I think I might have talked the most during these two, honestly, in terms of my commentary. But also, these are like the most recent ones I've seen, so I have the greatest level of appreciation for them. The Roys arrive at Logan's funeral amidst street protests that are broken out following the announcement of Menken's win. Shiv advises Mattson to publicize his bogus subscriber counts in India while the news cycle's occupied with the election, which was a smart move, and tells her brothers about her pregnancy. Excuse me. Ewan gives a charged eulogy, lending insight into Logan's troubled childhood while condemning his brother's corrupt influence. Honestly, perfect, beautiful eulogy, by the way. Roman is unable to deliver his speech and breaks down crying, prompting Kendall to give one in his place. Shiv brokers a deal between Mattson and Menken to allow the Gojo deal to go through in exchange for naming an American CEO, which she hopes will be her. Upon learning this, Kendall enlists Roman and Hugo to join him against Shiv at the final board vote on the acquisition. Roman, overwhelmed with the funeral and ashamed at letting his deal with Menken backfire, walks into a crowd of rioters and gets assaulted. Yeah, which is just him looking for a form. Like, that's how he, yeah, whenever he feels bad. Whether you say he did it because he feels he deserved, whether it's because he feels he deserved like the need of punishment, or because that's just what he does whenever he's feeling just pain, and he just like he's like a masochist in that sense. But man, and that one emotionally hit me on so many levels, and all the church speeches, all the eulogies are. God, Church and State is such a call sheet, and the way they had to film it similar to how they had to film Connor's wedding. It's 100% number one boy territory, but my God, where do you put it? Like right below, like, do you put it right below Connor's wedding? Maybe right below Connor's wedding. What the comments say. Somebody says season 4 doesn't go above A tier for me. Oh wow. I mean, I get that. It's fun. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is how united and yet divided the show is, right? Because we have one person saying 4, 8, 9, and 10 it might be the best 3-episode run of the show, period. And then right below it doesn't go above A tier for me. Why Essie? Season 4 is the best for me. The closest we'll ever get to a flashback in the show. Yeah, agreed. Ewing's eulogy for sure. Two boys, a 3-year-old. What does he say? A 3-year-old and a 4.5-year-old, or like a 4-year-old and a 3.5-year-old, speaking only with their eyes. Number one boy for me. Ewan messed me up big time, but I don't know why. I'm gonna be honest. Lack of Logan, and I love the kids. Writing just felt weaker, less emotional. Really? You think so? Really? I could see it being rough between episodes 4 through 6. Ewan's eulogy is so good. But you can't say lack of emo. I don't want to argue with anybody, by the way, but like lack of emotion when it comes to especially like the eulogies and all that, like Church and State, lack of emotion. I could see it being rough. Ewing's eulogy is so good. Kendall's improvised eulogy is the counterpoint, but it really doesn't speak about Logan's values, just his raw impact on the planet. Church and State innocent. Bonus moment. All of Logan's wives. And, oh, don't even get me started on that. That moment. You already saw my reaction to it. That moment got me. Yeah. Everybody uniting in the wake of death and tragedy for that one final bit together. Yeah. And they could all share that. Oof. That's so interesting, and it felt a lot more emotional for me. Shiv's eulogy was written so well. Yeah. Again, I don't think any of our lists have to all match up identically. I think that there are some episodes that we all agree on, and I think that as we talk about each episode in its own right and kind of romanticize it more and more, that our influence will kind of be swayed one way or the other. That's just my like gut reaction. Like this is my personal opinion. I think Church and State is a phenomenal episode, but I still it's so hard to beat 3-9 for me. And I thought 2-10 was going to be the winner by far. 2-10 is up there. And again, don't get me wrong, these are all number one boys for sure, and these are all great episodes of television. But if I gun to my head, if I had to like choose, right? He couldn't fit a whole woman in his head. Accurate. Even when Logan was dead, his presence wasn't absent from the narrative. The second half of the season was basically haunted by the ghost of him. Oh, agreed. I'm gonna be real. I didn't like Shiv's eulogy. It kind of felt like she was jealous Kendall had a moment. She tried her best. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, there's the discourse there. I love that this show always has that discourse. Like not everybody who watches Succession will all stand on a united front, you know? Well, this is why we have these conversations. I can't wait to see what the comments in the video are too. I feel like I'm going to break up the live video. I'm going to have to break up the live video. We're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're about 4 hours in. Jesus. We're like, I don't know how many views this will get, but I didn't realize I'd be talking this long. It's almost midnight here. But we are at the end with open eyes. Kendall scrambles to secure board votes to block the Gojo deal. He and Shiv visit Carolina's estate in Barbados, where Roman is recovering from his wounds. Mattson interviews Tom and offers him the CEO position, believing he will be more obedient than Shiv, and also a pain sponge in general. Greg tips off the siblings that Shiv will not be Mattson's CEO. The siblings then agree to let Kendall take over, forming a voting bloc. Upon their return to New York, Shiv learns Tom has been chosen as CEO. The siblings race to sway the board. The board comes to a 6v6 tie over selling the Gojo, with only Shiv's vote left. Shiv, however, has second thoughts about Kendall's competence and votes in favor of the deal despite Kendall's protests. Tom is appointed CEO with Shiv by his side. Roman accepts that he and his siblings were never worthy successors. A devastated Kendall contemplates his future. I give myself chills just reading that. Jesus. It is the most tragic and yet fitting end for the show. For those that didn't see me mention it earlier, there's a video. I pulled up a bunch of these for reference, but a video by Hakeem Piersdorf, why Succession's final episode is so perfect. Only 18 and a half minutes, but it's a really good take on why this like wraps up the entire series with just one like very nice bow, essentially. It's one of many essays I'll go over one more time before we finish this stream tonight. But yeah, with open eyes, man, oh my god, it was another roller coaster. Jeez. Damn. Personally, do I love the episode? I don't love it, but do I? I mean, I love how it works. It's so fitting. It's the perfect end to a full tragedy. The question is, do I put this before or after the 210 finale, right? Like, it's number one boy territory. Is it? But like, I think I still liked these episodes. Oh, this is so challenging. Let me close out this. I'm not gonna reference that again. What are the comments? Fun fact: Sally Ann is played. Oh yeah, Sally Ann's played by Brian Cox's real wife. Yeah. Sally Ann was my Carrie, so to speak. Yeah, the wives all. It's like at least he won't grind his teeth tonight. It's because Logan's oppressive presence was gone. They didn't feel like they had to hold a grudge. She was method acting for real. When Kendall goes back on whether the waiter actually died because of him, oh yeah, again, it's the perfect encapsulation. There's another video essay I brought up earlier, where it's so the essay is called "What Succession Is Really About" by One Take. It's a nice hour and a half long chonky boy, but towards the end of it, there's a section called "The Poison Drips Through," and it's there's the motif of the water and Kendall and trying to the water, if we consider that as Logan Roy's overall influence, right? It's him trying to stay above water or out of the water, but so often he finds himself drawn back into it for one reason or another. And even though he's out of the water, I mean, is he though? Even though he's out of the water, is he really out of the water? Because then he starts, ever since honeymoon states, he starts making moves that Logan would make. And by the time that we get to the end, what happens? But yeah, like for him to go back on something like that, I think for the same reasons that I would put 410 under 309 is that emotional moment was genuine and that like kept held on to up until the very end of season 3. And that one, like for him to go back on that, just like it destroys me in a good way, like you said. But God. What else was there? You can feel his last shred of credibility withering and dying. Kendall putting his feet up on the desk was Logan sending the donuts. It sent the whole thing crash. Yeah, for real though. Not to mention, like, what was it? I saw in the comments when someone was like, yeah, like Frank was begging for Ken to give a full pitch to like sell the room, but he was just too cocky and confident, thought he had it in the bag. I'm in the camp of being disappointed in the finale after first watch and then grew to appreciate it more and more. A lot of fans were disappointed. Tragic moment, super well said. Agreed, very well said. What was everybody's immediate reaction to Shiv's last second flip? I'll admit that I was pissed at her in hindsight, and after analyzing, she was right, I think, but I was so mad she floundered. I think, if I recall, in the moment, I was like, well, that's what you get. I think that's what I said. It was something along the lines of, like, literally, I'm curious now, like, in the moment.
Always hoping.
I was hoping it would be you. I'm pretty sure when Shiv like pulls it back.
With our dad, easy not to just let me now. I mean, it's stupid. We all get something here. I mean, you're voting against yourself. You realize that. Listen, I can do you. I don't believe you, Shiv. I mean, for sake, doesn't make like logic. Where's the logic?
No, I just don't think you'd be good at it.
Yeah, maybe don't yell at the person who can.
I feel like.
Yeah, I think I was kind of. It's a frustrating.
You can't be CEO. You can't.
It's a frustrating situation, but I think I kind of like. I was like, yeah, that's what you get.
Because
like,
you killed someone.
Happened.
It up.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait, it was a move?
No, I didn't even get in the car. I felt bad, and I false memoried it. Like I'm.
Jesus Christ.
All
right, you know what, Shiv, vote against.
I don't,
by the end of it,
not.
By the end of it, I was like, you know what, Shiv, never mind, don't vote for him. Yeah, that was my immediate reaction in the moment. Arthur also puts it well. Did it make sense? Yes. Was it satisfying? That's the thing. Even like the end of season 3, did it make sense? Yes. Was it satisfying? As tragic as it was also somehow like satisfying. But like, man, it's such a gut punch. But then again, you have to have the whole show in the framework that like the creators of this show, the writers, the creators, the actors, they make no little deal of stressing this show is a tragedy. It's not a, as much as we want to empathize and see, we're so used to seeing character arcs in media, and we're seeing like a underdog story or like a rise, I mean even right, but no, it's a partial rise and fall. It's a series of rise and fall stories, but it's just the tragedy. Like ultimately, it's these kids just trying for something that's probably never going to happen because they haven't earned it and they don't really truly deserve it. The show is really about how Kendall becomes a killer and the way that he brushes off a human life that he felt responsible for. Yeah, he adopts in that final episode, in that scene, out of desperation, he adopts his father's philosophy of no real person involved. And ergo, the poison drips through. After coming together with the brothers, if she wasn't with it, she couldn't have crowned Kendall the night before. Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like they both like crowned him, but even in doing so, they weren't happy about it, right? They both agree that like, it's like, who do you think Dad would have chosen? She's like, I don't think he would have even thought that far ahead. I don't think he would have chosen any of us, quite frankly. I mean, they were like her and Roman weren't like in love with the idea. They were just like, well, if it's gonna be somebody, might as well be Big Bro. I mentioned this before, but their argument is literally the same as season 3, episode 2 with the donuts. Yeah. The only complaint I have about the finale is I wish there was a bit more of the third act, really letting the weight of Shiv's decision and the acquisition sink in. I get that. Again, it's why it's like season 4 is so good and so real because things just happen like boom, 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 boom. She made the call, she put the vote in, and as much as we would like for these moments to set in more and to be elongated and to really feel them, that's real life, isn't it? Like the shit hit the fan, the decision is made, you lose. Good day, sir. You bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed, and so you get nothing. That's it. It's like, yeah, I was a little angry at Shiv until Ken went all NRPI. Yeah. And then I was team whoever is against Ken. God, like as many times I want. There's so many times in the show that I want to vote for each sibling in their own right, and it's just so difficult for me to get there. And then they'll just like they're their own worst enemy. That's the thing. They show their true colors. I recall seeing a comment about Tom never ends a season without significant gain and put the ending in a whole new perspective. The hints for the ending have been there from the start. Honestly, though, that's true. Tom played the long game. He knew what to do. And again, it's pointed out in like this is another good one by I started watching just an observations videos how Logan Roy manipulated everyone, and it shows like Tom figures it out and goes from like middling and wavering to like he knows how to play it. He knew like what to say to try to get under like Logan's wings, get on his good side, play the long game. Like he did it well. There was a video essay talking about how the ending is a parallel to No Exit, and it really makes Shiv's decisions make more poetic sense. Jeremy Strong still thinks Kendall will kill himself post episode 10. Possibly. I know in the moment that like the actor said like he did make the jump, like he there was a take where he went for it, but they thought it was a little bit too melodramatic. So I like the ambiguity of it. I don't know. I think that Ken's been at I feel like Ken's almost been at like more bottom barrels before. Like in the show's past, I feel like season 1 episode. I feel like the finale for season 1 might even be like worse, right? Like considering the fact that he was like tangentially responsible for a death, and then that all happens, and then like being bested by his dad, and then like having already relapsed and all that. This one, he's sober, and yeah, he lost the chance to be CEO that he thought was his birthright, and he'll probably never have it. But I think there's still a way forward from that point. There's still going to be, money, influence, his own version of power and fame and everything. Like, I don't think it's bottom barrel. I think it's a tragic ending, but I think that he could, I think he could pick himself up and move forward. I feel possibly. I want to see that cut. So yes, I don't know how that cut would work. Tom with the agricultural drip. Need that Succession DVD set where they show deleted scenes and bloopers. A Blu-ray's coming out. Unfortunately not 4K because they don't have enough confidence people would buy, like they would make enough money from it. But there's a Blu-ray coming out in about I think like a month or so maybe. I think it's like $90 for all the seasons. But yeah, there's a physical release. You can pre-order it on Amazon right now. Watching Colin doomed to watch over Kendall for the rest of his life, a guy he literally covered up a manslaughter for, super haunting. Oh yeah, like the only other person in the world besides his siblings who know about it, and it's just like right there in the background. First shot of the entire show is Kendall in the car. Final shot is him on the seat. Gives me chill. Oh yeah. Anyway, so this is what we have at the end of the end. So. Do I agree with this? Number 1 boy slots, the best episodes, my favorite episodes. All the Bells Say, Connor's Wedding. Do I leave it that way? I think so. All the Bells Say, Connor's Wedding, Church and State, God, I do love. I love like all the eulogies in Church and State so much. This is not for tears, with open eyes. All the finales. Nobody's ever missing. I'm glad that like early season stuff also made it into number one boy territory, because I definitely would say Which Side Are You On is like number one boy territory. Safe Room I put up there. Austerlitz I put up there too. Honestly, I think it's like number one boy territory. Argestes, Turnhaven, and America Decides. So 4, 4, 4, 3 from 4, 2, 2, 2, 2. Wow, 4 from 2, 4 from 2, 4 from 2. Still S tier. I have Shantyshire, Too Much Birthday, Retired Janitors of Idaho, The Munsters, Rehearsal, Dundee, L to the O, G, DC, Tailgate Party, Kill List, and Honeymoon States. Still, I mean, again, all good, but then A plus tier, we have The Shit Show, I Went to Market, Sad Sack Wasp Trap, Prague, The Summer Palace, Secession, Walter, Mass in Time of War, Hunting, and Living Plus. Good stuff. We still have Return. We have The Disruption. We have Nuptials and What It Takes. And then under good, obviously good TV, but where else am I going to put it? I have Lion in the Meadow, Lifeboats, and the premiere Celebration. I think that's where I am right now. Kendall finally becomes his father, his absolute nightmare scenario, and for what? Great ending. Do you guys think the Secession showrunner Jesse Armstrong is going to do something this good ever again? I think so. I mean, they say that lightning doesn't strike twice, but at the same time, I think that when you have people, I mean, this was a collaboration of many different talents, but I think if you have someone this talented behind the wheel, I mean, that talent doesn't just go away. Now, maybe they peak. Maybe Succession is like his magnum opus, but I have confidence. How is the episode list stacking up to the original season tier list? Well, funny enough, honestly, it looks like, well, actually, wait, season 2, season 2 is number 1 then, kind of, at the end of the day? Am I crazy, or season 4 end of the day, like number 1? 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. But then also 2, 2, 2. Damn, dude, what did I like more, 2 or 4? I think I like 2 more still. I think those are both very, very good, but 2 is my number 1 boy, only because, for the reason I stated earlier, is that as good as season 4 is, and it's very, very, very good television, season 2's arc and arcs, they have a little bit more time to breathe, right? And I think I like the finale of 2 more than I like the finale of 4. Even though 4 has killer episodes, don't get me wrong. But then 3 and 1, between 3 and 1, oh damn. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 3. Ooh, you know what? But 3 also, does 3 have any? 3 has the best finale. This is a hard thing. Yes, I only have 1 episode from 3 in number 1 boy, but it's the it's the number 1 boy. It's the best. But then 3, 3, 3, 3. Like, there's so many 3s leading down the list. Like, I still think, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna watch the show again. If anything, I want to show my gal. Like, I don't know if she'll be about the show, but any chance that I get to rewatch this show in its entirety, I will take. And I'll be curious if things change. But as of right now, I think that my personal ranking is season 2 is the best, followed very closely by 4, 3, and 1. I think. What are the comments saying? Hopefully, by understanding if he's burned out. Truly, he put a magnum opus, so he deserves a long break. Oh, for real, for real. I feel like any season 2 episode should be above 4-6. Really? Where did I put 4-6 again? Or where did I put 4-6? Which one is 4-6? Kill List. What was after Kill List again? Oh. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, Living Plus I had at the tail end of A+. Yeah, I had every episode from 2 above except for Return, except for Return. That's it. Return is the only one, and it barely went below Living Plus. So very funny, very yeah, call out there. I think he can. His previous shows are all really good, but this was just the first time he did a drama show instead of comedy. Shaping up to be 4213. I think so. Peep Show is funny, but does not have the mainstream appeal of Succession. Dramedy is just peak TV genre. It spans the whole gambit of human emotion. I watched Veep and the I keep hearing good things about Veep. I've never watched Veep, but anytime somebody mentions it, they say good things. People said Veep is happening right now in the real world. Must have fallen off the coconut tree. Only thing bringing one down is the pilot and 1-3. Yeah, where did I put 1-3? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for real. Oh, agreed. That's perfectly. That puts it perfectly as well. His social commentary shines through when the subject matter is bleak, but the characters are hilarious. Oh yeah, it's all very dark comedy. Okay, I think that's like. Can I save this? That's what my immediate reaction is right now. Well, oh, I can't. I thought I had to. Oops. Okay. Good enough. I could maybe go like if I like it's getting late, so if I had more time I would go over it again, and perhaps I will in the future. But gut reaction, going through the whole show, not comparing episodes super in depth, I think this is where I wanted to rank everything. So that's what that is. It's already late, but I said I would do it. I can be pretty quick about this. All right, is the next part of the stream. We have our character ranking. This is just the one that was online. This is not going to be every single character of like that had like even one line in the show, but pretty much any character that had importance or relevance. So, we're gonna try to get through this. Yeah. Everybody that's if anybody needs to get to bed, please do. I'm gonna be passing out after this. I'm gonna maybe get some food in me, but then I'm off. I didn't know it was gonna be 4 hours, but I'm glad I'm getting this all done in one go. Going, oh, thank you, appreciate that, thanks. Well, I'm not done with the stream. Don't get me wrong. I'm still doing the rest of this. I promise. Stewie S tier I riot. Yeah. Okay. Willa as a character. Man, what sucks is that like some of these are great characters, but then in terms of being a good character and then getting the appropriate amount of screen time, am I going to factor that in? I want to see if Carl ever did get half of it on a Greek island with his brother-in-law. All right. Let's see. I like Willa. She's a woman who, starts off as a, she's doing what she's got to do to survive in this world. I get that. I'm not mad at her for it. And then, coming around to it, I think, does she really enjoy Connor? I think she has fun in her own way, but also by the time that we get to season 4, she's low-key pushing for like a long-distance relationship, which is, I think as a character, I think, and then is she a good playwright? We don't really know. The whole lawsuit with Sand. I forgot about the Sand Mites. Oh my god. I think a B. Safe to put her in B. Middle of the road. I don't love her. I don't hate her. I like her. I think Willa's fine. Literally watching the sunrise. Oh Lord. Yeah. No, I'm. Yeah, I'm going to. It's midnight. I got work in 9 hours. Sandy barely has any. I mean, her and Shiv had a good scene, working out deals and whatnot. Represents her father's interests, but like she doesn't. I mean, like she doesn't really have a whole lot to work with. I mean, she has like. Then she's one of those characters that will then show up for the board meetings and have like decent scenes. Is easily swayed. Low key kind of put her on like C rank. Frank though, oh my god, Frank. I see you're speculating in a comedic manner. Look, man, I gotta say, Frank. Do I dare put Frank in S tier? Like, I think Frank might be. Is Frank goated? Frank might be goated. Willa S tier? Please, if anybody believes Willa should be S tier, make your case. If you have a case for characters, please share your thoughts. Need to go to bed. I have a flight tomorrow. Oh no. When she stands up for Connor's coat. Oh yeah, yeah. He's gonna be the president of the United States. That is a good point. You know what? She does have some moments where she does get in Connor's corner. I could see Willa B. Maybe she's in it. Well, you know what? But no. But I don't love her. I had moments where I loved her, but they're not consistent enough. You know what I'm saying? Sandy is just Dollar Tree Shiv. Oh yeah, for real. Frank is the dad Kendall never had. Yeah. Have a good night and a safe flight. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, everybody have a good night for sure. Of course, I got to plug myself if you haven't subscribed already. Oh, but yeah, no, but thank you so much for stopping by, for being part of like so much of this live stream. But have a safe flight, and I won't see you in another suck session, but I will. I mean, I'll post all the videos later, obviously. But yeah, hope you're watching Severance or other shows coming out. Yeah, Frank S for real, for real. Sandy, is that right? Frank is a good egg. Frank is a good egg. Stewie's consistent in that he follows the money, and every time he's on screen, he does have a tendency to steal scenes. He has very funny lines. He's a fun character. There were times where I questioned him, but I mean, there's a lot of S tier characters in the show, aren't there? I'll put him, you know what, just to satiate the masses. But he was a salty dog. Watch all your Severance vids again. Oh, yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate. There will be more. There will be more. I'm 4 episodes in now, and holy shit is all I have to say. But Frank, I think a lot of this might also be like screen time, right? But even then, like, I don't know. My gut says, for the fun of it, we'll put Stewie in S, but I feel like he could easily push down to A. Connor Roy. I feel like all the Roys are going to be S for their own reasons. Connor Roy, S. What's her name? I had to write down some of these names because I literally forgot. Comfrey, excuse me, had one, I mean, what, her and Greg, like, she starts to, like, Greg asks her out, and they maybe go on a date, and then she's pretty much disregarded. I forgot about her, low-key. I think Comfrey would be above, no, you know what, below Sandy. I mean, she had a good scene, but unless there's more that I'm forgetting, honestly. Sandy's the angriest fucking vegetable tier? Yes. Then we have Jess. I mean, Jess, look, I'd say Jess is an A. Is she, like, absolutely goated? No, but she's a real one, but, you know, she has to be for work, I think. And she does have that moment where, she, like, you know, she's trying to low-key encourage Greg not to pass the news along in the newsroom. I think Jess is like a solid A. Do I like her more than Willa? I think Jess just puts up with so much shit, man. And she puts up with so much. She has to run all the... Imagine being the personal assistant for any of the Roys, let alone for Kendall Roy. Like, can you imagine? Jerry though. S for like justice for Jerry for sure. Justice for Jerry. The only time that I was upsetty spaghetti with Jerry was at the end of season 3, but I get why she did what she did. And she did what she did. Roman had a very similar, like, Roman did the same thing to her earlier in the series, so we can't be too mad. I feel so bad for Rava. Rava is an A. Rava's an A. She's a mom, single mom, trying her best, met someone new, trying to just, like, live lives, raise their kids, protect them, and she keeps getting pulled into the nonsense. Do I love her more than the Roys? No, but, like, I think Rava is definitely, like, an A-tier character for sure. Stewie backed Ken on the crossed out name on the piece of paper. He follows the money, but he is still a good friend too. Doing coke in front of Ken aside, please ignore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very true. Hey, like, I've looked, like, in terms of, like, doing a little bit of booger sugar in front of friends, coming from personal experience, I've only done that in trusted company. I'll say that, only trusted company. Like, you don't want to do that in front of some bozos. Yeah, I had to look up Bozo's name. Speaking of bozos, Edward, D tier. You kidding me with this clown over here? This, like, fake foreign money like owns a sports team, but then doesn't have control of his own meeting when he gets Roman and company over to Turkey. Dude, Edward is like D tier, 100%. Rava's the only normal person, honestly, though. Y'all better put some respect on Jerry's name. Yeah. Roman backed her into a corner, though. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like Roman backed her into a corner. I mean, I guess that one wasn't like Jerry's fault, but like still, like Roman's like, "Hey, can you help?" And she's like, "Oh, I have to align my interests to so and so." But that's the only time that I've ever been like kind of rubbed the wrong way about her. But even her doing so, I understood. Nan Pierce. I mean, Nan is basically the liberal version of Logan, and I think Logan is. We all know where Logan's gonna end up. I hmm. Hmm. We'll see what happens. We got Jack Skellington to the actor they chose. This like just anemic man in a suit. Hugo is always good for a laugh. I don't love his character. I mean, like his character serves the purpose, right? He's this guy who will like he Hugo is a more aware and vicious no, you know what? He's Greg if Greg was like more vicious and back like even more backstabby, but also like less. I was gonna say he goes where the wind takes him. No, he if he can see writing on the wall, he'll look at his options and then make a move. Greg, like a gust of wind comes by and he's like he like flies off into the ether, right? But Hugo is like Greg, but has a bit more sense about him. I don't know. I don't love his character, but his character is like he serves his own purpose. Maybe I put him like B tier. Hugo's like, so I put him above Willa. I like Willa more though. I like Willa more than Hugo though. I'll put Hugo B tier though. God, Nan feigning being uncomfortable during the bidding war. Oh yeah, no, for real. No, exactly. She's like the inverse of like two sides of the same coin, basically. Who is she again? Edward, Nan, Hugo, Cardina. Cardina? Who's Cardina again? Hugo sucks. Yeah, Hugo's not great. That's why he's like, but at the same time, he's funny and I like his character serving the purpose that he did. Carolina. Oh, I can't even read my own handwriting. Carolina, that's right. I feel like Carolina is like on the same level as the assistants. Maybe Carolina, no, actually I take it back. I think Carolina is a step above Humphrey. And I think above, you know what? I'd put her right above, just right above she has more scenes than Willa. She does more than Willa. She made me laugh more than Willa. I think I enjoyed her character more than I enjoyed Willa's. I don't know. They're kind of on the same sphere for like the same kind of level for me. She is a boss. I'm in love with her. Is she a baddie for real? Oh yeah, no, like she makes $1 million a year. Yeah, that's true. Came back from the dead to say Carolina, the quintessential PR queen. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave her. You know what? Oh, do we put Carolina above Jess? Oh, you know what? I could put her in A tier. You know what? I could say A tier. A tier for Carolina. But even though Rava's the voice of reason, I think Carolina, it sucks because I'm sure if Rava had more screen time, I would be swapping her around. But a lot of this is about who we get the most of, right? Or at least who is like even more impactful in their moments. I like Lisa Ann, the lawyer. Not nearly enough scenes with that with them, but I would put them. It's a tragic, like so many characters that we are introduced to and don't get enough like screen time, right? I think I'll put her maybe right below Hugo. No, but even though I like the character more than Hugo, but I like more from what we got from Hugo just in terms of entertainment value, I suppose. It's kind of where I'm at right now. Carolina trying to kill Hugo in the end is the best. Yeah, yeah. Super grounding. She's like the only serious business partner there. I love how she consoled Carrie on the plane after Logan died. True, true. Lisa Arthur, ask me how I remembered that. Oh no, how? DW. Knight Sweet Ladies. He's a C tier. Follow your heart. Yeah. Yeah. Because there'll be characters where it's like, do I like Logan Roy? No. Do I think he's an S tier, God tier television character? 100%. It's like Walter. It's like Heisenberg, you know. And now we got the guy in the upcoming Crow remake. We have Laird. I mean, Laird was fine. Left at the end of season 2. Financial advisor, straight head on his shoulder, straight head on his shoulders. Fairly sound financial advice. Had some funny lines. Good scenes with Logan. But at the end, I think he was in it for the money. Clearly trying to get the deal to get pushed through. I think we could put him C tier right above Sandy. And then other Sandy. I mean, look, I even as a vegetable, the little I roll back the tape when Shiv eats shit in the penthouse. He's smirking in the corner, which is great. Good scenes. Even in the fact that even in a wheelchair, he's kind of low key killing it. I feel like I could put him right between Lisa and Hugo, I think. What else is there? It's Lisa Arthur, not Lisa Ann. Lisa Arthur, that's right. Lisa Arthur. Laird C tier? Yeah, Laird C tier, yeah. Laird was so transparently self-interested. He didn't. I feel like at the beginning, yeah, exactly. And I guess he kind of tried to hide it through the guise of professionalism, but money talks. And even at the end, he's like, I think it's a good deal. And Roman's like, no, you get a sweet percentage from at the end of the day. Sandy with the syphilis. D tier coming up next. Oh, Nate, discount BJ Novak. Oh man. Nate the Great. I don't like Nate. I think my favorite scene of his is the one in season 4 with him and Kendall. I think he's finally become self-aware. He's not really a great person. I mean, he's kind of good at his job, and I know him and Shiv dated in the past. He serves his purpose, and he's a conduit between Gil and such. But I mean, hell, even this lawyer who's barely in it, he has more screen time than the lawyer does, and yet I would still put Nate high C tier, only because I just don't like him. I just don't like him. He can put the wine back in my bottle for all I care. Shiv, S tier, obviously, S tier character for 100%. All the main Roys are better than Jerry. Although I still, but would Connor be above Jerry? I feel like I'm biased though. I wish we had more Connor. And we get good scenes out of Connor. Are all the Roys gonna be top cream of the crop? They might be. Extremely biased, but late. But Carolina S tier. And you put Carolina S tier? Yeah, tempting. I might. Nate is F tier. The F stands for your fiance. Sandy automatically goes up a tier for smiling during the wake. Yeah. I told you, between that or smirking when Shiv eats it, but yeah, just smiling during the wake. My hatred for Nate makes me want him an F, but honestly C. I love the line to Ken about not being his dad. If only people who mattered to Ken had said that to him instead. Also agreed. Yeah, it's just blah. I'm not gonna. All right, you know what? Carrie, I kind of came around to, and especially Church and State, I came around to Carrie. She's a character that I started off really not liking, which I guess she played that really well. And by the end of it, I pitied her and I had sympathy for her. And for that reason, do I like her more or less than Hugo? I think she just barely gets in right behind Hugo. If she had been more on brand, if she had given me more of Church and State performance throughout throughout all of her screen time, I would like her more. But the most of it, I kept questioning if she was a gold digger. I didn't love her scenes. I thought she was But no, she's doing what they all do. You know what? All right. You know what? All right. Willa, and I'll put her above Hugo. I'll put her above Hugo. Best boy, best boy Kendall. Best boy, no question about that. I literally had to look up her name. I forgot. Again, Tabitha. Tabitha is the snowball gal, right? I was cool with her up until she shot down Roman's sexual compromises. Like, maybe don't have sex with while pretending that she's dead, but like, I was shocked that a girl who would snowball a load back in a man's mouth would not at least entertain the idea of having it taboo intercourse. Like, what? But okay. The switch up with on Carrie was wild. Chuckles the clown, A tier. To be fair, Nate did have one good line. So I'm staying in a hotel with a memory foam mattress. How about we give it some memories? That's cheese. That's cheese balls though, man. Jerry's my number one baby girl, but I would put Connor before Jerry. That's what I'm thinking. It's hard to put anybody before the Roys. Nate is just the poli sci F boy we all knew in college. Carrie's so good at crying she should be in a telenovela. Tabs should have been in more of the show. I loved her. Yeah, I like the character of Tabs. I think I would put Tabs. It sucks because like so much of her performance it feels like a distant memory at this point. But I think I would put her above the lawyer, but right below, but only below Sandy because Sandy as a vegetable somehow gives us more than she does as like a normal person. But she tried to talk sense into Roman numerous times, and I liked her, but I just didn't love the character. Gil. I mean, like, he's only a step above Nate, right? Like, I mean, I appreciate but then we got a lot of really good back and forth in DC. I like the actor a lot. I mean, he stood his grounds on his morals until he literally made a deal with Logan Roy. But like, I don't know, he's just such like although I think in terms of like policy, I legitimately would agree with his policies if he were like in government in real life and this all mattered. But he's just such an antagonistic force and like a stick in the mud. And he's so pessimistic, but he has some good lines, good conversations. Maybe I would put him. Maybe I'd put him right above Lisa. I hate to keep putting people above Lisa, but she also, well, no, you know what? Below. I can't in good conscience. He's not as bad as Nate. He's a more interesting, slightly more fleshed out character, but still not fleshed out enough. But enough where I'd give him a solid I'd give him like a low B, you know? By the way, if you guys liked Uncut Gems, Gil was... Oh yeah, I know, yeah, Gil was Arno in that movie, yeah. Got wiped on the... Oh yeah, wiped on the floor by Connor, huh? He's also in Interview with a Vampire. The mom, Mama Roy. As a like, do I like her? I like her only in the way where I'm like, man, you're a really bad mom, but you're funny. You kind of know what you're about, and I don't know. She's more aware than I think the kids give her credit for. I think she's more aware than most people give her credit for. I just don't love her character, but I'd put her low A. I put her low A, even though Willa has more screen time than her. Do I put her low A? I think she's such an important character. She's very pivotal and important to the show. I wouldn't feel right for me to put her like too terribly low. You know what I'm saying? Like, Caroline Collingwood is somehow goated. It defines explanation. Yeah, right. The person F, the character A-ish. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, she's a walking L, but at the same time, she's like, she's somewhat likable for me, and she's crucial for the story. I like how like she wants, and she also preaches that she wants the family to come back together. But I love how when they're having the meal fit for a king scene at the end of season 4, she's like, "Oh, would you hush? You know, you're all like they're all getting along, they're siblings," and she's like, "Oh, quiet down now. This is ridiculous. Peter would be so upset about this." It's like, bitch, isn't this what you wanted? Like, Madsen. Oh my God, Madsen. I mean, like, love to hate him, hate to love him. I like his character. I do and I don't like his character. Man, this is getting tough. um, he's just funny. He's a good antagonist. Do I put him at the top of the bees? Top of the bees, the lead, the queen bee, as it were. She's so good at verbally stabbing people. She's an S tier in my opinion. If we were ranking morally, morally, oh yeah, F tier for sure. She informs so much about what the kids are. Exactly. Mattson ruined the show. Oh, that's an interesting take. Mattson made for a good final boss. I mean, he's no Logan Roy, but he made an antagonist that I found myself rooting against. He comes into the show as a character where I'm like, okay, this guy's a weirdo. And by the end of it, I'm like, man, I don't want this guy to win. Like, I don't think any of them deserve to win, but like this guy just does he's such a weirdo, man. Mailing bags of blood and the whole Ebba thing. Which, by the way, I don't think Ebba or Oscar are on this list. What's up with that? No one was ever going to surpass Logan. Oh, for sure. Naomi. I like Naomi, man. I know that she's kind of low-key an enabler, but to be fair, Kendall and Naomi enabled each other. I liked her. I think she's like a little bit of a fox, I guess. And I don't know. I love their scene in the helicopter together, and she does try to stick around to help her, to help out. I don't know. My gut tells me to put Naomi in A tier. I like Naomi. And but is she more, but the mom is just kind of a bit more important, I think. Yeah. We'll see. Sid, I mean, I don't think Sid just kind of exists, man. One good scene with above Eduardo though, but one good scene with Tom when he first gets the job. And then, all right, she's a no-nonsense character. She knows what it takes to survive in the world. But, Sid's character goes nowhere. Ewing, though. Ewing is, my gut said, my gut reaction would be put Ewing in A rank. But, man, that speech he gives, his conversation with, his conversations, the conversation he has with Logan at the end of in the middle of I Went to Market, at the end of Dundee, and as a eulogy to his brother in Church and State, oh my god, as a character, Ewing, even though he's one of those characters where it's even though he's not in a lot of the show, when he's in the show, he is so impactful. I think I'm leaning towards maybe even put him above Stewie. Maybe. And yeah, Stewie, I like the character. Stewie's more likable and funny and steals some scenes, but Huey, you cannot deny Ewing's importance to the overall narrative of the show. Honestly. Sid D, she thought she was so much better than Tom and just blows right past her, no problem. Bozo. Yeah, yeah, Sid's a bozo for sure. You are in service of a monstrous endeavor. Oh yeah. Madsen's kind of boring compared to Nan, Sandy, Laura. Compared to really, you put. I mean, yeah, but I mean, Sandy's in a wheelchair at this point. Even Lawrence, though, I would have liked to have seen more from Lawrence, though. But I thought Lawrence was just kind of a guy that went You think I thought highly of Lawrence until I found out that he was just fibbing the numbers and he's just kind of another faker daker, and then it's just all right. Well, he's not really coming through on any of what he was talking about, really. I mean, Lawrence is a fine character, I suppose. Lawrence as the final boss would have been insane. Yeah. Evan, Ewan made me Google word meanings a bunch of times and I resented. Yeah, I used some big words. Rhea Jarrell. Rhea Jarrell. Rhea Jarrell. Do I like her more or less than Nan Pierce? Good old Holly Hunter, man. It's hard to. She's goated in general. I would put her. I still gotta deliberate here. I would put her, I think, above Nan. Nan is S tier, but I think I like Rhea better as a character, and Rhea has more involvement, more screen time. I think so. Marsha's an interesting one. Marsha is someone I came around to really respecting. I think Marsha gets that spot. maybe we put Marsha right above Rava, like high A plus, high A tier. Hard to beat Carolina, but like I used to despise. I used to really. I mean, you look at my earlier episodes. Like I was not a fan of Marsha, but I came around to her. I like what she was about. I like what she was about by the end of it. She's she's so yeah, S tier. She's so swag. I like Rhea, but I don't know how I felt about her. Little oh, with Logan, yeah, yeah. She's not fungible. So you're saying Rhea is the new thing? Wait, the Rhea is the new. Ah, jeez. Lawrence. Lawrence. You know what? He made for a good like early series like character, I feel. I would have liked to have seen more of Lawrence, I agree. I think Lawrence. Ooh. Just because he had some like pretty powerful. You know what? How about this? I could see Lawrence making it to mid B tier, right below Sandy, because again, hard to beat the wheelchair bits. I could see, in retrospect, Gil being cream of the crop of the seas. I think like the Rogues Gallery, right? Gil comes out on top, but he gets pushed out of the Bs. I think. I don't think Gil's really like a B worthy character. Tom. Tom. Tom, Tom, Tom. I'm second guessing everything, man. Old tightrope Tommy, huh? We'll come back to that. Now, this person I need your help with because I could not find. I don't know why this person's on. Who is this? Who is this character? Can somebody tell me? I do not recognize this person, and I looked up like a character list online. Lip balm, lip balm, Tom Wom, old tightrope Tommy. Yeah, Tom is S easy for sure. Madsen sent MovieMan's some of his blood. That's why. Michelle Ann, White House aide. Was she like Michelle Ann? Oh, Michelle Ann. Oh, what did she do again? Hang on, my laptop died on me, and that's what I was using for chat. So I'm gonna get my charge cable for that real quick. Oh boy, God, it's been almost 5 hours. I'm gonna have to end this after the character list. I'm sorry. I didn't know this retrospect was gonna be a 5 hour discussion. I gotta separate this into multiple videos. Okay. Plug that bad boy in. My laptop was like, bro, what are you doing to me? Please. Please, bro. Alright. Okay. I'm glad it worked so well though. There's been a steady stream of about 50, like on average about like 15, 20, like at most we had a little over 20 people, but to have like 15ish people on average, that's pretty great. Just just chilling, conversing. I'm glad there's been constant like conversation and dialogue. Okay, refresh this. All right, what did I miss? Thomas S tier. Ken's lawyer in season 3. Where's Ebba and Oscar? And that's what I'm saying. This was how the list was when I'll have to add them in. This was how the list was when I got here. It was like a pre-made list. I hate how much I know about this show. Yo, no, I love it. I love it. It's great. So much like, and it's great when you find a community who also likes the show and appreciates it, because then the small references and everything, you just like you catch it all. But yeah, there's shows that I love that I know like a disgusting amount of information about. I care more about like fictional worlds than like the real one, that's for sure. Ken's lawyer, or Naomi Pierce rather, A not B. I mean, this character, I don't even remember her. I cannot call into mind a scene with her. But I mean, I don't know. Let's just call it high D. And if someone yells at me, then maybe I'll remember. Colin though, I mean, Colin's like a faithful he's never trying to cause any trouble. He's loyal. He's faithful. He's loyal. He gets the job done. By the end of it, he's lurking over Ken, but he helps cover up literal murder. Colin. I mean, he's just like a work when his kid Logan dies. He wears jeans. Doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. I could see Colin maybe right below Tabitha. Maybe that's like a B type of deal. All this talk of B's, I feel like maybe Lisa might be pushed down to C, like the queen of the seas. Like she's a good character, but if we're having to weigh out all these characters, like she needed more. No, I'll keep her on B. I don't want to do that to her. Jerry calls her she's not memorable. That's what I was thinking. But out of all the not memorable characters, I think like even not knowing and even not remembering who she is, I like her more than Sid and Edward, like for sure. Colin is the consummate henchman. Yeah, henchman. Goge members were irrelevant anyway. I mean, like, yes and no, because they were such like Ebba and Oscar were two very interesting characters. Oscar had this air about him that just seemed vaguely threatening, low key always, and we never got to like dig into any of that. But they purposely gave us scenes where they had like moments and lines and whatnot. Unless they were just to service the narrative. You can imagine Colin working with Trump. Yes, I could imagine that very easily. I mean, if you consider Logan Trump, then yeah, you can right there. Boom. Watching you talk about my wife Ebba and my husband Oscar. Ebba! Ebba! Let's go! Our wife Ebba. Yes, comrade. All right. Yeah, I'll get her in here. Logan Roy. Let's see, we did Frank, Carl. I feel like Carl and Frank are kind of like the same, like just the two chuckle fucks that are always put together. Although, yeah, I can't help but put them together. But then does Ewing outweigh them? They just offer so much more. Like this holy trinity, right? Funny enough, how I ranked them all together. I didn't even realize that the holy trinity right here, barely eclipsing Ewing. Roman. I'm tempted, man. Let me get back. I'll get back to the Roys. Greg. Oh, Greg. Come on, man. What do you want? What do you want from me? What what am I supposed to say? Like obviously S tier. Yeah, I can't. I guess we can put Tom and Greg together. I guess. What are the comments saying? Logan is OG tier. Logan D tier. Imagine dying in a toilet. Rip bozo. Bro got ratioed. Carry a different hunter. Yeah, I mean, do you guys want me to add Ebba in here? I can just for shits, right? Succession, Ebba. We can add Ebba. Why not? Is that the most HD picture you have? Good enough. Very artsy. Okay. We'll label that as oh no, it's got to be capital. Ebba. Perfect. And then we'll pull them up. Does that mean we also do we have to add Oscar? Like, I'll add Ebba. I do like Ebba. I liked her scenes. I think Ebba would be like for what little involvement she had, I would put Ebba like I could slot her in. You know what? I could slot her in. Wait, could you move? Or almost for the memes, almost. Whoa, where's she going? What's happening? Yeah, for the memes, I'll put her there. Why not? She's like a solid B. How about that? Greg the Egg. What about Ken's kids? What about Ken's kids, man? I mean, like Ken's kids, like they look. We're looking after. I think we're gonna incorporate them into this list as well as he incorporates them into his life. How about that? We're gonna. That's what we'll make of Ken's kids. They have like what, like 3 lines? Yeah, who? Carl knows a thing or two about a thing or two. You're fair and squarely fucked. All right, I'll give him that. Ken had kids. Yeah, might as well put Roman's kids there too. All jokes aside, Empty Penguin's tops 5 are Ken, Logan, Rome, Jerry, and Tom. All right, let's be for real. So here's the thing. This is where I'm gonna have to put personal bias aside for pure quality. My personal favorite character in Succession I think is Roman Roy. I think Roman Roy is my personal favorite, but I cannot deny the importance, the power, the presence, the it's just so hard. I would like to. I want to put either of these two ahead, any of these 3, 4. I wouldn't mind putting people ahead of him, like in terms of characters that I like empathically or sympathetically like more than Logan Roy. But like I cannot deny the presence and the gravitas. That being said, I like Roman because he's a deceptively like layered character who there's so much more, like there's so much reason as to why he is the way that he is. Ken, I mean, he's iconic as well, and he's a character that you want to root for. And honestly, out of all the kids, like he would technically be the most logical choice, but like, I mean, still never would be able to do it. God. Oh, someone called his kid. Oh, a couple of randos. Oh no. Logan's feeling was that Ken's kids weren't real. Jesus. One's a buy-in, right? Top 5 is basically the siblings plus Logan. Yeah, one's a buy-in. Yeah, yeah. What about the guy dressed as a tree who tells Tommy so full of grace? What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god. I personally shift Shiv down to between Greg and Connor. I think the performance that Sarah Snook delivers as Shiv is like excellent. Like the walls that she's able to put up and these little moments that are played so well where you see these little cracks in the facade and the mask, but only momentarily. And she just I don't know, it's the performance and the performance of the character of like Siobhan Roy is like masterful. She's not my favorite, but I cannot deny the power behind that character. And then you know what, if you had asked me like months ago, I would have put Greg above Tom. But now I gotta admit, like Tom played the long game. I like Tom's character. I've come around to him. Him and Greg are kind of a package team. I think Connor's really good, but again, it gets to a point where like these are all S tier characters, but I have to make some tough calls. Jerry's up there. Frank and Carl are kind of like their own little power couple, but they're the Holy Trinity. Ewing is the definition of presence over like the definition of like I don't like only a few key crucial scenes, but man, are those just like well done, well executed scenes. Stewie's a lark. Rhea and is just look. I gotta be real. He's still S, but like S minus. Stewie's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Stewie fan, sure, but like Rhea and Nan are I think more important overall. We get down. I'll keep her an A. I know she like it's either A or I keep her at the tail end to S. But I think the leader of the pack of the A's is appropriate. Marsha, Rava, and then yeah, so on and so forth with Naomi. Did I put the mom above Naomi? The mom above Jess? Jess puts up with so much though. And then somebody was asking about Mattson being as low as B. I mean, Mattson's good and all, but like, is Mattson like maybe if he was around longer or if season 4 like was an episode or 2 long, I don't know. If Mattson, you know what? I mean, I could be convinced. I could maybe Mattson like a low A maybe. And then Willa and so on and so on and so forth. Lawrence, Gills, yeah, Laird, okay. who's who. And the other one is half Rama, half cabinet filling guy. Simply because Ken and Logan equally the most amount in the show. Logan too, just because he dies. The guy from Roman's Business. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Hang on. I always forget his name. Hang on a second. Zach, Zach Cherry. Yeah. No, wrong. You know what? Yeah, but we gotta use this. But we gotta use the screenshot from Severance. Perfect. Perfect. Yep. That's fitting. Just gonna squeeze him in there. Whoop, nope, wrong button. There we go. Boopity boo, boopity boo, boopity boo, boopity boo, boopity boo. And you know what? The scenes that he was in, yeah, you know what? I could sneak this guy into I'll put him up there with Tabitha. How about that? Right above Colin. All right, I got 2 for the memes, but yeah. Roman's OC, Ron Rockstone. Oh Lord, perfect. Had to put him in there. Yep, Severance cameo. Little Kendall's OC, little Lord Fuck Leroy. All right, we can't get. I'd love to keep on going, but it's starting to get late. If I was Jess, I'd probably quit in season 2. She tough dealing with Ken. Oh yeah, 100%. That's why I put Jess where she is. Like she would be lower if she was like an assistant that was kind of in the background or like quit or didn't do much. Like I almost forgot about Comfrey here, but like I mean Comfrey did some stuff and got some stuff. Or she did organize the whole. You know what? She did help to organize the birthday party, didn't she? Just for that, I could put her top of C. Honestly, you know what? She did put up with Ken's BS for a while. Comfrey gets to be the leader of the C, but nothing compared to Jess. Poor Jess. Kendall's name in the first spot, underlined in pencil. I found it. Oh my god! Don't get me fucking. I swear. I completely forgot to bring it back up when we hit that episode. By the way, I will die on this hill. I will die on the hill. Crossed out. I get it. Even if I'm wrong, I'll even admit maybe I'm wrong, but like nobody does that. Who does that? Anybody in their life who's making who makes a grocery list in pencil and is going through and is like, oh, let me make sure. Let me put an addendum. I forgot to add tomato. I forgot to add bread, and I really want to have eggs. Like, what is this nonsense? Underlined my ass. I don't care if the creator said it, the writer said it. Twitter, I like, no, who does that? Exactly. Logan would be so. What do you mean? Do not look up. Come down. Why would I look that up? Oh my god! I swear. I'm already deliriously cackling at this right now. The guy that was nearly voted Vault Overseer. Yeah, him. Weird that Fallout and Succession to be in the same universe, right? Weird that he ended up there. Comfrey's actress in IRL, girlfriend of famed internet comedian Adam. Oh, Adam Friedland. All right. I'm team underline. He started under the. What? Oh, he started under the K. But like who? What? Maybe it's a me thing. I've I don't think I've ever in my life gone back over notes. Like when I'm writing a note, I'll underline in the moment. Usually pen, underline pen. I've never gone back in my notes and let alone legal documentation. This man, it's his will. My brothers in Christ, it's his will. Who goes into their will with a pencil and is like do 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 do. Oh, and by the way, like I what? Like, let me be extra sure to notate this, just in case anybody might have had some misconceptions about what I already typed out and had printed out on this legally binding documented piece of paper. But oh no, let me go ahead and underline it. But it's not going to be a straight underline. You know, I got that like the whole hemorrhage last year, so it's going to be kind of like, what? Like, I have my neck hurts right now. Like, I have a migraine from this nonsense. I hope their logo isn't what I think it is. What logo? Oh, Cumtown? Oh, I don't want to know. By the way, what's your favorite season and episode overall? Oh, yeah, sure. My favorite season overall. I mean, if we're going based off the rankings, I have 2 as Daddy's number 1 boy. I think my favorite season in retrospect might be 2, but Man is 4 a close second for me. It's so close, but I think the main difference between the 2 seasons, I think they're both phenomenal television. And I have equal amounts of episodes in S tier rank, like in Daddy's number 1 boy rank, but I think that 2 gave its story arcs more time to breathe. Like everything really like hit more like everything just like the hits felt like full hits and not like you know fucking like like 4 was. But I think my favorite episode, my top 3, I mean again it's hard to say. It depends what day you catch me on, but for the sake of the ranking, do not look up Success. Oh lord. I think I've looked up too many Successes in my life, believe me. But in terms of like rankings, I think that man, it's so hard to say. But technically, I have my favorite episode as All the Bells Say, followed by Connor's Wedding, Church and State, and like all the finales basically, but also Connor's Wedding. Number 1 boy spots also with Open Eyes. Season 1 finale, Which Side Are You On? Safe Room, Austerlitz, Argestes, Turnhaven, and America. Do I put America Decides over Shire though? Like for real? If I were to change anything, I feel like maybe I would actually put Shire over America Decides. Then maybe America Decides, but then Too Much Birthday. Damn. The Munsters. I think 4-8 might be taken down to high S tier. I think I would put Shire higher up, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it, but my top ones for sure. Your Honor, I will often cross the ends out diagonally. Oh my god, I swear. Logan pisses in the corner office. Roy, maybe. Logan pisses in the corner office. Roy, maybe it wasn't always all there in the head, guys. Yes, very true. I'm team. He meant to write an arrow to Greg's name on the bottom. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 2 is just that good. Throwback to when MovieMan's said Lisa Ann like 30 minutes ago. We're all brain broken, need to go to bed. Yeah, Succession brain rot. Bro, I wish, dude, if we could all like just like low key hang out in a room and just like, or just hang out in this chat for like more hours watching all the memes and the videos, I totally would. And maybe at some point in the future, well, I'll just have I love this shit so much. We'll just have like a shit post session. But it is 1 a.m. I have been streaming for 9, 10, 11, 12. It's been 5 hours. That's crazy. But yeah, what a retrospective. There's plenty more video essays out there, but for anybody who missed it, I will kind of real quick touch on some of the video essays I recommend watching that I've watched. The Succession Character You Never See on Thomas Flight's channel. It's a very good one talking about the camera work and how the camera itself is like a character in Succession. We have Roman Roy, Succession's most sensitive character. I'm biased. He's like my favorite. So of course there's a whole thing kind of going into his like psychology and how it all actually works. But that's Ethan Butler's channel right there. It's another good video to check out. Why Succession's final episode is so perfect by Hakeem Pierstoff. It's another really good one. For anybody who might be on the fence about the finale or wants to be vindicated, he goes into good detail for 18 minutes explaining why everything just kind of comes around so perfectly. And his profile pictures of Razorhead, so you know that he's a a cinephile like us, you know. Succession, Say What You Mean by Nerdwriter1 is another very good one. I love how it goes into depth and detail about the language of Succession and how it's less about what people are saying and more about how they are saying it, and even more so about how people react to it, how people, like, it's not your typical dialogue in the show, as we already all like know. There's so many more layers to it, and there's just it's just a lot. It's a lot deeper than baseline dialogue, basically. So there's that. Succession's best character video essay, if you're more on the side of Tom's point of view. And I did want to watch this because although I don't love Tom, I can kind of come around to him as a character. So Hizzy Hayes channel has a whole little like nice 12-minute video on Tom Wamsgamps, like the characters in general, inside Tom Yo, talking about some of his best episodes and the overall, like, I think it cuts him off at the end of season 3, so it's not a full series retrospective, but it's enough. Now, if you do want a full review, there's a good little 43-minute one by Carson Runquist. I like this one a lot. It discusses, it goes into side characters first, final thoughts on the show, goes into each character breakdown by breakdown, and then like the general thoughts on the end. So it's more of a character approach, basically. Oh, will it not let you drop links in here? I thought links were allowed in the chat. I don't know if I can change that in the settings. By all means, either comment in the video if it will allow you to, or we'll find out a way. This one is from the point of view of, if we look at Kendall Roy as the primary character of Succession, Succession's main character in Painful Detail. It's one that has it's one of those hidden gems, a lot less traction on this channel, but I really liked the 15-minute little kind of rabbit hole into Ken we went down, especially in relation to Kendall and Waters. You can see, I mean, everybody talks about it at one point or another, but it's a really good one for like Kendall fans for sure. Yeah, I can look it up on here for sure if you want have an idea. Let's see. This one, I also loved this one if you have time for a movie, basically. On One Take's channel, it's an hour and a half long. What Succession is really about. I love this one. It might have been one of my favorites, honestly, because we after our introduction, we go into literally how what the show truly is about in terms of wealth, power, and politics. How money you can't buy happiness, and the characters are a clear indication of that. It was Warm in the Light, you know, the whole mentality with Logan Roy and how people in his circle and in his family, and God, Jesus, allergies. And as I made reference to numerous times in these ranking videos, the poison drips through, and how the poison of Logan Roy has dripped through to his family, whether they like it or not. So it's another very good, longer video essay. And then I've been turned on recently by Just an Observation. They have a playlist of 14 video essays that are all no longer than 20, 21 minutes at most a piece, but basically this is the first one I watched. It's really good. Literally gives you a breakdown, psychologically speaking, of how Logan Roy manipulates everyone in the show based on coercion, social pressure, competing rivals, putting people against each other, and then creating a false reality. So it's just really cool, like especially as a retrospective, all these videos on the characters. I want to watch the full playlist in order, honestly. But yeah, I want to make a Succession out of context video so bad. Oh, if I had the time. Oh, man, if I had the time. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so yeah, I will share all the... Did I save all these? I think I saved all these, just in case I didn't. Let me save and download. I'll save all these. I'll probably post these to social media in one way or another. I'm going to separate I mean, there's this whole live video if any crazies want to actually go back through the entirety of it that missed it. But I'm going to separate these probably into like I don't know if I'd do like an introduction video with like season ranking. And then I would do like the episode one was the longest one, hands down. That took literally hours. Jesus. So episode ranking, and then I'll do a my character ranking, and I'm ready for the internet to shred me. If people have been mostly positive, like 99%, 98% positive. Some people in comments make call outs, and there's I love how over all the videos there were always at least one or two people that were like, dislike this guy pauses way too much, and he doesn't get it. But I'm curious to see what people think about my ratings, because there might be some controversial hot takes in there. I'm not too sure. Does anyone else feel like there's an untapped Succession YouTube poop market? Oh, 100%. 100%. If I had the time. So much potential for both. Slap the Me channel theme under. Yeah. That'll be another channel I'll make if I get fired from my job. I'm just like, all right, I'm just a Succession YouTube pooper poster now. All right, I'm a tired young man. Oh, since you guys stuck around, I told this to the early birds at the start of the stream, and since you guys and gals stuck around to the end, I'll let you know a little secret I've only been telling people in the live stream right now. I'm sure you're well aware. We finished Succession, obviously. We've started Severance, uploading those, and we've been doing The Bear season 3 as well, and all my other content that I'm trying to keep up with. It's a lot, but I'll let you know. A show that's been requested a lot, and that I said I'm gonna watch, and perhaps I've already watched the first episode of is maybe I've already recorded the first episode of Interview with the Vampire. Maybe it's actually a really, really good, fantastic show. Very excited to edit and post that. It'll be a minute, because I only recorded it. That's it. I gotta edit the damn thing, and the first episode's the longest one. But yeah, I have recorded my reaction for the first episode of Interview with the Vampire, and yeah, I've heard such good things about that show. Gotta watch. I'd recommend it. I'm one episode in, and I love it. The aesthetic alone, like if you love the whole like 1910s, like suits and ties and vests and all that, and you like vampires, you're in for a good time. I'm curious. View community ranking. What does the community say about Succession overall? Season 2. Wait. Community ranking. Here we go. So what does people say? Season 2, non-stop drama, gripping story, hilarious dialogue. This is all misspelled. Tension is crazy. Final episode is a masterpiece. 10 out of 10. Season 3, interesting. A different feel to the previous seasons, but in a good introspective way. The PD here is crazy. Every location more ostentatious than the last. Oh, production design. Interesting way to continue the gripping story. 10 out of 10. Season 1. Starts off slow, but a riot once it starts going. Great introduction to these characters. Amazing poetic writing. They must have made this before Season 4 came out, I think, because I think they would have put Season 4 probably maybe above 3, but it's an interesting perspective, though. Episodes. What do people... This might be too much to get into, but community ranking for episodes? Most... All right, that's interesting. Most people say Connor's wedding. This is not for 309, 409, 110, 410. Pretty much similar. Shout out to Shia DC. I got similar episodes or similar rankings, but there's some disagreements in here I can see. Argestes, Prague, C ranked. Well, I guess you have to put it lower, right? Dude, I put Return way higher than F. Jesus. Lion in the Meadow. I put Went to Market so much higher too. Dude, a lot of these. Oh, wow. There's a lot of posts about this. Pig TV, mid, very... Oh, yeah. See, most people wouldn't put it below very good. Top 3. Yeah, most people view the... Yeah, Connor's wedding's up there, as is the finales. Yeah, it makes sense. Bro spells ostentatious correctly. Yeah, I think the season thing was before Season 4 for some reason. And then what about characters? Oh, yeah, how do people feel about characters? General consensus. Really? Generally, Shiv and Roman at the top. People hate Logan. Well, not hate Logan, but A. Okay. B, 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 B. I mean, I can see where the argument would be made. I see. D's. But you put Nate above Sandy? Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I get it. Wait, what does that one say? If I see you breastfeeding, I like you too. The mom sucks too. Who knew? Connor ranked it. Connor, you're still good, but I wish you were better. Man, I don't know what they were doing with you. Oh no, Madsen. Oh, I can't. Wait, how? I love all the meme ones. This is great. Los Magrande, vamos, wait, vamos, slay, muerte. These are great. I love these. Oh, German. Meh. Even in German, meh. I swear. Yeah, I love Connor just in Connor rank. S's. Next page. I want to find one more meme page. That's it. Love, like, neutral, perfection, perfection, maque muy bien, maque bien, opiniones encontradas, ma da igual, maca mal, lo odio. Damn, the mom's bottom tier. Give me a meme of my terrible Spanish. it's complicated. It's incredibly complicated. Little like you know, little I don't care. In a nice way. I don't care, but less nice. It's great. I love these. Give me one more. All right, one more good one for real, for real. All right, here we go. They'll be okay eventually. Damn, put it right up. Jesus, good for them. They're okay, I guess. Probably won't recover from the events of the series, but are in an okay place. Will be miserable for the rest of their lives. Damn. Ah, yes. Well, on that note, I have my rankings. I'll post them online. We'll see how it goes. But I'll separate the videos like as official publications. Publications. Yeah, news organization ATN over here. Obviously, the live stream will like remain on the live. Maybe I'll do more YouTube lives. I do have I have a much smaller following, much smaller following on Twitch, but I've considered doing Twitch streams that also would cross over into YouTube. Just why not, right? Might as well, just in case my YouTube audience is also interested. But Conroy was interested in tier lists until 2 a.m. Logan being miserable for the rest of his life. Yeah, how's it going down there, Logan? All right. Thank you guys and gals so much for watching. This was super fun. I've never in my life done a tier ranking list. I get why they're I get what all the buzz is about. I would love to do more of these in the future. Part of me wants to do ones for BoJack or Mindhunter or something, but even though I've watched those multiple times, it's just this is such an endeavor. You literally have to sit down for hours to look, discuss, dissect, reminisce, notate, rank, move around. But yeah, this was super fun. I think it was the show deserves it. And I thank you guys that came around for the live bit to watch it. Dude, this is crazy. Well, we here for you. We here for you. Please, I love you guys are great. Stick around, please do. Yeah, good night. I gotta be at work in what, 8.5 hours? No, 7.5 hours. Rad. Insomnia crew or lack of sleep crew. I don't know. I still want to eat too. I ate earlier, but not enough, clearly. Anyway, I shall prattle on no longer. Thank you guys and gals so much for watching. This was officially the final suck sesh. What a time it was. It's nice having not to worry about editing all this, aside from just making some cuts here and there. You get to see me unedited, late at night, slurring, stumbling. You catch me tripping. Oh, stumbling. Oh. So that was, yeah. What more is there to say? I am forever grateful for the love and support. I'm grateful people encourage me to keep watching the show, the insights that have been offered, and now the memes, the jokes, like just to look back on this show as what it is, and to be able to always be able to return to it and watch it and enjoy it. It's great. But yeah, I think that's all there is to it. So thank you all, everybody. Have a good night. Yeah, let's do it again. So for real though, I'll do stuff like this again. Like you just like little, something that I would love to do that I don't have to worry about editing. Just a casual hangout sesh where I just like shoot the shit or do a tier ranking video or just like talk or something like that. Let's 100% do it. I even if it's just like even me with just like there's only like 13 people now, but like even just me and you guys just talking and just chatting, like that's great. So I got to cut myself off though. I'm going to keep on. This is the Midwestern goodbye. You're standing in the circle. Everybody's like, yeah, well, we should head on over there. Yeah. Oh, well, at the same time, tomorrow, don't forget tomorrow. Oh, it reminds me about the whole, and then you just talk for another like 45 minutes. I'm going to brush your teeth, brush your buckies, get some water, get your allergy medication if you got some. All right. For real though, this is L to the OG. This is M to the MovieMan. I'm signing off. Thanks. Appreciate it. I don't know. Maybe I'll start a Patreon or something soon. Who knows? But subscribe, spread the word, watch the videos. Slaps thighs. Well, I gotta call it a night. Goodbye. Have a good night. Love you all. For real though. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.